Chapter 2563. To be able to stay by Madame Bai's side and have Madame Bai snuggle up to him like a little bird without saying a word to all the maids around him, who else could it be other than Ancestor Lu Dongbin? Ancestor Lu looked very thin and very handsome. He was dressed in a clean white robe and had a sword on his back. He didn't look like an immortal at all. Instead, he had an indescribable sense of elegance and elegance. Madame Bai snuggled in Ancestor Lu's embrace intimately. Ancestor Lu didn't pretend to be sanctimonious just because an outsider like Yang Chen was present. He hugged Madame Bai intimately without any pretense and gave people a good impression at first glance. Madame Bai, who was in Ancestor Lu's embrace, only had one expression on her face: happiness. The happiness hidden between her brows couldn't be hidden from people like Yang Chen who were familiar with Madame Bai. Seeing how much Ancestor Lu doted on Madame Bai, Yang Chen didn't doubt that if Madame Bai wanted to become the Queen Mother, Ancestor Lu would immediately kill the new Jade Emperor and ascend the throne himself. Even though it was only the first time they met, this first impression made Yang Chen feel especially comfortable. For some reason, perhaps it was because Ancestor Lu also liked beauties, but Yang Chen felt that he and Ancestor Lu were indescribably congenial. Even though Ancestor Lu didn't say a word to him, Yang Chen had this feeling. While Yang Chen was observing Ancestor Lu was also observing Yang Chen. When he heard the name Yang Chen from Madame Bai, he was very curious about this junior's actions. However, he was very satisfied with Yang Chen because he took care of Madame Bai like a grandaunt in the spiritual realm. Madame Bai couldn't remember her identity in the spiritual realm, and it was the same for those maids. Therefore, Yang Chen definitely knew Madame Bai's identity. Now that he knew he was the executioner of the immortal beheading platform, it wasn't strange for him to know that Madame Bai knew Ancestor Lu. Therefore, even if he was satisfied with Yang Chen taking care of Madame Bai, Ancestor Lu still wanted to test this young man. "Yang Chen, this is my husband. Come and meet him." Madame Bai didn't treat Yang Chen as an outsider at all. She also addressed Yang Chen naturally. She didn't ask him to greet his senior, but to meet her husband. Madame Bai spoke casually, but Yang Chen didn't dare to be so arrogant. He hurriedly brought all of his wives and concubines to pay their respects to Ancestor Lu. The other party was Ancestor Lu, as well as Madame Bai's husband. Kowtowing a few times was something that should be done, it was not shameful at all. "Greetings, senior." With Yang Chen's family in unison, under Yang Chen's lead, everyone respectfully kowtowed to Ancestor Lu 3 times. "You are all good children, get up." Before Ancestor Lu could say anything, Madame Bai had already asked everyone to get up with a smile. Madame Bai had already spoken, what else could Ancestor Lu say? He could only look at Madame Bai dotingly and helplessly with a bitter smile. He watched as Yang Chen's family stood up and stood in front of him obediently, waiting for his instructions. However, Ancestor Lu didn't say anything to Yang Chen directly. Instead, he turned to Shashanshan amiably and said with a smile, "You cultivated the supreme pure Yang sword qi, come at me and let me see." Even though Shashanshan knew that the other party was the creator of the supreme pure Yang sword qi, she was still shocked when she heard Ancestor Lu's words. Fortunately, she also understood that this was definitely Ancestor Lu testing her cultivation, so she didn't say anything else and replied, "Yes, senior." She took a few steps back and got into a fighting stance. The supreme pure Yang sword appeared in Shashanshan's hand. Everyone moved away and waited for Shashanshan's sword qi to attack. Seeing the supreme pure Yang sword in Shashanshan's hand, Ancestor Lu's eyes flashed with an insignificant light of praise. However, it was just a flash, and no one saw it clearly. Shashanshan didn't think that her supreme pure Yang sword qi wouldn't hurt Ancestor Lu. There was no need to think about it. If a junior like Shashanshan, who had cultivated for less than 4,000 years, could use the sword qi created by Ancestor Lu to hurt Ancestor Lu, then this world wouldn't be the same world anymore. Ancestor Lu wanted to see her cultivation, so naturally, she had to go all out. Holding the supreme pure Yang sword with both hands, Shashanshan bowed to Ancestor Lu and released her strongest attack. When the sword qi was released, Shashanshan's body fell back softly. However, she only leaned back for a bit before falling into a warm embrace. She did not know when, but Yang Chen was already standing behind her waiting. The sword Qi whistled and directly pierced into Ancestor Lu's body, and then there was nothing. Ancestor Lu stood on the spot, not moving at all. That sword Qi that entered Ancestor Lu's body disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Very good. Ancestor Lu nodded his head in praise, not stingy with his praise. You only cultivated for a few days, and you already have this level, it's really not bad. In the future, you can tell others that you learned my sword Qi. Shishanshan was overjoyed. She didn't care that she had just eaten an essence-cultivating pill and hadn't fully recovered her energy. She struggled and bowed to Ancestor Lu again. Thank you, Ancestor Lu. This was Ancestor Lu. It was impossible for her to directly acknowledge him as her master, so calling him Ancestor Lu was just right. Ancestor Lu's words clearly meant that he recognized Shishanshan's cultivation, and recognized Shishanshan as his successor. Don't look at how Ancestor Lu is still the target of the current secret wanted by the Heavenly Court, but if any cultivator can enter the eyes of Ancestor Lu like Shishanshan, it was estimated that the cultivator would also be ecstatic. So what if the Heavenly Court secretly issued a wanted order? Didn't they see that they didn't even dare to issue a wanted order on the surface? Good child, it's this sword that's ordinary, your husband didn't even properly refine it for you. Ancestor Lu glanced at Yang Chen as if blaming him for not doing his best, then he turned to Shishanshan and said to Shishanshan, "Today is the first time we've met, I'll give you a greeting gift." As soon as he finished speaking, the pure Yang immortal sword in Shishanshan's hand was already in Ancestor Lu's hand, but no one knew how he did it. Yang Chen was really wronged by Ancestor Lu's glare and reprimand. What did he mean by not doing his best? When Yang Chen was in the spirit realm, it was already his limit to help Shishanshan refine the pure Yang immortal sword. If he wanted to refine it again, wouldn't that be a joke? But Yang Chen didn't dare to refute Ancestor Lu's words. Anyway, the benefits were going to Shishanshan, so Yang Chen was happy to take the blame and get a good immortal sword for his wife. What are you looking at? Just as Yang Chen was secretly happy, he suddenly heard Ancestor Lu's scolding. Hurry up and take out the materials you have. Are you waiting for me to help you find them? Of course, refining the immortal sword required better and more materials, not to mention that this was for his wife to get benefits. Yang Chen didn't say anything and immediately took out the materials he got. Because he didn't know which one Ancestor Lu was going to use, Yang Chen took out all the materials he had for Ancestor Lu to choose. Chapter 2564. When the sudden appearance of all kinds of materials instantly covered an area of 100 miles, even someone as knowledgeable as Ancestor Lu was shocked by Yang Chen's wealth. After reprimanding him, Yang Chen took a sip of tea from the maid next to him and spat it out. This was refining a magic treasure for his wife, and it was Ancestor Lu himself. How much face was this? How rare was this opportunity? At this time, there was no need to be afraid of not showing off one's wealth. Yang Chen was afraid that the materials were not enough. Not only metal element materials, but also materials of other attributes were not spared. Previously, Neza had taught him that it was not necessary to use pure attribute materials. Materials of other attributes might work. So, this was the first time Yang Chen showed off his wealth. Merit rings, all kinds of cosmos bags, dragon palaces, mountain river geographical maps, all the materials that could be found were spread out as if they were free. The area within a radius of 100 miles was filled in an instant. At this moment, there were still a lot of materials appearing continuously, and they were spreading to even further areas. If it was just ordinary materials, Ancestor Lu wouldn't have lost his composure like this. The crux of the matter was that everything he saw was a rare treasure even in the immortal world. Only an expert like Ancestor Lu knew what they were. Many of the things were fine products that most experts in the immortal world couldn't even name. Among the cave abodes that Yang Chen had plundered before, there were 2 or 3 that were basically warehouses. There were all kinds of rare materials. Perhaps the original owners of the cave abodes were all crazy collectors, or perhaps they wanted to make powerful magic treasures for themselves. In short, all the good things went to Yang Chen. There were so many treasures, but they weren't even as good as cabbages. They were just casually thrown on the ground, waiting to be picked. Even Patriarch Lu had never seen such a shocking scene in his hundreds of thousands of years in the immortal world. Except for Gaou, Gong Sunling, Ju Xianying, and Dao Junki, the other women had been cultivating in the sect all these years and did not follow Yang Chen to plunder cave abodes and immortal tombs. At this moment, when they saw their husband showing off his wealth, they were still shocked even though they knew that he was the richest cultivator in the mortal world. Even Yang Chen's wives and concubines were like this, let alone Madame Bai's maids. Even though they were all experts at the level of infinite tribulation true immortal and had seen a lot of things with Madame Bai, they had never seen such a scene. On the contrary, Madame Bai looked relatively normal. When she was in the spiritual world, Madame Bai had seen the scene of Yang Chen smashing people with spirit stones. Now this was equivalent to an upgraded version of that scene. After seeing it once, she had some immunity and did not lose her composure like Ancestor Lu. Madame Bai's delicate fingers secretly pinched Ancestor Lu's waist, and Ancestor Lu reacted as if he had just woken up from a dream. He had to admit that Ancestor Lu was shocked. He was shocked by this guy's big scene. It was not that Ancestor Lu would take these worldly possessions seriously, but the scene just now was so big and the rich atmosphere was really scary. Not bad, you're well prepared. Ancestor Lu did not feel embarrassed. He naturally scanned with his divine awareness and began to choose what he needed. Although they were spread out over a wide area, under the scanning of Ancestor Lu's spiritual sense, he could find anything he wanted immediately. This was an accident, but it was definitely a surprise for Shishanshan. Originally, Ancestor Lu just wanted to get some good things to help Shishanshan refine the pure yang immortal sword. Now there were so many good things, and a group of juniors were looking at him eagerly. It was really inexcusable if he did not show some of his best skills. Gaou looked at the things Ancestor Lu selected with bright eyes. She wanted to learn some essentials of refining weapons from Ancestor Lu. This was Ancestor Lu. What he casually leaked from his fingers was enough for Gaou to learn for many years. Everyone watched Ancestor Lu pick a lot of things and pile them up. With just a stretch of his hand, these things were smelted in an instant and turned into a uniform alloy. Just this move alone reflected Ancestor Lu's superb technique. However, at the moment when Ancestor Lu made his move, Yang Chen felt a familiar fire. It was just a fleeting feeling, and Yang Chen didn't have time to judge which kind it was. But what was certain was that his yin-yang heaven-burning fire already included that kind of fire seed. Shishanshan's pure yang immortal sword was directly thrown into the pool of liquid metal by Ancestor Lu. The next action, Ancestor Lu did it very quickly, but it was very clear. Everyone could see it clearly. Even how Ancestor Lu used his spiritual power to refine the pure yang immortal sword was clearly felt by everyone. Yang Chen could be sure that this was Ancestor Lu giving a big favor to his family. Otherwise, how could this kind of refining secret technique be shown like this? The relationship with Madame Bai must have played a big role in this. The spiritual realm had served Madame Bai for so many years. When he was carefully observing, Yang Chen suddenly felt that there was something wrong. There was another person beside him, and he didn't notice it before. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly relaxed. The person who came was Neza, an acquaintance. Neza waited for Yang Chen to come over to refine pills and heal his injuries every day, but he didn't see him for a long time. Neza went out to take a look, and Yang Chen was not outside, which made Neza feel strange. After so many years, Neza had long been familiar with Yang Chen's aura. With the effect of the universe ring and red armillary sash, he immediately noticed Yang Chen's location. Relying on the red armillary sash and the mountain river geographical map, he instantly came to Neza's side. Neza didn't even look at the various materials that were all over the mountain. They were all things that the great god Neza didn't want. However, in the past 100 years, Neza had also obtained a lot of good things from Yang Chen. They were all good things that could be used to upgrade the fire-tipped spear, the universe ring, and the red armillary sash. As long as his injuries were completely healed, he would start refining them. I was wondering who delayed Yang Chen's healing of my injuries. So it's you, Ox Nose. Of course, Neza recognized Ancestor Lu. Seeing that Ancestor Lu was refining the pure yang celestial sword, he didn't care if his words would delay Ancestor Lu's work. He just said, "No wonder you can block my attack. No wonder. The shower head is seriously injured. Neza called Ancestor Lu a ox-nose, but Ancestor Lu was not polite at all. He retorted without raising his head, "No wonder there's a smell of medicine dregs as soon as I came in." Although Ancestor Lu said that, his movements were not delayed at all. They were still so steady. He was refining a magic weapon for his wife. Of course, Yang Chen couldn't let Neza ruin it. He hurriedly turned to Neza and was about to say something nice, but Neza said first, "So you really have a relationship with this guy? I thought you were using the name of Madam Bai to keep up appearances." Chapter 2565. I've told you before that you'll be at a disadvantage if you're alone. Ancestor LV didn't stop and ridiculed Neza. "Look at me, I'm surrounded by people. No one dares to show up in front of me without tens of thousands of people. Even if you have a disciple, no one dares to provoke you when you have so many disciples and grand disciples." Neza was annoyed by Ancestor LV's words. He pointed at the smiling Ancestor LV and couldn't say anything for a long time. With his status, he couldn't go back on his words. Since he promised to give them a gift, he would give them a lot. But he was cheated by Ancestor LV, which made him very unhappy. "Okay, let's not shout, okay?" Neza lowered his head and stopped talking to Madam Bai. He turned to Ancestor LV and said, "Lu Dongbin, can you do it?" Those who besieged Neza were not ordinary innumerable tribulation true immortals. More than 8,000 experts were assisted by the formation, but Neza killed half of them and injured half of them. Just thinking about it was frightening. This was the demeanor of a peerless expert. Sure. Patriarch Lu was also straightforward. He quickly replied, "Any Jia, how did you get hurt like this? I don't remember those guys being so strong." "Xiaoxue, you damn girl, whose side are you on?" Mrs. Bai looked at this scene and laughed at Sun Qingxue. When she was in the spiritual realm, she was very close to Sun Qingxue. They were both of the wood attribute, so they had a lot in common in cultivation and other things. She was often coaxed by the seemingly pure Sun Qingxue. Neza could call Ancestor LV Oxnose, but Yang Chen wouldn't dare to call Yang Chen this guy even if he was 100 times more courageous. At this time, he was worried that Ancestor LV would be affected, so Yang Chen could only keep quiet. Everyone knew that it was just a chat between two peerless experts, and it had nothing to do with persuasion. At this moment, Yang Chen's eyesight could be seen clearly. Seeing the two experts acting like this, he immediately put away all the treasures within a radius of hundreds of miles. Then, he quickly prepared tables and chairs for Madam Bai, Ancestor Lu and Neza. As soon as they were done, Gong Suanling's dishes and Sun Qingxue's wine were already on the table. Neza was annoyed. He was clearly showing off, but he really couldn't retaliate. Fortunately, Sun Qingxue, the well-behaved girl, had sharp eyes and quick hands. She hurriedly came to Neza's side and imitated Madam Bai's way of serving Neza. To say who was the happiest person, it was definitely Yang Chen's family. Lu Zu's words had pushed Neza into an awkward situation. At this point, even if he didn't want to give a greeting gift, he had no choice. "You want to try a formation that can fight against thousands of experts alone?" Neza replied unhappily, explaining why he was injured. Perhaps he was embarrassed in front of Lu Zu, who seemed to be unscathed, so he couldn't help but add, "But they didn't have it good either." Half of the 8,000 experts died, and the rest were all heavily injured. Even so, Neza still felt embarrassed in front of Lu Zu. But in the ears of Yang Chen's family, these words gave them a feeling of invincibility. Neza, who was in a good mood, enjoyed Sun Qingxue's service. Instantly, he felt much more balanced, and a smile appeared on his face. He turned his head and nodded at Sun Qingxue. Then, he reached out and stuffed something into Sun Qingxue's hands. "You have the wood element. This is a lotus seed left from when my master helped me reconstruct my body. Take it and play with it." Lu Zu held the pure yang immortal sword in one hand and refined it in the air. Then, he sat down with a big smile. Madam Bai sat beside him gracefully. Before Lu Zu did anything, Madam Bai had already picked up a wine glass and brought it to Lu Zu's lips. Lu Zu leisurely drank the wine in one gulp. Then, he took a bite with the chopsticks that Madam Bai brought to his mouth. Then, he raised his eyebrows at Neza provocatively. The lotus seed that was produced when he reconstructed Nezha's body was definitely a rare good thing in the immortal world. Sun Qingxue was instantly overjoyed. She couldn't hide the smile on her face. He really wanted to help God Nezha. It was really worth it. Lu Zu's words were Nezha's weakness. Nezha's killer personality meant that he wouldn't like Lu Zu's method. Everyone had their own Tao. The Tao that was suitable for Lu Zu might not be suitable for Nezha. If he really followed Lu Zu's words, Nezha wouldn't be the current Nezha. Yang Chen is a junior that I have high hopes for. I've acknowledged him as my godson in the spiritual realm. Madame Bai had always supported Yang Chen. She took over the conversation. Why? Shower head, you don't like it? Don't worry, there will be plenty. Nezha said angrily, after I recover, I'll buy some for them. But you, why are you so happy? I can tell that you're so poor that you've never given a junior a greeting gift. Lu Zu gave Nezha a killing blow and teased him. What are you looking at? Don't like it? Don't you see that I'm helping this girl refine a flying sword? There's one after another, unlike some guy who acts dumb and doesn't have the airs of a senior at all. Nezha was the incarnation of a lotus. So, whether it was Lu Zu or Madame Bai calling him showerhead, Nezha didn't even have a chance to refute. However, this title wasn't nice. He was called twice by Lu Zu and Madame Bai, and Yang Chen and his family were listening. This made Nezha feel very embarrassed. Nothing. Didn't you hear what my wife said? She is Yang Chen's foster relative in the spiritual realm, so she is naturally my foster relative. Lu Zu smiled like a thief. I asked for something good for my junior. Can't I be happy? Madame Bai, it doesn't make sense for you to call me that. Nezha was injured at this time, so he was no match for Lu Zu. Moreover, even if Nezha didn't have any injuries, he could at most be on par with Lu Zu. But Lu Zu had Madame Bai and more than 1,000 servants of infinite tribulation true immortals. Nezha was definitely no match for them in terms of martial arts. Facing this situation, Nezha could only swallow his anger. Fortunately, he kept calling her Madame Bai, which was enough to give her face. On the other hand, Madame Bai had a deep relationship with Yang Chen's family, and Shashanshan cultivated Lu Zu's sword qi. Sometimes, it was reasonable for Lu Zu to help refine a flying sword. After all, he was an elder. But Lu Zu's words made Nezha feel like he had to bleed, and the benefits were given to Yang Chen's family. Yang Chen couldn't wait for such a good thing to happen every day. Then why did you call my husband an ox-nose? Madame Bai didn't kill him. Instead, she made her attitude clear, as if she wanted to seek justice for her husband. Chapter 2566. Senior, please calm down. Yang Chen immediately jumped out and pretended to be a good person. He comforted Nezha. Ancestor Lu was just joking. Please don't take it seriously, Senior. You're not a good person either. Nezha couldn't show his power to LV Zu, so he naturally vented his anger on Yang Chen. For so many years, I haven't seen you kill a few people seriously. All of them relied on cheating to solve 100,000 people. It's not good. Is there such a thing? Lu Zu's eyes flashed. Looking at Yang Chen's gaze was different, full of appreciation. They only heard that at least 100,000 cultivators died because of Yang Chen, but they didn't know how he did it. Now, they finally got the answer from Nezha. You're worth teaching. After looking at Yang Chen, Ancestor Lu's eyes turned back to Nezha. After looking up and down, he smiled and asked, It turns out to be like this. No wonder I felt that there was something different when I saw you this time. It turns out that I was influenced by my younger generation. How is it? How does it feel to see someone kill 100,000 cultivators without even doing anything compared to you killing them one by one? Yang Chen's cultivation level was low. He knew that Nezha must have changed, but he couldn't tell what it was. But who was Ancestor Lu? He noticed Nezha's change when they first met. After hearing about these things, he almost instantly guessed the reason for Nezha's change. Killing is killing. What's the difference between methods and methods? Nezha snorted coldly and said bitterly, You should have understood long ago. Ancestor Lu shouted at Nezha. Then, he picked up his wine glass with his empty hand. Just because of what you said, I deserve a drink with you. Nezha didn't act pretentious. He picked up his wine glass and shook it with Ancestor Lu from afar. Then, he drank it in one go. Awesome. Ancestor Lu put down his glass and shouted. At this moment, the pure young immortal sword in his hand was also completed, and he casually threw it to Shashanshan. I added some things for you, but I didn't dare to refine it. You can finish the rest yourself. If he refined it any deeper, this pure young immortal sword would be tainted by Ancestor Lu's aura. This was the perfect time. Shashanshan was so happy that her eyes were almost invisible, leaving only a beautiful narrow slit. Yang Chen was truly happy for her. Boy, your wife is happy, why are you so happy? Ancestor Lu teased Yang Chen, it's not like she's giving you any benefits. Just now, LV Zutsai said that he would give greeting gifts to us juniors one by one, so I'm very happy. Yang Chen was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth and replied with a smile. That's right. Neza also joined in the fun, I also listened carefully. There's definitely such a thing. Don't learn from a poor person like me. Neza was quite happy to be able to mock Ancestor Lu. Of course, he was even happier that he met an old friend and was happy. Since I've spoken, I naturally mean what I say. I definitely won't go back on my words. Ancestor Lu replied with a smile. When he turned to Yang Chen, his expression became serious. However, there's something that we have to settle first. Please guide me, Ancestor Lu. Yang Chen didn't know what Ancestor Lu was up to, but he believed that Ancestor Lu definitely wouldn't say this for no reason. Therefore, Yang Chen respectfully asked Ancestor Lu for guidance. It wasn't easy for me to send my wife and the rest down there. I was hoping that they could earn more merit points before returning to the celestial world to reunite. Ancestor Lu didn't act pretentious and directly told the whole story. However, because of your interference, my wife didn't even receive half of the merit points that she was supposed to receive. How do you think this loss should be calculated? Ancestor Lu directly said that it was to let Madame Bai and the rest earn merit points. Yang Chen absolutely believed this. When Ancestor Lu said that Yang Chen and the rest stole Madame Bai's merit points, Yang Chen was also speechless and unable to refute. This was the truth. If it weren't for Yang Chen and his family, it was likely that Madame Bai and the rest who resolved the spiritual realm's tribulation of refinement would have been completely solved. They would have definitely earned a lot of merit points. However, because Yang Chen and his family refined the demon realm instead, most of the merit points that should have been completely collected by Madame Bai and the rest went to Yang Chen and his family. As a result, Madame Bai didn't even receive half of the merit points she planned to get. The rest all went to Yang Chen and his family. Yang Chen couldn't refute Ancestor Lu's words. However, if he wanted to repay Madame Bai's merit points now, Yang Chen also couldn't do it. Big Head's merit points had already been used by Big Brother Li Cheng. Where could Yang Chen find a large amount of merit points to compensate Madame Bai? Pay up the merit points first, then talk about meeting gifts. Ancestor Lu knocked on the table proudly and said, I'm a reasonable person, let's not talk about this. I was the one who made him eat this portion of merit points. A voice that was familiar to Yang Chen's family and Madame Bai's group, but very unfamiliar to Ancestor Lu and Neza sounded in everyone's ears, if you want to find someone, find me. Li Cheng's sudden appearance made Ancestor Lu and Neza very vigilant, especially Neza. Li Cheng's aura was clearly the aura of the expert that made him so fearful when he first met Yang Chen. Now, he finally saw the real person. It's you. Neza shouted in a low voice. Why? Do you know him? Ancestor Lu turned to look at Neza and asked. If it wasn't for his aura that made me fearful back then, I would have killed Yang Chen long ago. Neza wasn't afraid of letting Ancestor Lu know that he was injured, so he told the truth. Big brother. Yang Chen heard Big Brother Li Cheng's voice, so he stood up and turned over. Yang Chen's wives and concubines also stood up and bowed. Greetings, Big Brother Li. Li Cheng smiled and waved his hand at Yang Chen's family, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. He walked over casually and didn't forget to greet Madame Bai. Madam, long time no see. You're even more beautiful. Big brother? Ancestor Lu's expression suddenly became strange, and he asked Li Cheng, why, he called you big brother? Of course. What's so strange about that? Li Cheng had a smile on his face, and he didn't feel any pressure when facing a top expert like Ancestor Lu or Neza. He naturally sat on the seat that Yang Chen quickly prepared for him and asked, "We've become sworn brothers of the opposite sex in the mortal world. Is there anything wrong with him calling me big brother?" Ha 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 ha. Ancestor Lu suddenly laughed out loud for no reason. He laughed so hard that his body rocked back and forth, and his voice was so loud that it traveled over 1,000 miles. In this space, Ancestor Lu's laughter reverberated almost completely, and no other sounds could be heard. "You're his sworn brother, so you're considered to be of the same generation." Ancestor Lu finally stopped smiling and said to Li Cheng. However, when he spoke, he couldn't help but have a smile that he couldn't suppress. "He calls me senior and has to bow to me. You're his sworn brother of the same generation, so you should bow to me and call me senior, right?" Chapter 2567. Bulsh *T. What shocked Yang Chen and the girls was that even though brother Li Cheng was facing Ancestor Lu Dongbin, he didn't treat him as a junior at all and directly scolded him. Madame Bai's maids' faces changed as soon as he said that. If it weren't for the fact that Li Cheng was familiar with them in the spiritual realm and had a close relationship with Yang Chen, they would definitely attack him immediately. What was even more unexpected was Ancestor Lu. Li Cheng scolded him with Bulsh *T, but he didn't get angry at all. He looked at Li Cheng with a cheeky smile and said, "Seniority is seniority, you can't deny it. F***CK off." Big brother Li Cheng's words challenged everyone's nerves again. However, looking at Ancestor Lu's still laughing and gloating expression, even the stupidest person could see that big brother Li Cheng and Ancestor Lu definitely had a close relationship. This was clearly a joke between old friends. Yang Chen and the others were confused. Brother Li Cheng ascended all the way from the mortal world with them. What did he have to do with Ancestor Lu? If there was a relationship, it should be with Dao Ancestor. Madame Bai's maids also calmed down and quietly watched Ancestor Lu and Li Cheng bicker with a little amusement. This was a rare spectacle. Even Neza watched with relish. "You can't go back on your word. You'd better come and pay your respects to senior." Ancestor Lu was still holding back a smile on his face, but his tone was earnest and well-meaning as he pressured Li Cheng. "Senior my ass, didn't you just live a few more years? Do you really think you're fat?" Of course, brother Li Cheng wouldn't give in so easily. He didn't want to bow to Lu Dongbin as a junior. "H, you won't repent until you see the coffin." Ancestor Lu snorted at Li Cheng, but he no longer paid attention to him, and then turned directly to Yang Chen. "Kid, the pure young true fire that I left in the past, did you accept it?" Ancestor Lu was not so polite when facing Yang Chen, and directly questioned him. "Ah!" Yang Chen was shocked. What did Ancestor Lu mean? What did he mean by the pure young true fire he had left behind back then? "Back then, I had nothing to do in the mortal world, so I used a few names." Patriarch Lu faintly smiled and slowly said, "My name is Lu Yang, and I once used the name Heartless Prosperity. When I sent the peony down to the mortal world, I had nothing to do in the mortal world, so I used a certain fellow's surname. I used my original name and added the character Chang, calling myself Li Yang Chang." Yang Chen's eyes almost popped out. Li Yang Chang, wasn't that the name of the founder of Chunyang Palace? Why did Ancestor Lu use this name before? I knew it. The name sounded familiar when I first heard it. Turns out it's just a trick you played, Neza chimed in. When he heard Yang Chen say that the founder of Chunyang Palace was Li Yang Chang, he felt that he was familiar with the name as if he had heard it somewhere. It turned out that it was the alias of Master LV. I have been lazy all my life. In order to find a few people to serve me, I casually created a small sect to be free and unfettered. I named it Chunyang Palace. There was a playful smile on Ancestor Lu's face, and he suddenly asked, "Do you know why it is called Chunyang?" "Because Senior's Taoist name is Chunyangzi." Yang Chen answered subconsciously, and his mind was already in a mess. The women behind Yang Chen were even more stunned. The small sect Chunyang Palace, which was originally unranked in the mortal world, actually had such a great background. I also left a fire seed of pure young true fire in the secret chamber of the sect. Ancestor Lu continued to say proudly, "It is a fire seed in the style of an oil lamp, and there is also my secret seal on it." You can see it with a stab of pure Yang sword chi. Do you want to give it a try? No, senior. Yang Chen quickly shook his head. Being able to say so many things, it has already shown that Ancestor Lu is not talking nonsense. Moreover, many sect knew about the fire seed of pure Yang true fire, but only the palace master and Yang Chen who really got the fire seed knew about it. It was absolutely not fake. Now Yang Chen remembered what the familiar fire seed was when Ancestor Lu refined the pure Yang immortal sword for Shushanshan. It was simply pure Yang true fire. Still calling him senior? Seeing that Yang Chen had been shocked to this point, Madame Bai couldn't help but remind Yang Chen. Greetings, Ancestral Master. Yang Chen reacted in an instant, and without saying anything, he pushed the golden mountain and jade pillar and directly knelt on the ground and bowed to Ancestor Lu. When Yang Chen bowed, Gaou, Gong Sunling, Zhu Xianying, and Dao Junqi were no exception, and they all bowed to the Ancestral Master at the same time. They were all disciples of Chunyang Palace now, and when they saw the Ancestral Master of Chunyang Palace, how could they not bow to him? The other girls also followed suit. This time, they followed their husband to bow to the Ancestral Master, not some other senior, and they were willing to bow to him. At this moment, there was only one point in Yang Chen's mind. This time, his Ancestral Master was such a powerful existence. As long as his identity was revealed, Chunyang Palace could completely do whatever it wanted in the immortal world. Neza was already stunned. After so many years with Yang Chen, he also knew from Yang Chen what a giant Chunyang Palace was in the mortal world and the spiritual world. Although it had just started in the immortal world, this would not prevent Chunyang Palace from becoming a giant in the immortal world in the future. He really didn't expect that Lu Niubai would have such an outstanding disciple and grand disciple, who managed a low-level sect to such a world. What made him even more envious was that with the great backing of Chunyang Palace, Lu Dongbin's strength in the immortal world would probably make many people sleepless. Lu Dongbin was already a headache. Not to mention his personal cultivation, his wife had a large group of powerful maids, not to mention that he had a wide circle of friends. With this fierce Chunyang Palace, it was absolutely like adding wings to a tiger. But this was also good. The one who would have a headache would not be Neza, but the guy sitting on the throne of Lingxiao Palace. Ancestor Lu was now enjoying it. The first thing he enjoyed was the worship of Yang Chen and the girls' group of disciples and grand disciples. He didn't expect that Yang Chen could be so outstanding that he could develop the Chunyang Palace that he joked about in the past to such a point. Secondly, Ancestor Lu's eyes were fixed on Li Cheng. From the moment he saw Li Cheng, he discovered Li Cheng's true identity. Therefore, since Li Cheng and Yang Chen were really sworn brothers, he had to really enjoy the feeling of treating Li Cheng as a junior. Li Cheng also didn't expect that Ancestor Lu would have this trick. An unknown Chunyang Palace suddenly became the sect founded by Lu Dongbin. What was more, he didn't expect that Yang Chen and Lu Dongbin would really have this kind of relationship between a grandmaster and a grand disciple. This put Li Cheng in a difficult position. In the face of this old and frivolous Lu Dongbin, should he worship him or not? Chapter 2568. I do. Do you dare to accept? Li Cheng looked at Patriarch Lu's proud face and couldn't help but tease him. This sentence made Patriarch Lu, who was proud just now, suddenly deflate. He said reluctantly, I don't dare. Yang Chen and the others had already finished bowing and stood up under Madame Bai's signal. Listening to Big Brother Li Cheng's words, Yang Chen was even more shocked. What was Li Cheng's identity that made Patriarch Lu so afraid? Idiot. Patriarch Lu looked at Yang Chen and knew what Yang Chen was thinking. He couldn't help but scold him. This little guy was so smart most of the time, why was he so stupid in this kind of thing? But thinking about it, if Yang Chen really knew everything, then this Li Cheng in front of him might not become good friends with Yang Chen, nor might he become sworn brothers with Yang Chen. In the end, this was Yang Chen's great opportunity. Sometimes, even as a patriarch, he was envious. In this world, including the entire 3 realms, who else with the surname Li can make me act like this? Patriarch Lu saw that Yang Chen was still not enlightened, so he directly reminded him. But the old man didn't just say it. He used this form of rhetorical question to let Yang Chen think about it himself. In fact, not only Yang Chen, but Neza was also confused. What Patriarch Lu said just now seemed to be reminding Yang Chen, but it might also be reminding Neza. In the three realms, there weren't many people with the surname Li that could make Patriarch Lu bow down. Dao Ancestor was definitely one, Iron Crutch Li was definitely one, and pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li might not have such high prestige. As for the others, Yang Chen couldn't think of any more. However, Iron Crutch Li had already entered the Immortal Executioner's platform and was beheaded by Yang Chen, so the only possibility left was Dao Ancestor. The problem was that the Dao Ancestor had also entered the Immortal Slaying platform and was also beheaded by Yang Chen. Who was this big brother Li Cheng in front of him? The Dao Ancestor's personal disciple was definitely not one of them. A Dao Ancestor could make Patriarch Lu feel fear and respect for a Dao Ancestor, but a Dao Ancestor's disciple could not possibly have such high prestige to make Patriarch Lu lower his head. Could it be that big brother Li Cheng was a Dao father? Three Purities' secret art. Yang Chen's mind has never been so clear, and he suddenly thought of the key. I have also cultivated the Three Purities' secret art. If I am beheaded now, will I die? The answer was no. Although Yang Chen did not find two bodies to cultivate the split divine sense and did not use the one chi turning three pure ones, when his first divine sense split, Yang Chen still sent the divine sense seed to the immortal body in the mortal world. Once Yang Chen's body died, the spiritual consciousness seed in that immortal body would germinate and grow into another Yang Chen. How could the Dao Ancestor not do something that Yang Chen could do? At this time, a lot of things could be explained. Why did Yang Chen feel that big brother Li Cheng had an immortal aura when he first saw him in the demon continent? Obviously, big brother Li Cheng already had an immortal body at that time. Similarly, after so many years, Yang Chen had never seen big brother Li Cheng cross any powerful heavenly tribulation. This was also explained. The immortal body had already passed all the heavenly tribulations, so every time it was just a normal heavenly tribulation. Just like the celestial immortal tribulation that Yang Chen's family experienced when they ascended from the spiritual world, they had already experienced it in the mountain river geographical map, so when they ascended, it was just a matter of time. Knowing the situation of the big shot, knowing that the big shot had made a mistake, and even knowing the starting point. The abnormality that big brother Li Cheng showed many times, which Yang Chen could not explain before, could only be attributed to the Dao Ancestor's personal disciple, but now there were more explanations. He even knew the order of killing immortals in the immortal beheading stage, and swaggered away the Dao Ancestor's Chenyuan pill. Didn't this explain a lot of things? The immortal beheading stage was refined by the Dao Ancestor himself, who was more familiar with it than him. Now, even when Yang Chen wanted to refine the entrance of the immortal beheading stage for the first time, he was scolded by big brother Li Cheng for overestimating himself. Didn't big brother also help him find a way to refine the entrance of the immortal beheading stage with the Bailing battle armor in the mortal world? As long as he admitted the new identity of big brother Li Cheng, all the doubts and abnormalities would be solved. Big brother, Dao Ancestor? When Yang Chen faced big brother Li Cheng again, he was not so calm, because big brother Li Cheng's identity was too shocking. Yes. Big brother Li Cheng, no, Dao Ancestor, nodded, sat on the spot, and habitually tapped the table with his finger. Behind him, Sun Qingxue immediately served wine. Sit. What are you looking at? Are you waiting for me to treat you? Patriarch Lu was still complacent, and Neza was also shocked. He was awakened by the sound of Dao Ancestor tapping the table and walked over. Patriarch Lu still had a smile on his face, and looked very happy. He sat on Patriarch Lu's left hand without hesitation. Great God Neza restrained himself a little and sat next to Dao Ancestor's right hand obediently. You sit too. Dao Ancestor pointed to the opposite side. Yang Chen was overjoyed and sat opposite him happily. Now, the four of them sat in four directions, and a table of mahjong was full. Knowing the identity of the Dao Ancestor and knowing the identity of Lu Zhu, a group of concubines, under the command of Gong Sun Ling, quickly made a table of palace dishes and sent them to the table. Everyone was very excited. Everyone was very clear about one thing. With the support of Dao Ancestor and Patriarch Lu, even if they poked a hole in the sky in the future, they would be protected. A great future was in front of them. Was there anything more exciting than this? Tao Ancestor, Grandmaster, what should we do in the Chunyang Palace in the future? Please ask. Yang Chen was the happiest one. Now that the patriarch had appeared, the sect finally had a backbone, and he didn't need to worry about it alone. Do what needs to be done. Patriarch Lu threw a sentence at Yang Chen in annoyance. Do you think I will run a sect for fun? You have done a good job all these years. Just continue. It's more than just good. Tao Ancestor took over the conversation and suppressed Patriarch Lu. They are the ones who worked hard. If they relied on you, an unreliable patriarch, who knows how many times the sect would have been destroyed. That's because my disciples and grand-disciples worked hard. Don't be jealous. Speaking of this, Patriarch Lu became more and more proud. Chunyang Palace didn't rely on his name as the patriarch to conquer the world. To be able to develop to such a scale, Yang Chen and the others really worked hard for him. Speaking of your disciples and grand-disciples, this junior of yours is exactly the same as you. Tao Ancestor couldn't help but start to complain. Wine, women, avarice, and temper are all not lacking. Every one of them is better than the master. It seems that the ancient saying is right. If you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same family. The juniors and grandchildren are like me, and they even carry forward the advantages of an old man. I can't be more happy. Patriarch Lu laughed out loud. If you are envious, go find your own suitable disciples. Don't be jealous. Chapter 2569. After teasing for a while, the Tao Ancestor asked about Ancestor Lu's whereabouts after the Heavenly Court's rebellion. Yang Chen and the Tao Ancestor knew Neza's whereabouts, so they didn't hear much. However, Ancestor Lu's uncertain whereabouts made people very curious. Ancestor Lu was able to send Madame Bai down to the spiritual realm tens of thousands of years ago, so he was obviously mentally prepared for this change. However, his whereabouts were indeed very surprising. Everyone had always thought that he was hiding somewhere in the immortal world, but they did not expect that until Tao Ancestor Yang Chen ascended to the spiritual world, he was simply living in the spiritual world. In terms of combat power, Ancestor Lu was definitely in the top 10 in the entire immortal realm. But in terms of laziness and idleness, Ancestor Lu was definitely in the top 10. However, it wasn't that Ancestor Lu was lazy in the spiritual realm, but that he was also tracking down the source of the three realms' instability. He wasn't like the Tao Ancestor, who knew that some big shot forcibly changed the order of the three realms, causing the accumulated chaos. By the time he figured it out, the Heavenly Court's rebellion had already been completed. Ancestor Lu also discovered the Zhao family's arrangement in the spiritual realm. However, in order to let Madame Bai get merit, Ancestor Lu deliberately didn't do anything. He let go of the opportunity and left it for Madame Bai to wake up later. As for letting Madame Bai sleep in the tomb, it was for the same reason as Yang Chen back then. Absorbing some qi of the earth vein was very beneficial to Madame Bai, who had the wood attribute. In the end, he didn't expect that the Tao Ancestor and Yang Chen would intervene and get a lot of merit for nothing. After ascending to the immortal realm, Ancestor Lu was too lazy to care about these disagreements in the new Heavenly Court. So during these days in the immortal realm, he wandered around like a wild crane, treating it as a tour in the immortal realm. Of course, he didn't forget to look for something that interested him while traveling. Some cultivators in the immortal realm are very interesting. Ancestor LV slowly said what he had discovered. I guess they are the Zhao family that you mentioned. If there's a chance, go take care of them. Yang Chen reminded Ancestor Lu tactfully. Ancestor Lu did not really discover the base of the Zhao family in the immortal world. Those cultivators were just the peripheral members of the Zhao family. It was not worth beating the grass and startling the snake now, especially when a large number of masters of the Chunyang Palace had not yet ascended, and their strength was still very weak. After listening to Ancestor Lu's story, Neza was finally convinced. He had been besieged by thousands of experts, beaten to death, and ended up in such a miserable state. But look at the Taoist Ancestor and Ancestor Lu. One of them faked his death and easily arrived in the mortal world, while the other had long made arrangements for his wife to seize merit. They had made preparations in advance, and were much more brilliant than him, who only discovered and resisted at the last moment. I see that you have a lot of questions. Since everyone is in a good mood, ask as much as you want. The Tao ancestor saw that Yang Chen wanted to say something but hesitated. He said happily, I will definitely answer everything that I can. Tao ancestor. Yang Chen said happily, but just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the Tao ancestor. We're sworn brothers. Just call me Big Brother. The Tao ancestor still had the same temper as Big Brother Li Cheng, which made Yang Chen feel very comfortable and excited. The Tao ancestor still recognized him as his little brother. Just his identity as the Tao ancestor's little brother was enough for Yang Chen to be unobstructed in the three realms. Big Brother. Yang Chen called out, then carefully asked, since you knew that the heavenly court would rebel, why were you still willing to go to the immortal slaying platform? Why did you end my life? Actually, not only Yang Chen, but even Ancestor Lu and Neza wanted to know. Others might not know the Tao ancestor's abilities, but how could they not know? There was only one reason why the heavenly court's rebels could succeed, and that was because the Tao ancestor went easy on them. But why? That was not something they could know. The heavenly court has indeed reached the point where it has to change. The Tao ancestor sighed and said, Yang Chen, you might not know, but the two of you should know. Can the lifeless heavenly courts in the past still give you a sense of belonging? Ancestor Lu and Neza looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. What a joke. If they could have a sense of belonging, they would not have not pursued the rebels of the new heavenly courts. Neza might have said that he was not strong enough, but Ancestor Lu was unharmed. He did not do anything to the new heavenly courts. Even so, the Tao ancestor still did not say the reason why he was willing to sacrifice his life. If I don't enter the immortal slaying platform, do you think those little fellows can live peacefully? The Tao ancestor sighed and returned to the most important question. This was really a helpless reason, and even Yang Chen was very much in favor of it. If he were the new Jade Emperor and knew that the Tao ancestor was safe and sound, he would definitely not dare to ascend the throne. In addition, if you want to completely solve the problem of imbalance in the three realms, you can only start from the mortal world, the Tao ancestor continued. However, that reason was not enough for him to kill his main body. The Tao ancestor was concerned about a bigger matter. If I go to the mortal world directly, I'm afraid the problem of the imbalance in the three realms will be even greater. So, I used a simple method. You, an unreliable ancestor, have caused so much trouble. You have also cultivated the three purities art. Do you know what I mean? Of course, Yang Chen understood that the Tao ancestor must have left a consciousness seed in the mortal world back then. Once his main body died, the consciousness seed would immediately revive. However, what Yang Chen did not understand was that according to his understanding, once his main body died, the resurrected seed would only remember what happened when the seed was planted. It would not know what happened after. How did the Tao ancestor know everything? You will be able to do it after you cultivate the three purities art to the highest level. The Tao ancestor seemed to see through Yang Chen's doubts and explained directly, at that time, you can transfer all the memories before your main body's death to the consciousness seed. So that's how it is. Yang Chen nodded as if he was suddenly enlightened. He looked up and saw Ancestor Lu and Neza's dumbfounded expressions. You actually taught him the three purities art on the immortal slaying platform? If he hadn't heard the Tao ancestor personally instructing Yang Chen now, Ancestor Lu would have thought that he was listening to a fantasy story. Neza also had an expression of disbelief. The Tao ancestor actually passed all his trump cards to Yang Chen. Thinking about it, fortunately, he was suppressed by the aura of the Tao ancestor and did not dare to kill Yang Chen. Otherwise, it was estimated that he would not even have the chance to sit here. That was the Tao ancestor. Although he was feared in the immortal world, it was not much different if the Tao ancestor wanted to deal with him. Ancestor Lu and Neza were now very clear about the weight of Yang Chen in the heart of the Tao ancestor. Being able to pass down the three purities art basically meant that Yang Chen was the personal disciple in the heart of the Tao ancestor. In particular, this was a secret technique passed down in the case of Yang Chen's own refusal, which was even more surprising. Whether Yang Chen admitted it or not, this relationship was already a fact and could not be changed. This was the reason why Ancestor Lu and Neza were surprised. "Brat, you are so lucky." Even Ancestor Lu had to laugh and scold enviously. Chapter 2570. Ancestor Lu and Yang Chen had the relationship of a grandmaster and a disciple of the younger generation. Therefore, only he and the Tao ancestor could scold Yang Chen. God Neza did not dare to underestimate Yang Chen easily. In addition, after the seed of the three purities incantation is revived, I will no longer have my divine senses split when I cultivate the three purities incantation. The Tao ancestor was clearly guiding Yang Chen's disciple in cultivation. Therefore, I can't use many cultivation techniques that can be activated by the three purities incantation in the past, including the technique to refine space. Yang Chen understood a lot more. Although the Tao ancestor had said that he could not be bothered to do it and asked Yang Chen to do it for him, that might be the real core reason. Since I met someone with excellent aptitude and comprehension on the immortal slaying platform, why do I have to work so hard to nurture another successor? The Tao ancestor seemed to have seen through everything. His words made Yang Chen speechless about the Tao ancestor's choice. You don't know how impressive this kid is in the immortal slaying platform. The Tao ancestor said to Ancestor Lu and Neza, almost all the elders of the heavenly courts who entered later left him many secrets. If he doesn't become a cultivation expert and a super rich person after he comes out, he will be sorry for these secrets. Ancestor Lu and Neza immediately flashed in front of their eyes. Not long ago, when Yang Chen prepared the materials for Ancestor Lu, the dense high-level materials that covered hundreds of miles, they all nodded as if they had a tacit understanding. In terms of wealth, Yang Chen was definitely in the top 10 of the immortal world. Brother, what should I do next? The previous origins and puzzlement were now clear. Yang Chen did not ask anymore. Instead, he asked about his future plans. The ancestral master said that he did not care, but he had to ask the Tao ancestor. Do what you have to do. The Tao ancestor waved his hand and said, aren't you going to use the barrier dispelling pill to open the situation in the Wanbao Tower? Just continue. By the way, now that you have a grandmaster, if there's anything in the sect, of course you have to look for your grandmaster. The Tao ancestor looked at Ancestor Lu and said with a smile, in a few days, I will go find an old friend. As for the matters here, let your patriarch take care of it. It's my duty. Ancestor Lu readily agreed. This sect was originally created by him as a joke. Now that the younger generation of disciples had made a name for themselves, he, as the founder of the sect, would also be proud. Moreover, he would be able to help him, so why not? By the way, can you tell me now which is the Real Gate of Chunyang Palace in your mind? It was Neza who asked the question. This question had been on his mind for a long time, but Yang Chen had always used the reason that his cultivation was not strong enough to answer. Now that there was Patriarch Lu's family and the Tao ancestor, he believed that it was enough without Yang Zhen's strength. Neza also took the opportunity to ask. Since it was related to Chunyang Palace, Ancestor Lu's attention was immediately attracted. To be honest, Chunyang Palace had developed well in the mortal world and the spiritual realm, but it had just started in the immortal realm. The stall in front of them could barely be regarded as a place to settle down, but it was still far from satisfying Ancestor Lu. Hearing that there was a Real Gate, Ancestor Lu also turned to Yang Chen and waited for Yang Chen's answer. Not only Ancestor Lu, but also Madame Bai, even the Tao ancestor and Yang Chen's wives and concubines were very curious about this. Actually, my idea of the gate of Chunyang Palace was hinted by the Zhao family. Yang Chen saw that everyone was interested, and now it seemed that he was actually somewhat mature, so he no longer hid it and slowly said, you all know that the Zhao family villa in the mortal world is on the back of Longxian. Not to mention that it is erratic, ordinary cultivators can't resist a blow from Longxian at all. This is an extremely genius idea, but it is very difficult to realize. Yang Chen was not stingy with his praise for the Zhao family villa. It was indeed a stroke of genius. So you also have this style in Chunyang Palace in the spiritual realm? The Tao ancestor was very clear about the details of Chunyang Palace in the spiritual realm, so he interrupted and asked. Yes. Yang Chen nodded and admitted, the Earth Dragon's cultivation is strong enough, but his intelligence is not enough. If he ascends to the immortal realm, he will only end up being enslaved. It is better to stay in the spiritual realm and be the mobile core gate of Chunyang Palace. There are also countless disciples of Chunyang Palace who respect him. Ancestor Lu did not know this, but he also listened with great interest. Gao Yu, who was next to him, knew that Ancestor Lu did not know the details of Senior Earth Dragon, so she also explained it to Ancestor Lu in a low voice, and even let Neza on the opposite side understand. Hearing that the core gate of Chunyang Palace in the spiritual realm turned out to be in the belly of a great demon Earth Dragon at the peak of Golden Immortal, even Ancestor Lu, who had experienced many big scenes, was really shocked by Yang Chen's generosity. That was to say, Chunyang Palace did not want to dominate. Otherwise, this Earth Dragon alone would be enough to wipe out most of the sect in the spiritual realm. Since the spiritual realm was so generous, wouldn't the arrangement in the immortal realm be more exciting? Now Ancestor Lu began to understand why Neza was so anxious to know Yang Chen's arrangement in the immortal realm. Somewhere in the immortal realm, there is a very powerful great demon. Yang Chen did not keep them guessing. After Ancestor Lu and Neza knew about the arrangement in the spiritual realm, he said slowly, now it is just a Kuan, but in a few thousand years, it can turn into a Peng. Yang Chen's words were understated. For those who did not know, it was just a great demon. It was estimated that Yang Chen also wanted to arrange the core gate in the great demon or in the body of the great demon. It was not surprising. It was nothing more than a great demon's body being big enough to accommodate many practitioners. Listening to the ears of these people in front of them, Yang Chen's words were like thunder. Kuan Peng was more than a great demon. It was okay when it was a Kuan, but when it turned into a Peng, it was not only powerful, but if it wanted to run, no practitioner could catch up with it. If Kuan Peng could become the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace, ordinary innumerable tribulation true immortals would not even have a chance to get close to it. The sect would be absolutely safe. Both Kuan Peng and Peng were big enough. It was said that a place on the back of a Peng without feathers had a radius of 19,000 miles, so one could imagine how huge its body was. On Kuan Peng, a sect was absolutely more than enough. The only thing to worry about was how to subdue Kuan Peng and make it willingly serve as the mountain gate. In particular, he could not let Kuan Peng be resentful in the future. Otherwise, if a sect was placed on him, it would be a disaster. Now Neza finally understood why Yang Chen said that their cultivation was not enough, and they needed at least 3 people, including Ancestor Lu, Yang Jian, and Neza. If it was really a powerful Kuan Peng, the 3 of them might not have a chance. Fortunately, there was one more Dao ancestor, which made everyone see the possibility of success. Chapter 2571. Why are you looking at me? Dao ancestor asked in confusion when he saw everyone's eager eyes focused on him. Then he laughed and said, "Don't tell me you want me to take action." Yang Chen, Ancestor Lu, and Neza nodded at the same time. They had the same idea. This isn't my sect, and I'm not some bullshit patriarch. Why should I do anything? The Dao ancestor looked at Patriarch Lu with a grin. He didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything. Neza and Ancestor Lu had never seen such an image of Dao ancestor, so they were stunned. If Dao ancestor did not take action, the 2 of them might not be able to deal with a Kuan. Although Dao ancestor and Neza's combat power ranked in the top 10 in the immortal realm, sometimes the combat power of some big demons could not be described by ordinary cultivation levels. Although the immortal realm was big, there were still many places that were barren. It was hard to guarantee that there was a powerful guy who could easily kill an innumerable tribulation true immortal in a second in a corner. Although listening to Yang Chen's choice of the location of the core mountain gate was really delightful, but when it was really achieved, it was extremely difficult. And what the Dao ancestor said was also very reasonable. He and Yang Chen had a purely personal relationship, but this was the official business of the Pure Yang Palace. There was Ancestor Lu, the ancestor, so it was not the turn of others to take the initiative. It was not that they could not take action at all, but since it was official business, there was no reason to take action based on friendship. There must be enough benefits. From this point of view, not only Dao ancestor did not have a reason to take action, but even Neza did not have a reason to take action after Ancestor Lu appeared. It's a good idea to put the core mountain gate on the back of the kuan, Ancestor Lu said thoughtfully, but it's a little too difficult. It was even more impossible for Ancestor Lu to subdue a kuan that was about to turn into a kuan, even with Madame Bai's help. If you can deal with that three-eyed guy, you might have a chance, Neza suggested heartlessly at the side. He had no reason to take action, but facing such a strong enemy, Neza was itching to take action. However, he was not stupid enough to face a strong enemy alone. Of course, he would drag Yang Jian down with him. LV Zhu nodded and did not dwell on this issue. However, Yang Chen still reminded them in time to be careful of the Zhao family when necessary. They hadn't found any trace of the Zhao family in the celestial world. Even though the spirit world was in chaos, the Zhao family hadn't jumped out. This was very unusual. Just this point alone was enough to make people vigilant. This old man is going to leave for a while to find a few acquaintances. After the Dao ancestor finished eating and chatting with the three of them, he stood up and wiped his mouth. Without saying anything else, he bade farewell. Yang Chen hurriedly sent him off, but the Dao ancestor waved his hand to indicate that there was no need. His figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only a voice that made Ancestor Lu not know whether to laugh or cry. Ancestor, you haven't given us a greeting gift. This was obviously to help Yang Chen and the girls ask for the benefits that Ancestor Lu didn't fulfill just now. Yang Chen was happy in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He still looked respectful, which made Ancestor Lu feel embarrassed. Neza also joined in the fun. He was forced by Ancestor Lu to give the girls a greeting gift, so he naturally wouldn't let Ancestor Lu go easily. Neza still had an excuse to delay because of his injury, but Ancestor Lu had no excuse at all. If he didn't take it out now, he wouldn't be able to show his face in front of Neza. Ancestor Lu was generous. He wasn't a loner like Neza, who couldn't take out anything good other than his strongest few Dharma treasures. Just as the Dao ancestor said, Ancestor Lu, who didn't lack wine, women, avarice, and temper, even if he wasn't as rich as Yang Chen, he could definitely take out a lot of things, and all of them were fine. Each of the girls had a material that was most suitable for their spiritual root attribute that could be integrated into their natal Dharma treasure, and a set of unique refining method to improve their natal Dharma treasure. Gaou, Gong Sunling, Zhu Xianying, and Dao Junki were now disciples of Chunyang Palace, so the four of them had one more material than the other girls. As for Yang Chen, he didn't get anything, because he already had enough things. However, Ancestor Lu personally helped Yang Chen to integrate the Great Yin Yang 5 Elements flying sword into one. With Ancestor Lu's cultivation, it saved him at least thousands of years of hard work compared to Yang Chen's personal refining. Before refining, Ancestor Lu, Neza, and Yang Chen discussed the overall feasibility. In line with Neza's opinion, Ancestor Lu also felt that the Great Yin Yang 5 Elements flying sword's power was indeed scattered when separated, so it was more suitable to refine it into one. Of course, even Ancestor Lu had never encountered such a situation where every flying sword was a fine product but had to be integrated. If he didn't have the natal flying sword that he had used for his whole life, he might really be jealous and take one or two of them for himself. However, it was the first time that Yang Chen revealed his Great Yin Yang 5 Elements flying sword in front of outsiders. The girls didn't mention it, Ancestor Lu didn't mention it, but Madame Bai admired every flying sword of Yang Chen, especially the two flying swords of wood attribute. Her eyes were shining and she nodded repeatedly. Yang Chen directly presented a medicine garden full of all kinds of rare plants to the Grandmaster's wife, which made Madame Bai speechless and satisfied. Ancestor Lu was also very concerned about this younger generation disciple and he personally integrated and refined it. This time, he tried his best. In order to avoid his own aura from contaminating Yang Chen's natal magic weapon, Ancestor Lu and Yang Chen and Neza thought of many ways before finally adopting a means that Yang Chen had never thought of before. Xiao Tian was Yang Chen's monster pet. This was the kind of life and death contract. Therefore, it could be said that Xiao Tian's aura and Yang Chen's aura were the same and would not affect each other. All the refining work of Ancestor Lu was carried out through Xiao Tian. Only Xiao Tian, this Yazi, could do this. If it was replaced by any other monster pet, it would be impossible to achieve it perfectly. It must be said that Yang Chen discovered that Xiao Tian had Yazi blood in the mortal world and could recognize it. It was indeed the result of luck and strength. This method was quite laborious for Ancestor Lu. Ancestor Lu spent 100% of his strength, but he could only achieve 50% of the effect, but for Yang Chen, it was perfect. The magic weapon refined by Xiao Tian was exactly the same as the one refined by Yang Chen. There was no such thing as a life source magic weapon being contaminated. However, this loss was not an obstacle at all for Ancestor Lu. He was willing to pay for his outstanding disciple. Yang Chen did this for Chunyang Palace, which was worthy of Ancestor Lu's reward. Chapter 2572. The return of Ancestor Lu meant that the Pure Yang Palace was no longer a soft persimmon that could be kneaded by others. The most obvious external manifestation was the sudden appearance of thousands of tribulation true immortals in the Pure Yang Palace. They were all beautiful women with wood properties. Their cultivations were average, and they were all tribulation true immortals. Moreover, they were not rookies who had just entered the tribulation true immortal realm. They were all veterans. The appearance of this group of female disciples shocked all the sect that paid attention to Chunyang Palace. Just when everyone was wondering what Chunyang Palace was going to do, another piece of news came out that these women had once appeared in the spiritual realm. Of course, this was the internal news of each supersect, and the outside world did not know about it. The leaders of each sect who had obtained this information immediately became busy and began to seek confirmation. These tribulation true immortals were, of course, Madame Bai's maids. Some of them had appeared in Samsara Valley and Dongxian sect to support Hua Xing and Hu Yuxian at that time. Both sect knew about the existence of these female experts. At that time, almost all the sect knew that there was a team of Xian immortals in Chunyang Palace, and all of them were women. However, no one expected that the cultivation of these women was not at the Xian immortal realm, but at the tribulation true immortal realm. Wuji Demon School knew more about this. Elder Shu from Wuji Demon School recognized that Madame Bai's veil was made by Ancestor Lu, so he was sure that Madame Bai must have a deep relationship with Ancestor Lu. Now, Elder Shu's speculation had become reality, or at least half of it had become reality. Those women were all tribulation true immortals, so it was almost certain that they must have a relationship with Ancestor Lu. All the sect were guessing what had happened in the spiritual realm at that time, and why so many experts had sealed their cultivation and descended to the spiritual realm. To be honest, when they first heard the news, all the sect were shocked. With the power in Yang Chen's hands, no one in the spiritual realm could stop him if he wanted to do anything in the spiritual realm. Fortunately, apart from refining the demon realm, Yang Chen did not do anything out of line. After all, Yang Chen had always seemed to know his place in the mortal world. He had never challenged the bottom line of any major sect. Even if there was competition, it was in the open, and there was even room for bargaining. He had never bullied others. With a good reputation, Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen were once again accepted by the major sect, or to a certain extent. At least, the major sects did not immediately break up with him because he suddenly showed his muscles. Instead, they pretended that nothing had happened and observed secretly to see what Chunyang Palace was going to do. Of course, Ancestor Lu did not appear. If Ancestor Lu were to appear, it wouldn't just be the major sects that would panic, but the entire heavenly court. The first auction of the Wanbao Tower held by Chunyang Palace was held as scheduled, and it attracted the attention of all parties. All kinds of rare materials were sold at a good price, but what was more surprising was the auction of the high concentration of devil chi and demon aura. The representatives of the major sect competed fiercely, and they were competing to be the first to bid, which made the practitioners who did not know what was going on think that it was the auction of the sacred jade. Since when did the ordinary devil chi and demon aura become so popular? There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. As Yang Chen sold more prescriptions, the news naturally spread. When no one paid attention to it before, no one would pay attention to it. Now, it was obvious that the devil chi and demon aura were very abnormal, so the prescription of the barrier dispelling pill soon spread throughout the immortal realm. The barrier dispelling pill, which could help people get through the bottleneck of an innumerable tribulation true immortal, had been personally verified by the elixir masters of the major sect. As soon as the news spread, it caused the whole immortal realm to go crazy. The first reaction of the practitioners who failed to buy the prescription was to ask the disciples of the Chunyang Palace where they could buy this kind of elixir. Chunyang Palace responded quickly. After the first auction, they immediately announced that there would be an auction of the barrier-dispelling pill every 10 days. This news alone attracted the innumerable tribulation true immortals from all over the immortal realm. Almost instantly, the Wanbao Tower became one of the most sought-after businesses in the immortal realm. After the auction, it was time for Yang Chen and the major sect to confirm the transaction of the high concentration of devil chi and demon aura. Yang Chen was very straightforward. He directly stated the price for the transaction of the large amount of devil chi and demon aura. After all, the shortage of devil chi and demon aura was not like the shortage of the sacred jade in the past. Therefore, it was impossible for the devil chi and demon aura to be sold according to the auction price. The competition at the auction was just a gesture of the major sect to show respect to Yang Chen. Of course, Yang Chen would not ignore it. Therefore, he immediately got a reward. The devil chi and demon aura of the large amount of devil chi and demon aura could be used to refine 100 barrier-dispelling pills. The devil chi and demon aura of the large amount of devil chi would be traded at 1/3 of the auction price. The major sect could ask for as much as they wanted 1 month in advance, and they would pick up the goods at that time. The price and attitude satisfied all parties, and they immediately placed a large order. In Yang Chen's opinion, the quantity of the order was enough for them to refine at least 10 barrier-dispelling pills for each innumerable tribulation true immortal in the sect. Yang Chen was very satisfied. This was also one of his purposes. The barrier-dispelling pill could be said to be a large amount of consumables that Yang Chen had prepared for the immortal realm in the spiritual realm. Each innumerable tribulation true immortal needed to take it once every 1,000 years. Besides the disciples of the major sect, there were a large number of innumerable tribulation true immortals in the immortal realm. The rest of them were enough to bring continuous benefits to Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. The preparation for the auction and the subsequent transactions took 5 years, and Yang Chen had been operating in the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace for 5 years. If those nominal disciples who joined Chunyang Palace before still had a bit of luck in their hearts and planned to run away at any time when the situation was not good, now they had been completely convinced by Chunyang Palace and were determined to join Chunyang Palace. These nominal disciples were responsible for such chores, and the internal affairs of the sect were handled by Madame Bai's maids. Yang Chen was temporarily the palace master of Chunyang Palace, and the framework of the whole Chunyang Palace was completely set up. Even if the disciples of Chunyang Palace in the spiritual realm would soon ascend to immortality, they would no longer be as embarrassed as before. More than 1,000 innumerable tribulation true immortals had at least made Chunyang Palace a third-rate sect in the immortal realm. It was believed that as time went by, more and more disciples from the spiritual realm would ascend to immortality, and the scale of Chunyang Palace would also increase and grow into a real behemoth. While Chunyang Palace was running normally, Yang Chen was also busy. He needed to refine the integrated Great Yin-Yang 5 Elements flying sword, refine the immortal execution platform, maintain the 3-star alchemy furnace, and treat the injury of Neza. These alone were enough to keep Yang Chen busy. Chapter 2573. Yang Chen didn't know who the Tao ancestor was looking for, but he was sure that it was definitely a big shot. Moreover, it was at least a big shot who was on par with Ancestor Lu and Neza, or even better. After the Tao ancestor left, Ancestor Lu was still fine and seemed to be relatively calm. However, Neza seemed to be a little impatient. He even urged Yang Chen to speed up the process of refining pills and healing his injuries. Yang Chen understood Neza's mentality. Ever since he knew that there was a Kuan, Neza couldn't sit still. Challenging a strong enemy was Neza's greatest pleasure. He was even more interested in it than dealing with those bastards of the new heavenly court. After the Tao ancestor said that the old heavenly court had to be changed, Ancestor Lu and Neza no longer had much interest in these guys of the new heavenly court. Even if there were, they would only find a few powerful people to kill in the future to vent their hatred. However, now that there was a Kuan, Neza's desire to fight was immediately aroused. From what Yang Chen did, He experienced some feelings that were completely different from what he had felt in the past. He needed an intense battle to deepen his understanding. However, no matter how anxious he was, Neza couldn't ignore his injuries. That was why he was a little anxious during this period of time. It was young Chen who noticed that something was wrong. He had a deep conversation with Neza and persuaded Neza to calm down with the principle that more haste, less speed. After comforting Neza, young Chen had no choice but to start worrying about his own ancestor Lu. That was because ancestor Lu was actually very tempted. It was the feeling of an expert meeting his opponent. It was just that he acted calmly, so no one could tell. However, in a few private conversations with young Chen, ancestor Lu showed great interest in the core sect. Young Chen finally knew the true thoughts of his ancestor. Because of this, ancestor Lu was ridiculed by Madame Bai. She ridiculed that he was inferior to Neza and didn't mean what he said. Since the two bosses had such an attitude, young Chen would certainly support it. It was also a great advantage for Chunyang Palace to settle the core mountain gate. At least, young Chen would no longer have to worry about the safety of the sect and could do something he wanted to do. Therefore, young Chen invited ancestor Lu and Neza to have a deep discussion and determined a plan to capture Kuan. Of course, it was just a simple plan without any specific steps. In fact, it was more appropriate to call it a long-term plan. In this plan, ancestor Lu and great god Neza had their own tasks. Neza's purpose was very simple. It was to heal and refine his natal Dharma treasure to increase his combat strength. That was fundamental. If he didn't have the ability to fight, he would just be sending himself to death. Neza accepted this arrangement obediently. Also, Neza had another important mission, which was to get reinforcements. For example, he had mentioned young Jian before. The more masters like him, the better. Ancestor Lu and Neza might not be able to deal with that Kuan. With young Jian, it was just a little more insurance, but they still didn't have the confidence to win. But Neza was also having a headache. Young Chen loved dogs as much as his life. His celestial dog was beheaded by young Chen. How could he reconcile this? But both young Chen and ancestor Lu put this pressure on Neza. Who asked him to have a good relationship with young Jian before? Ancestor Lu's task was also very simple, or it sounded very simple, but it was very difficult to do. It was because ancestor Lu was not injured now. Everything was in the best state, so he was assigned the task of reconnaissance. He wanted to go to the large area designated by young Chen to find the location of Kuan and carefully explore the extent of Kuan's combat strength. This was a dangerous job. If he was not careful and Kuan felt that he was hostile, no matter how strong ancestor Lu was, he was afraid that he would lose a layer of skin. With a clear task, ancestor Lu and Neza both calmed down and began to prepare. Ancestor Lu took Madame Bai and dozens of maids to scout. Under Madame Bai's invitation, all of young Chen's wives and concubines were taken away by Madame Bai. She said that she wanted them to see the world. This was a rare opportunity for the women to broaden their horizons. Especially with Madame Bai's guidance, it was a heaven-sent opportunity for any cultivator. None of the women refused and left with Madame Bai happily. They didn't miss the look of their husband asking them to stay at all. God Neza liked this arrangement very much. Young Chen was good in every aspect. His alchemy skills were not bad, and he respected the elders enough. It was just that he liked to show off the women around him when he had nothing to do. This made Neza, who had been single for a long time, very unhappy. If they were just some ordinary women, Neza would not be so unbalanced. However, any of the women around young Chen was a national beauty. Each of them had their own charm, and each of them had good talents. Their cultivation was also excellent, so Neza could not even say a word of ridicule. Now that all the women around young Chen were taken away, young Chen had no capital to show off. Although the frequency of young Chen's treatment of his wounds would not increase, at least he wouldn't be shocked by the scene of young Chen always having a beautiful woman around him before alchemy. Young Chen's own task was even simpler. To put it bluntly, it was to improve his cultivation. With young Chen's current cultivation of the Golden Immortal Realm, even though Kwa Yi's secret method had entered the third realm and many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were no match for him, But under the situation where there were innumerable tribulation true immortals everywhere, Yang Chen's strength was not enough, let alone facing Kuan Peng. Therefore, improving his strength became an urgent requirement for Yang Chen. Naturally, while improving his strength, Yang Chen couldn't forget to treat Neza's wounds. This was also what he should do. According to LV Zhu and Yang Chen's estimation, this process would take about 300 years. This was necessary. Neza's injuries could not improve by leaps and bounds, unless he could get 1 or 2 9 turns golden elixirs immediately. The problem was, with the relationship between Yang Chen and the major sect, it was not impossible to get the 9 turns golden elixirs. But Neza didn't want to destroy the new understanding that he had obtained with great difficulty. He still had to rely on Yang Chen's most primitive means to recover. In addition to helping Neza recover, Yang Chen also needed to refine the immortal beheading saber and the immortal beheading stage. Without hundreds of years, he didn't even need to think about it. Fortunately, he had the primordial elixir to help him with his cultivation. Otherwise, Yang Chen would definitely worry about how to improve his cultivation in the midst of so many things. The three of them began to get busy, but soon, Yang Chen encountered a new trouble, or it should not be called trouble. The reason was very simple. The barrier-dispelling elixirs sold by Wanbao Tower were sold so fast that a large number of elixirs that Yang Chen had refined before were not enough to sell. Moreover, buyers were still pouring in from everywhere. Under the heavy pressure, Wanbao Tower had to ask Yang Chen to refine elixirs for them. Chapter 2574. Yang Chen hadn't practiced alchemy normally for a long time. After ascending to the immortal realm, Yang Chen had been practicing alchemy in reverse since he discovered the 3-star alchemy furnace. He had been practicing alchemy in reverse, completely releasing the medicinal power to nourish the 3-star alchemy furnace. In the later stage, there was Neza, so he spared no effort to stimulate the medicinal qi in the medicinal materials. He did not restrain it, but released it as much as possible. This method of alchemy was completely the opposite of normal alchemy, but it was extremely good for the maintenance of the alchemy furnace and Neza's injury. This also led to Yang Chen trying to find ways to stimulate the medicinal power in the medicinal materials as much as possible. In the past 100 years, he had almost reached the extreme. For more than 100 years, Yang Chen had not practiced alchemy normally. Suddenly, Wanbao Tower asked him for help. Yang Chen was also a little itchy, so he naturally agreed. Of course, the prescription of the barrier-dispelling pill was definitely given to the medicine hall of Chunyang Palace. There were also alchemists refining it, but compared with the elixirs refined by Master Yang himself, these alchemists were not famous enough. However, when he really started to practice alchemy normally, Yang Chen realized what his reverse alchemy had brought him in the past 100 years. Because he wanted to maximize the medicinal power in the medicinal materials, Yang Chen also tried his best in the process of reverse alchemy. Under what circumstances could the greatest medicinal power of various medicinal materials be stimulated? What kind of fire and what kind of technique should be used? Yang Chen almost did his best to study. When he practiced alchemy normally, everything was reversed. Yang Chen would naturally pay attention to the part of the medicinal power in the process of alchemy. Then, Yang Chen found that there were some places that he had never thought of when he practiced alchemy normally, especially the places where the medicinal power was diffused. It could be greatly improved. This was a surprising discovery, which also made Yang Chen realize that his previous efforts were not in vain. Even when normal alchemy could not improve his alchemy strength, the process of reverse alchemy allowed him to find many places that could continue to improve perfectly. At Yang Chen's alchemy level, if he wanted to go further, it was almost an extravagant hope. Unless his cultivation base was greatly improved and he directly attacked the 9th grade alchemist master, otherwise, the 8th grade alchemist master was already the limit. No matter how hard he tried to study alchemy, he was still stuck in a dead end, and it was likely that he would not be able to get out for the rest of his life. Many of the immortal world's grade 8 pill refinement masters were trapped in this realm, unable to break through no matter what, going around in circles in this realm their entire lives. Countless cultivators were stuck in a dead end when they wanted to break through. In fact, the path of alchemy was the same as the way of alchemy. They also paid attention to a balance between work and rest. In the path of alchemy, they could not break through. Yang Chen was also aware of this problem, so he had not started alchemy since entering the immortal realm, in order to find this feeling for himself. Nourishing the alchemy furnace was a deliberate action after encountering it. Anyway, it was not a formal alchemy, so Yang Chen could play with it however he wanted. After encountering Neza, he had to find ways to disperse the medicinal power in order to increase the healing effect. Unexpectedly, this inadvertent action gave Yang Chen an unexpected surprise. The experience brought by reverse alchemy could be used in normal alchemy. As long as the experience was used in reverse, it could make up for the parts that he did not consider in the past alchemy or the parts that he had never considered. When it came to alchemy, Yang Chen was not only familiar with it, but also had a feeling of being able to use it with ease. Whether it was the fire seed or the medicinal ingredients, whether it was alchemy or the method of alchemy, they were becoming more and more proficient. The barrier dispelling pill was not a very complicated elixir. It was just that the high concentration of devil chi and demon chi was difficult to find, and it was also difficult to deal with. After all, it was also a great challenge for the alchemists to affect the concentration of the true immortal chi in the innumerable tribulation true immortal chi. Therefore, so far, except for Yang Chen, only the 9th level alchemists in each sect could refine it. Ordinary alchemists could not bear such high concentration of devil chi and demon chi at all. However, these troubles were not troubles for Yang Chen at all. The concentration of devil chi and demon chi used by the alchemists in each sect was a bit lower than that used by Yang Chen, unlike Yang Chen, who directly used solid magic crystals and demon crystals to refine. The medicinal ingredients were of high quality, and Yang Chen's alchemy technique was getting better and better, so the effect of this batch of barrier dispelling pills was surprisingly good. This good effect was not the same as the 9 turns barrier dispelling golden elixir made by the 9th level alchemists, which almost made the user die. Instead, it was a great improvement to the user's mental state during the tempering of the inner demon. When the user could overcome the inner demon brought by the barrier dispelling pill, it meant that a small bottleneck had been overcome. After that, it would be a smooth journey until the next bottleneck arrived. Yang Chen couldn't stop alchemy from the beginning until he was addicted to it. When Yang Chen finally had his fill, he had refined almost tens of thousands of barrier dispelling pills. It seems that your alchemy level has improved again. When Yang Chen was refining elixirs, Neza had been watching. Even though he had not seen the scene of Yang Chen refining elixirs before, Neza had eaten the elixirs refined by Yang Chen. With Neza's eyesight, he could still see the level of elixirs refined by Yang Chen. I was lucky. Yang Chen was not modest in front of Neza and directly admitted it. However, Neza was not an alchemist, so there was no need to tell him too much about alchemy. Have you ever thought about what you would do if Yang Chen was not willing to let you go? Neza's original intention was not to discuss the problem of alchemy with Yang Chen, but to think about how to hook up with Yang Chen. This was a big problem. Yang Chen was definitely not a good-tempered person. If he was forced into a corner, he would even dare to challenge his uncle, the Jade Emperor. He was even more powerful than Neza, who chased after his own father. Yang Chen loved his dog as much as his life. In the face of Yang Chen, who was his enemy, Neza really did not know how he would deal with it. For every injustice, there is a perpetrator. For every debt, there is a debtor. This was the first time that Yang Chen said these words not before killing someone. We all know who the real enemy is. If Yang Chen really wants to hold on to this matter, I'm afraid I can only choose to resist. I can't just wash my neck and stretch it out, right? Yes. Neza could not let Yang Chen take the initiative to think about it, so he did not mention this question anymore. He changed the topic and asked, if I know where the old guy's pagoda is, what do you think I should do with it after I succeed? Chapter 2575. The Old Guy's Pagoda. Yang Chen immediately knew it was Heavenly King Li's wishful pagoda. The Zhao family had tried to tempt Yang Chen with this before. They'd wanted to trade for the map, but Yang Chen had rejected them. Later, he'd met Neza. Yang Chen had told Neza about the news. At the time, Neza had been severely injured. He hated the Zhao family to the core, but there was nothing he could do. Now that he'd suddenly mentioned this, It seemed like he wanted to slowly train by killing. Heavenly King Li's pagoda was probably the only powerful artifact that could counter Neza. Or rather, it was able to counter Neza's treasures when his cultivation was lower than Neza's. Heavenly King Li had relied on this pagoda to subdue Neza. Otherwise, Heavenly King Li would have died a long time ago. Was there a need to ask what to do with the pagoda? Yang Chen answered without hesitation, "If we can destroy it, of course we'll destroy it." Oh! Neza looked at Yang Chen in surprise. He suddenly smiled and asked, "What? You don't want it?" "Yes. I want it to death." Yang Chen answered honestly. After spending so many years with Neza, Yang Chen knew Neza's temper. Sometimes, he wouldn't dislike the truth. If he tried to suck up to him, Neza wouldn't like it. This was why Yang Chen had told the truth all those years ago that he had a group of dragon friends. Even if Neza hated the dragons, he wouldn't vent his anger on Yang Chen. Who wouldn't want Heavenly King Li's pagoda? If he asked himself honestly, he would be a fool not to want it. Perhaps experts at the level of Dao ancestors and Ancestor Lu might not be able to catch their eye, but when things were delivered to their doorstep, they might not refuse. But would Yang Chen dare to take it? However, this artifact was a little sensitive. Although Yang Chen had told the truth, he was still a little worried. After all, he was Neza's nemesis. With that pagoda, he could almost survive under Neza's hands. He could even threaten Neza. It was understandable if Neza misunderstood. "Since that's the case, it will belong to you after we get it." To Yang Chen's surprise, Neza gave the ownership of the pagoda to Yang Chen without any warning, which made Yang Chen confused for a while. "Belong to me?" Yang Chen couldn't believe his ears. Did Neza really say that? Is he testing me by giving me the only Dharma treasure that can counter Neza? Of course. Neza nodded seriously. "It's just a magic treasure that I can't use." "Why not give it to you?" "I want to know, if you obtain the pagoda, what will you do with it?" "Are you serious?" Yang Chen could not help but ask Neza for confirmation. Seeing that Neza nodded seriously again, Yang Chen dared to believe that Neza really wanted to give him the pagoda. Although Yang Chen still did not know where the pagoda was, Neza's words meant that he was 90% sure. Why? Even if Neza was not serious and joking, Yang Chen did not dare to ignore it. What's more, Neza was so serious. Was there any unknown reason? "Why do you think?" Neza suddenly raised his voice and shouted at Yang Chen, "Because there's a shameless cowardly man who does all kinds of things. He lied to me and insisted on giving his disciples a gift." "Why do you think?" It turned out to be like this. Yang Chen was relieved. It turned out that it was Ancestor Lu who gave him the honor. At that time, when Ancestor Lu promised to give a gift to Neza, Yang Chen was also present. This reason made people feel relieved. A smile immediately appeared on Yang Chen's face. "In that case, I will accept it." "Thank you, Senior. Ha ha ha." Yang Chen's face immediately bloomed with a smile, and he agreed without hesitation, as if Neza could already take out the pagoda at this moment. "You're so shameless. You've really inherited the teachings of your shameless cowardly ancestor." Neza looked at Yang Chen with disdain and teased, "As soon as you heard that you want to give me a gift, you immediately called me Senior and Senior. You're very practical. You flatter me." Yang Chen didn't fall out with Neza because he said that he and Ancestor Lu were shameless. Instead, his face was full of smiles. "I only learned a little bit from my ancestor, and I dare not say that I inherited it." "You flatter me. Is this pagoda for me alone or for our whole family? What do you think?" Neza was speechless by Yang Chen for a long time. He pointed at Yang Chen and did not know what to say. After a while, he said bitterly, "Sure enough, like ancestor, like younger generation. Jackals of the same tribe." After a pause to calm down, he asked, still the same question, "What are you going to do with it?" "I plan to absorb the fire seed in the pagoda myself, and then give the pagoda to Xiao Tian to refine." Since this was a gift from Neza and not a trap, then Yang Chen could say it according to his own ideas without hiding it. "You also know that my hobby is to absorb the fire seeds. As for the pagoda, Xiao Tian has already integrated 2 dragon pagodas. I think he doesn't mind integrating another powerful pagoda. As long as Xiao Tian appeared, he would bring the dragon pagoda with him. Neza was very clear about this. Neza's hatred for the dragon race gave him a deep understanding of the dragon race. The dragon pagoda on Xiao Tian's tail was obviously not ordinary, and it was not the same style. Neza did not ask before, but now Yang Chen said the answer himself. It was because of the integration of 2 dragon pagodas. Moreover, Yang Chen did not hide that if he got Li Tian's pagoda, he would let Xiao Tian integrate and refine it. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Neza was stunned. He did not expect Yang Chen to not control it himself, but to give it to Xiao Tian. Ordinary cultivators would try to refine the pagoda and then try to control Neza. Only Yang Chen did not care about it. Why? Neza frowned and asked, if someone else got the pagoda, they would definitely do it differently than you. No reason. Yang Chen suddenly sighed and said, because you want to give it to me without thinking. That means I trust you. Neza said with a smile, you don't want to let me down? That's a little interesting. Yang Chen did not deny it, but in the end, he still told the truth. But the more important reason is that maybe the legend we heard before was wrong. The pagoda is not as powerful as we thought. Why do you think so? Neza was interested and asked while touching his chin. Chapter 2576. If that pagoda is really that powerful and can trap you, how did you get the chance to kill a few thousand experts and escape to the immortal slaying platform? Yang Chen smiled. You were probably sent into the immortal slaying platform a long time ago. You didn't sneak in. What's there to be suspicious about? Neza snorted. Don't you know what level of cultivation you need to be to use this pagoda normally? Do you think any cultivator can use it? That's exactly why there's a problem. Yang Chen answered without even thinking. The person who captured Heavenly King Li alive must have a higher cultivation than him, right? Heavenly King Li was sent into the immortal slaying platform alive, which meant he was captured alive. Just as Yang Chen said, the person who captured Heavenly King Li alive must have a higher cultivation than him, so they could definitely use his pagoda. If they still couldn't capture Neza, it would be strange if there wasn't a problem. By the time they thought of using the pagoda to deal with me, they wouldn't be able to find me. Neza snorted disdainfully. It's better to hope that a bunch of scheming fellows can unite against a common enemy at the first moment than to hope that the Jade Emperor is more powerful than me and the Three-Eyed Man in a one-on-one fight. This time, Yang Chen had nothing to say. He could only listen to Neza in silence. It seemed like Neza was in the mood to talk, so there was no harm in listening. This level of gossip wasn't easy to hear. Actually, you guessed correctly. Neza praised Yang Chen in the end. That pagoda doesn't mean anything to me. It's even more ridiculous that it can restrain me. Even if the old man used his full strength, he could only block my fire-tipped spear at most. Although Yang Chen had vaguely guessed the truth, he still couldn't believe it when Neza said it himself. His face was full of disbelief. The legends of the immortal world really couldn't stand up to scrutiny. It really was just a legend. Then why is there such a legend? Yang Chen couldn't help but ask. At a time like this, they needed someone to support them so that they could continue the topic and reveal more gossip. If I don't say that, what else can I do? Neza glanced at Yang Chen, seemingly dissatisfied that he couldn't even figure this out. Can I really kill the old guy? At the end of the day, no matter how brutal and violent Neza was, he was not crazy enough to kill his own father. Even though he had already pretended to chase after him, Yang Chen could imagine that Neza had countless opportunities to attack along the way. Not to mention how fast the windfire wheels were. Could Li Jing outrun the windfire wheels? However, the red heavenly silk had the attribute of ignoring space. So what if Li Jing ran fast? If Neza hadn't let him go, would he have been able to escape to that big shot? That big shot probably knew the key to this, so he tactfully took out a pagoda and gave it to Li Jing, saying that it was a treasure that could restrain Neza. Neza had willingly put on an act with that big shot, allowing Heavenly King Li to survive. The existence of the pagoda is just a way for me and the old guy to step down. That's all. Neza snorted coldly, who knew that the rumors outside would get more and more mysterious. Do they really think that I'm afraid of a small Dharma treasure? Outsiders said that Neza was an unreasonable and ferocious person who even wanted to kill his own father, but they never thought that there was something fishy about it. Yang Chen could tell from some clues. In addition, Neza had originally planned to give the pagoda to Yang Chen's family as a greeting gift. That was why he told him these secrets. Of course, there was no lack of intention to test Yang Chen. Fortunately, Yang Chen's performance was worthy of Neza's trust. So it's just for show. Fortunately, I didn't agree to exchange with those guys from the Zhao family, Yang Chen said exaggeratedly. He even patted his chest to show his fear. However, his exaggerated actions were clearly fake. Everyone knew that Yang Chen had never thought about exchanging the pagoda with the Zhao family. As expected, Yang Chen didn't say anything nice next. He directly questioned Neza, "But you only gave me this for show. You even said it was a greeting gift for my family. Isn't that a bit too much? Be content." Neza directly rolled his eyes at Yang Chen and said with great dissatisfaction, "The old guy relied on the wishful golden pagoda to defeat the 4 guys of the mighty miracle god and favorable wind and rain. The fire seed inside almost burned the Milky Way dry. Otherwise, how do you think he could suppress so many fierce generals? Heavenly King Li was the Heavenly Court's Grand Marshal back then." Neza wasn't lying. When Yang Chen heard how powerful Heavenly King Li's pagoda was, and how it wasn't what Yang Chen had described, Yang Chen beamed with joy. Neza shook his head. However, Neza immediately realized that he'd been tricked by this guy. He'd gotten so many things out of him. "Thank you, senior." Before Neza turned hostile, Yang Chen had already bowed down to him as a junior, but Neza couldn't get angry even if he wanted to. "It's good that you handled it this way. I won't have to worry about it." Neza finally calmed down and said calmly. He didn't feel sorry that Yang Chen wanted to tear down the wishful golden pagoda. In any case, to Neza, using the pagoda to shut Ancestor Lu and Madame Bai's mouths was a greeting gift to Yang Chen and the others. Yang Chen also helped him tear down the pagoda. Out of sight, out of mind. It was the best of both worlds. Yang Chen was smart. He didn't say anything. He waited for Neza's orders. Neza chased after Heavenly King Li but didn't kill him in the end. Neza even asked about Heavenly King Li's circumstances when he died. His thoughts were complicated. Neza didn't want more people to analyze him. Yang Chen wouldn't take the initiative to do so. "Let's go." Neza finally let go of this matter. He waved at Yang Chen and pointed in a direction. "Over there. It's about time. It's not good for people to use it to refine things. It's better to get it over with." Without another word, Yang Chen took out the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle and took Neza in the direction Neza pointed. Neza's injuries had recovered a lot. If the Zhao family didn't send out a large number of top experts, they probably wouldn't be able to stop Neza. Retrieving the wishful golden pagoda was a piece of cake. The Zhao family thought that they had succeeded. They thought that they could restrain Neza with the wishful golden pagoda. Yang Chen couldn't wait to see those guys suddenly see the appearance of Neza, and then take the pagoda but be helpless against Neza, and then be easily taken back by Neza after the pagoda was easily taken back. It would be a good scene. Chapter 2577. Of course, Yang Chen would not set off with Neza alone. Although there were not many cultivators in the immortal realm who could threaten their safety, the only problem was that Neza's identity could not be exposed yet. Once it was exposed, Chunyang Palace would definitely be the first target. Back then, Neza didn't just kill 1 or 2 people. He killed thousands of top experts during the rebellion in the Heavenly Court and seriously injured the rest who participated in the siege. Even the current Jade Emperor wouldn't stop the forces of these cultivators from taking revenge. Therefore, unless he was sure that he could kill all of them, Neza would not make a move. This was also the reason why nearly 100,000 cultivators had been killed by Yang Chen before. Unlike those cultivators who were killed directly by Neza, those greedy cultivators who were killed by Yang Chen were killed by the masters of the immortal tombs and space cave residences, which had nothing to do with Yang Chen. Firstly, Yang Chen did not force them to go in with him. Secondly, he did not do it himself. Even if someone hated him, they could only do it secretly. If they put it on the table, even their own partners would look down on them. If they dared to steal his relics, they should not be afraid of the traps set by others, and they could not vent their anger on the people who led the way. But even so, it did not mean that Yang Chen was safe. There was still a big hidden danger. If Gong Sunling was by his side, with the geographical map of mountains and rivers, he would not be able to attack, but he could protect himself. But now Gong Sunling and the girls were taken away by Ancestor LV and Madame Bai, leaving Yang Chen alone, so he needed enough power to protect himself. Madame Bai's maids, Ancestor LV and Madame Bai, took away some of them, and the rest stayed in Chunyang Palace. Now that Yang Chen was going out, these maids didn't say anything and divided a large part of them into more than 600 people. They directly followed Yang Chen and lived in the Five Elements Dragon Palace. Only 100 maids of the innumerable Tribulation True Immortals were left in the Chunyang Palace. More than 600 Tribulation True Immortals, who were personally guided by Ancestor Lu and Madame Bai, were a formidable force no matter where they were. This force followed Yang Chen, and there was also the great god Neza in the dark. It could be said that Yang Chen had nothing to worry about no matter where he went. Neza was happy that someone solved some small problems for him. He stayed in the Dragon Palace leisurely. It was strange. Neza hated the Dragon Clan to the core, but he was very satisfied with the Dragon Palace. Maybe he was venting his hatred for the Dragon Clan in this way. Right now, Yang Chen was having a headache over how to interact with elder sister Aolan and the others in the future. It was true that Neza hated the dragon race, but did the dragon race have a good impression of Neza? Fortunately, the two sides had not met yet. If they really bumped into each other one day, it would be a headache for Yang Chen. The Zhao family hid very well in the immortal realm, but it did not mean that there were no clues about the big sect in the immortal realm. At least, the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the Thousand Demon sect were controlled by the Zhao family in the spiritual realm. The immortal realm was no exception. As early as before Yang Chen ascended, when he was still fighting with the Zhao family in the spiritual world, these three great forces belonging to the super sects had already been suppressed by the major sects led by the Jade Emperor and the Profound Heaven sect. It could be said that that battle was the most intense battle since the upheaval of the Heavenly Court. It almost swept the entire immortal realm. All the affiliated sect participated in it. They were divided into two groups and fought fiercely. Among them, there was the Zhao family who hid even more deeply. The intensity of the war was unprecedented. After a life-and-death war, the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the Thousand Demon sect were directly removed from the immortal realm. All the territories were divided by the big sect. However, the big sect did not win completely. The price they paid was enough to make the big sect's heart ache. Although the big sect seemed calm after Yang Chen ascended, there were at least thousands of top experts in each sect who were in seclusion to recover from their injuries. These were only the top disciples. Compared to these experts, which sect didn't have tens of thousands of experts recovering from their injuries? The reason why the immortal realm had been so peaceful for so many years was because the big sect had been licking their wounds quietly, waiting for the day of the final battle with the Zhao family. Those wandering outside were basically small fish and shrimps. Otherwise, how could Yang Chen dig up an immortal tomb that was coveted by countless people? Those were really just small shrimps. The big guys were either recovering from their injuries or conserving their energy. Moreover, would the big guys be interested in the tomb of some guys who were about the same level as them? What a joke. This time, the target of Yang Chen and Neza was a small sect. Yang Chen only found out about it when he was about to arrive at the destination. Neza knew where the tomb was, but he didn't know what kind of opponents they were going to face. When he arrived, he found out that it was actually the mountain gate of a small sect. The Zhao family had hidden itself well. Even after the war of exterminating the three sects, there were still some of them that had not been exposed. This small sect was one of them. It looked very ordinary and even attached to a big sect. But in fact, it was a branch of the Zhao family. On the surface, this small sect was an insignificant sect with only a few hundred disciples. Usually, there were only 2 infinite tribulation true immortals in charge. The other disciples were all at the level of Black Immortal and Golden Immortal. There were no more than 20 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. Such a sect, placed in the mortal world, was not as good as the status of the pure young palace. But Neza swore that Heavenly King Li's wishful golden pagoda was here, and there were more than 2 infinite tribulation true immortals in it. There were at least 300 of them. Neza's senses could not be wrong, even though they were thousands of miles away. Even Madame Bai's special maids sensed that there were many masters in that direction, but they didn't know the exact number. These maids were specially selected by Ancestor LV to serve Madame Bai. Some of them had special senses, which were used to warn Madame Bai. They could detect hidden masters. This was their special ability. There's a big fish. Neza seemed to have followed Yang Chen for a long time. He also knew to consider from Yang Chen's side. The guy with the pagoda, should we keep him alive? He must know a lot of things we want to know. It was normal. No matter how careless the Zhao family was, it was impossible for them to give the wishful golden pagoda to an insignificant guy. It was a powerful magic treasure that could allow Heavenly King Li to fight against the giant miracle god and Fairweather. Even if the fire inside could not do anything to Neza, it was definitely a powerful magic treasure that could frighten most masters in the immortal world. It could greatly increase the combat ability of their side. At this moment, when both sides were looking for opportunities to attack each other, it was better to give something like the wishful golden pagoda to their own masters. Chapter 2578. Can he be captured alive? Yang Chen was very surprised. Unless the other party kowtowed and begged for mercy when he saw that Neza didn't attack him, like the guys who recognized Neza a few times before, Neza had never captured any of his men alive. This time, Neza was so generous, he was definitely giving Yang Chen face. Before Neza could answer, Yang Chen nodded hurriedly. It's better if he's alive. He can be sold for a good price. Profiteer, Neza said in a very low voice. Then, he commented on Yang Chen loudly, he's exactly the same as your ancestor who indulged in debauchery and greed. Jackals of the same tribe. Madame Bai's maids, who were not far away, burst into laughter. Neza had never been good in front of Ancestor Lu. Now that he vented his anger in front of Yang Chen, they naturally laughed at him. There was no need for Neza to fight with a few maids. It wouldn't lower his status. He snorted coldly again, then disappeared in a flash, leaving a clear reminder to Yang Chen, wait for my signal. Don't let anyone escape. As soon as Neza disappeared, Madame Bai's maids began to make arrangements. They wanted to intercept people from all directions. Fortunately, they had the advantage of numbers. More than 600 maids were twice the number of masters that Neza had found. That was enough. Yang Chen swaggered into the sphere of influence of the small sect. He believed that Neza asked him to wait for the signal, not to let him sit here and wait. Sometimes, Yang Chen needed to create some opportunities. When Yang Chen flew forward, he was immediately discovered. Then, dozens of golden immortals, led by an Zenith Heaven golden immortal, intercepted Yang Chen's way. However, when they stood in front of Yang Chen was less than 1,000 miles away from the core area of the small sect. The biggest advantage of the mysterious Sky Nether Sea Shuttle was its speed, which Yang Chen had made full use of. Who are you? Stop. The other party had just issued a warning when Yang Chen had already raised his immortal beheading saber. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. The familiar mantra finally sounded in the immortal world. This was not Yang Chen's intention to kill with a borrowed knife, but to do it himself. After Ancestor Lu's sacrificial refining with the help of Xiao Tian, the immortal beheading blade was no longer a simple sword sheath, but a real yin and yang 5 elements magic weapon. The power was more than several times higher than when it was scattered. Under the powerful blessing of Xiao Tian, the leader of the great principal golden immortal watched his own flying sword being cut by Yang Chen, and then cut into the flying sword like cutting tofu. It was easily drawn out from the hilt, and then he felt a pain in his sea of consciousness. The whole process seemed to be in slow motion, but it was extremely clear. Even the pain from the destruction of the natal flying sword was delayed by a beat before it reached his sea of consciousness. After that, all his movements seemed to return to normal. But the feeling of the great principal golden immortal stopped there, and then he could no longer feel the pain. The remaining power of the immortal beheading blade had not subsided. After cutting his natal flying sword, it fell directly on his head. It was not a horizontal beheading, but a saber from top to bottom, from the top of the head to the heart, cut through the glabella, cut through the middle of the body, cut through the chest, cut through the dantian, and cut the great principal golden immortal into two symmetrical pieces. What was even more frightening was that after the two pieces of the corpse were cut by the immortal beheading blade, they directly turned into two dry corpses, the blood of the whole body disappeared instantly, and the corpse was pale. Dozens of golden immortal masters still maintained the momentum of rushing forward, and dozens of natal magic weapons directly hit Yang Chen's body in the next step. However, it was blocked by a black and white ball that suddenly appeared in front of Yang Chen. Immediately after that, Yang Chen's counterattack came again. One of the golden immortals who rushed at the front narrowly avoided Yang Chen's backhand attack in time, but unfortunately, his arm was cut by the tip of Yang Chen's saber. A surge of earth chi mixed with endless vitality poured into the golden immortal's body through the wound. The next moment, the golden immortal stood still on the spot, and before he could even scream, his body began to turn into stone. No matter how hard he tried to resist, he could not resist the process. By the time Yang Chen cut off the head of the sixth guy and sucked his blood dry, the first golden immortal had already turned into stone. This was the original offensive power of the living soil flying sword, but Yang Chen had never used the power of the living soil alone before. Now that the 10 great yin-yang flying swords were combined into one, all the power of the flying sword did not need to be exerted through the sword case, and directly hit the target. The ferocious power made the opponent feel despair. The whole target area was in chaos. A strong enemy came to the door and started killing without saying a word. What else was there to say? Especially when someone recognized Yang Chen from afar, he immediately knew that there was not much point in quibbling, so he mobilized the strongest experts to kill Yang Chen. From the beginning, both sides did not intend to compromise. On Yang Chen's side, everyone except the guy with the wishful gold pagoda would be killed. After the other side recognized Yang Chen, they also knew that things would not end well, so no one dilly-dallied and just started fighting. Just as Neza said, more than 300 experts of infinite tribulation true immortals suddenly appeared on the other side and went straight to Yang Chen. Although they did not know how Yang Chen found them, since Yang Chen had already started killing, it was too meaningless for them to hide their experts. As soon as more than 300 experts appeared, they were immediately surrounded by more than 600 maidservants of Madame Bai. 2 against 1, the maidservants did not feel that it was wrong to bully Yang Chen with numbers, so they went up to kill. Occasionally, there would be a few extremely powerful opponents. When Madame Bai's maids were no match for them in a 2-on-1 battle, a spear would suddenly appear out of nowhere and mercilessly stab the opponent to death. The other infinite tribulation true immortals were no match for Madame Bai's maidservants at all, so they were trampled miserably. The battle started very quickly and suddenly, but it also stopped very quickly. No one knew when it started, but Neza had already surrounded this area with the heaven and earth ring. No matter how big the noise was, it would not go out of the ring. When the enemy's corpses in the ring were collected by Madame Bai's maidservants, ready to be used as nourishment for the geographical map of Mountain River, Neza walked to Yang Chen with an unconscious guy in his hand. "This is the guy." Neza threw the guy to the ground and threw something shining with golden light to Yang Chen. What else could it be? The wishful gold pagoda. Yang Chen caught it in a hurry. The only one who did not take this thing seriously was probably Neza in front of him. Previously, he told others that this thing was the only powerful magic treasure that could restrain Neza. Many people had been fooled by him. Chapter 2579. Neza did not care about the wishful golden pagoda, but Yang Chen regarded it as a treasure. Even if the pagoda would not be damaged, even if it fell to the ground with all its strength, Yang Chen was reluctant to let it fall to the ground. As soon as he grabbed the pagoda, a kind of frightening aura passed from his hand to Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. Needless to say, it was definitely a real thing. Neza would not deceive Yang Chen with a fake thing. It was not worth it. Without taking a closer look, Yang Chen directly called out Xiao Tian and stuffed the wishful golden pagoda into his mouth. At the same time, he did not forget to exhort, "Keep the fire inside for me." Xiao Tian's body flew up and down with joy. After nodding his head in a hurry, He circled around Neza a few times, as if thanking Neza for his gift. Then he flew back to the dragon palace and refined it alone. Neza didn't show a smile until Xiao Tian disappeared. Xiao Tian was also a dragon. It was almost impossible for Neza to like him. However, Neza was quite happy that Xiao Tian could still think of thanking him. At least, it showed that there were still people in the dragon clan who could adapt to circumstances. There was only one wishful golden pagoda. It was said to be a meeting gift for Yang Chen's family. This gift was absolutely valuable, but it was not easy for Yang Chen to divide it. He could not split the pagoda and give it to the girls, right? That would be a reckless waste of natural resources. Therefore, Yang Chen directly gave the pagoda to Xiao Tian. He believed that the girls would agree with his arrangement if they knew. Yang Chen and Neza were handing over the gifts. From beginning to end, they did not look at the guy who was lying on the ground in a coma. Yang Chen was very clear about Neza's efficiency. Even if at least 50% of his injuries had not recovered, it was not difficult for him to deal with an innumerable tribulation true immortal. You said that this guy can be sold at a good price. Aren't you afraid that you can't explain it? How did you find the wishful golden pagoda? Neza suddenly changed the topic to this guy, but he suspected that if Yang Chen sold this guy, it would arouse the suspicion of the new heavenly court, and they would associate Yang Chen with Neza. Of course, Neza wasn't afraid of those clowns, but he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries, and there was still a Kuan waiting for him to fight. There was no need for him to get entangled with these guys from the heavenly court. In Neza's mind, the improvement of his cultivation and the desire to fight strong enemies were more important than hatred. As for revenge, it could wait until these things were done. What's so difficult about that? When Yang Chen heard this, he laughed. He pointed at his nose and said, "I'm the executioner of the beheading immortal platform. I personally executed Heavenly King Li. Heavenly King Li told me some secrets about the wishful golden pagoda before he died. Is that hard to understand?" Yang Chen's identity as an executioner was always successful. Neza was speechless after hearing it. Call Yang Chen a liar? Who could prove it? All the immortals in the beheading immortal platform had been killed, and there was no evidence. Who could prove it? What Yang Chen said was true. This was good. At least, Neza didn't have to worry about the suspicion of the higher-ups of the sect. Since there was no trouble, Neza couldn't help but want to see how Yang Chen would sell this guy at a high price. He believed that the process would be very exciting. Then why don't you hurry up? Neza urged Yang Chen, which was rare. In the past, Neza always killed his enemies cleanly. He had never tricked his opponent like this, so he couldn't wait to learn and observe. Of course, he would interrogate the captive first, and then sell him after getting some information. Although this guy was an infinite tribulation true immortal, he couldn't hide any secrets in front of Yang Chen, especially in front of Yang Chen from the immortal realm. The immortal beheading saber and the beheading immortal platform had been connected. When the killing intent inside was released unscrupulously toward a person, even the most powerful expert had to kneel down. After being tossed around like this, almost whatever Yang Chen asked, the other party would say, no matter how big or small. I didn't expect the Zhao family to have so many secret arrangements. Although Neza was used to seeing big scenes, he couldn't help but praise the Zhao family when he heard so many arrangements. Compared with the Zhao family, those guys in the heavenly court were simply trash. Let those guys take action and kill people with a borrowed knife. Ha ha ha. Neza suddenly became happy. The stronger the Zhao family is, the more experts they will send out, and the more casualties they will suffer. Ha ha ha, I like it. After being with Yang Chen for a long time, Neza's first thought was not to kill the enemy immediately, but to let Yang Chen instigate all the major sects to take action. It had to be said that the 100,000 cultivators killed by Yang Chen had a great impact on Neza. Oh no. Neza suddenly thought of something. Didn't he say that the Zhao family would take action against Chunyang Palace soon? We are all here. I'm afraid Chunyang Palace is in danger. They have already taken action. Before Yang Chen could answer, Peony, one of the maids left by Madame Bai, who was familiar with Yang Chen, said, "We received the news from our sisters. It's now. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Maybe it was not so, but it was just a coincidence. When Yang Chen and Neza were planning to take the wishful golden pagoda, the Zhao family was also planning to take action against Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen's bottleneck dispelling elixir caused an uproar in the immortal world, and the Zhao family was no exception. They had many masters, and many of them needed the bottleneck dispelling elixir to help them get through the bottleneck. However, things were different now. In the past, when they were in the spiritual realm in the mortal world, they could buy the elixir prescription from Yang Chen through several super sect. But the Three River Alliance, the Thousand Demon sect and the Holocaust sect in the immortal world had been killed, and all the major sect had hidden the elixir prescription like a treasure. If they wanted to get the elixir prescription, the only way was to get it from the relatively weak Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen. The other side knew that there were millions of tribulation true immortals in Chunyang Palace, so they sent many masters to ensure that they could destroy the whole Chunyang Palace and catch Yang Chen and the others in one fell swoop. Just now, the Zhao family launched an attack. Tell everyone not to risk their lives. It's just a temporary gate. It's not worth protecting with our lives if it's destroyed. Yang Chen hurriedly told Sister Peony. Since the other side took action, they must have absolute confidence. It was not worth the lives of the maids. Peony looked at Yang Chen's eyes very seriously, as if she was confirming the truth of her words. She still insisted, "This is the Lord's sect. It's not worth it." Yang Chen still shook her head. "Tell all the disciples to retreat. If they can run, run. If the gate is destroyed, it can be rebuilt. If the people are gone, it's really gone." Peony finally stopped insisting. After a while, she said to Yang Chen, "All the sisters have retreated, and all the nominal disciples have been brought, but I'm afraid the gate can't be saved." Chapter 2580. Just based on what this fellow knew, if they gathered together, it would be a force that was not inferior to a super sect. At the thought of such a terrifying force hiding under the noses of all parties, the high-level officials of all parties broke into a cold sweat. The look on Sect Master Kui's face became more and more strange, as if there was something he wanted to say but couldn't say. His behavior naturally attracted the attention of all the high-level officials, and everyone became more and more curious. The mountain gate of Chunyang Palace was indeed destroyed, but under Yang Chen's order, there were no casualties among the maids. On the contrary, the masters among them who were very good at tracking still followed several groups of masters who attacked and found the enemy's nest. The master's mind had been destroyed to the point of collapse, and he answered whatever was asked. The high-level officials of all parties took turns to ask questions, and the more they asked, the more shocked they became. "Grand Masters." Sect Master Kui organized his words and said slowly, "The mountain gate of Chunyang Palace has been destroyed more than once or twice. The disciples in the mortal world don't know very well, but in the spiritual realm alone, the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace has been destroyed 4 times and rebuilt 4 times. Every time, there was a storm of blood, but Chunyang Palace could stand up again every time. It was because of this that it made a great reputation in the spiritual realm. If not, how could Chunyang Palace make all the major sects look at it with admiration?" Listening to the elder's words, Sect Master Kui, who had ascended from the spiritual realm, smiled bitterly. The elder must be dissatisfied with Yang Chen, but he still underestimated Yang Chen and Chunyang Palace. The important figures of the Zhao family were captured, the wishful golden pagoda was taken away by Yang Chen, and so on. Everyone only knows that the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace was destroyed. No one knows how many casualties Chunyang Palace suffered, and no one knows how much damage they suffered, Sect Master Kui replied honestly. He was the sect master in the spiritual realm, but even though he attended the core high-level meetings after his ascension, he could only listen and did not have the power to make decisions for a long period of time. However, since it was the sect master who asked, the former sect master Kui would not hide anything. Some judgments cannot be made too early. What made more than a dozen senior executives of the super sect feel embarrassed was that the masters of the Zhao family who attacked Chunyang Palace turned out to be masters of their affiliated sect. Even though Madame Bai's maidservants had concealed some of their identities, they still managed to uncover some of their identities. The news that Chunyang Palace was attacked quickly spread throughout the immortal world. Countless cultivators began discussing fervently. Everyone was still waiting to buy the barrier-dispelling elixir from the Wanbao Tower of Chunyang Palace. There was no chance now. No one would underestimate such a tenacious sect. If the Chunyang Palace in the spiritual world could be destroyed and rebuilt, a miracle might happen in the immortal world. I won't go too far. Yang Chen smiled and asked the maidservants to send the captured guys to the senior executives of their respective sect. It's just that these things have happened, which will inevitably cause some gossip. Of course, I absolutely doubt the innocence of the major sect. Since these are the subordinates of the various sects, I will return them to the seniors. I still have something to do, so I will take my leave first. Tell me in detail. The sect master ordered. Everyone had learned about Chunyang Palace before, but they were mainly related to Yang Chen in the later stage. Moreover, they were more concerned about the part where the disciples of Shentian sect changed their appearance and joined Chunyang Palace. Who would pay attention to the things that happened before? It was a core elder of the Five Elements sect who had just spoken. Before, when Yang Chen sold the barrier-dispelling elixir to everyone, he still had control over the raw materials, which made the core elder very dissatisfied. Now the Chunyang Palace was destroyed. Although he was very unhappy with what those guys did, he still had a feeling of venting his anger. In any case, the destruction of the sect is a disgrace to the disciples of the sect. The dissatisfied core elder also understood that what sect master Kui said was reasonable, but he still insisted on his own opinion. The destruction of the sect. Even if there were not many casualties among the disciples, how could Yang Chen have the face to meet the ancestors of the sect? Several masters who participated in the attack were even captured alive by Madame Bai's maidservants after the attack and brought here. Like the master of the Zhao family who was captured alive, his mind was destroyed by Yang Chen, and he answered everything asked. He confessed to the attack on Chunyang Palace, and many details were very clear. After all, it's a sect without a foundation. Even if there are more than 10,000 tribulation true immortals, isn't it still destroyed by someone? The cultivators from all sides were talking about it, and the major sect Gaotsun Industries were also talking about it, but they were more interested in who did it. It could almost be said that the Zhao family had a grudge against the Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen's method of revenge did not let everyone wait for a long time. Soon the Five Elements sect received a notice from the Green Jade Immortal Island, asking them to send high-level officials to the Green Jade Immortal Island to discuss important matters. No one knew what the specific matter was, but everyone believed that the Green Jade Immortal Island would not invite them for no reason. Now everyone was concerned about how Yang Chen would retaliate. If Yang Chen's means of revenge could satisfy everyone, they didn't mind raising the status of Chunyang Palace in their minds. Why, is there any explanation for this? It was the sect master who spoke. He was also curious by the expression of sect master Kui and took the initiative to ask. Hiss. There was a sound of inhaling cold air among the high-level officials of the Five Elements sect. The mountain gate was destroyed 4 times and rebuilt 4 times. Such a tough sect was indeed admirable. Why, is there anything strange about this? How could the face of sect master Kui be hidden from these core high-level officials? And the current sect master immediately asked. Those guys who attacked were simply the public enemies of all the cultivators in the world. This time, almost all the cultivators except the disciples of the super sect were directly cut off. How vicious was it? A series of things didn't know until everyone rushed to the Green Jade Immortal Island. They also saw Yang Chen himself, and at the same time, they also saw the master of the Zhao family who was captured by Neza. They always thought that Chunyang Palace was lucky to be able to be on an equal footing with everyone. Now they learned from the mouth of sect master Kui that it turned out that Chunyang Palace relied on their own strength and tenacity to fight all the way to the status. It was not easy. What was even more frightening was that some of the affiliated sect of the various parties had actually been infiltrated by the Zhao family. Many of them thought that they were loyal younger brothers, but in fact, they were the Zhao family's lackeys. They had been quietly hiding under the wings of the major sect and secretly developing, and the major sect still acted as an umbrella for them. Some people began to wonder if this was the arrangement of the major sect in order to control the interests of the barrier-dispelling pill and take the initiative to kill their competitors. It was not impossible. The cultivators who could ascend to the immortal world didn't mind thinking that any cultivator's mind was more unbearable. The forces of the Zhao family in the immortal world were not destroyed because of the destruction of the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect and the 10,000 Demon sect. On the contrary, some hidden forces had just emerged. Chapter 2581. Yang Chen left easily, but he left a mess for the senior leaders of the major sect. Destroying the gate of Chunyang Palace was done by the affiliated sect of the major sect anyway. They could deal with it by themselves. If Yang Chen was just talking without evidence, then the major sect might turn a blind eye to it. Everyone had a tacit understanding not to mention it. Could Yang Chen still come to them? But Yang Chen had both witnesses and material evidence. Even the important figures of the Zhao family had admitted it. They couldn't deny it even if they wanted to. How should they deal with this matter? What else could they do? Apart from fighting, was there any other good way? The cultivators outside were still waiting to see how Yang Chen would fight back and how Chunyang Palace would retaliate. If Chunyang Palace swallowed the humiliation, then all the cultivators would understand that Chunyang Palace was just strong in appearance, but weak in reality. They could ride on their heads at will. To the surprise of all the cultivators watching, Chunyang Palace did not make a move. Even those disciples who escaped during the attack at that time did not return. Just when everyone thought that Chunyang Palace had been frightened by this blow and was bound to decline, a huge revenge action suddenly unfolded. The most surprising thing was that the first to make a move was not the Green Jade Immortal Island, but the Shentian sect. The Shentian sect was merciless as soon as they made a move. They directly eradicated their three affiliated sect, and then a core senior member of Chunyang Palace personally brought hundreds of heads to the gate of Chunyang Palace that had become ruins. He placed so many heads into the shape of an altar, and then left. Immediately afterward, the major sect began to attack several of their affiliated sect. Like the Shentian sect, at least one core senior member personally came forward and sent the heads. With so many super sect members added up, the number of heads sent directly exceeded 10,000. Even if the people of Chunyang Palace did not move a little finger, the scene of tens of thousands of cultivators' heads piling up into an altar was really scary. There were many guys who had not seen the prestige of the Pure Yang Palace in the mortal world and the spiritual world. At the beginning, there were a few rumors, but after the first altar was piled up, they did not dare to let go of a word. The Shentian sect was the first to make a move. In the eyes of the major sect, it was both unexpected and reasonable. After all, the Pure Yang Palace in the spiritual world accepted all the disciples of the Profound Heaven sect, which made all the sects have an indescribable fear of the Profound Heaven sect and the Pure Yang Palace. They were afraid that these two sects would merge into one. Similarly, what everyone was looking forward to was perhaps the anger of the immortal world's Profound Heaven sect. They would vent their anger on the Pure Yang Palace and suppress the Pure Yang Palace, which was in line with everyone's expectations. It was a good opportunity. If the Shentian sect took the opportunity to make a move on Chunyang Palace, everyone would be happy to see it happen. Unfortunately, the Shentian sect did not leave any evidence for anyone. Even if Yang Chen informed the sect through the Green Jade Immortal Island, the Shentian sect also took the initiative to take the lead. They were the first to clean up the hidden spies on their side, which fully showed that the Shentian sect had no malice against Chunyang Palace, but it disappointed everyone. Of course, in the dark where no one knew, even the great god Neza and the maids in the Dragon Palace were not clear. When Yang Chen rushed to the Green Jade Immortal Island with those captives, he went to a secret place and met several acquaintances. Sect Master Wang of the spiritual world of the Shentian sect was waiting in that place. He first interrogated the master of the Zhao family who held the wishful golden pagoda. The Shentian sect had been operating in the immortal world for a long time, and many secret things were asked in detail. Some things were even unheard of by Yang Chen. Sect Master Wang and the other two masters who did not reveal their identities almost turned the captured master of the Zhao family upside down, and then they let Yang Chen take him away. To say that the first to know the news, It was the Shentian sect that knew it first. But the Shentian sect still did not make a move, waiting for the Green Jade Immortal Island to inform the sect. They also sent a core high-level member to pretend to go over for a meeting to discuss, and then they came back to make a move. Their posture was done to the extreme, and no one doubted it at all. In private, after Sect Master Wang brought all the news back to the Shentian sect, the high-level members, including the Jade Emperor, were shocked that their own affiliated sect had been infiltrated so much, and they were also very satisfied with the performance of Yang Chen. The Shentian sect was the first to make a move, not only to retaliate against the Zhao family, but also to vent Yang Chen's anger. Anyway, the Shentian sect acted like this. Even if the other sect was reluctant, they had to follow suit. Imperceptibly, the status of the Chunyang Palace was raised. In this regard, the Shentian sect did not leave any traces, but it was very effective. Many of the nominal disciples of the Chunyang Palace died in the attack at that time. After all, the opponent was a true immortal. Facing a group of rogue cultivators or small cultivators of a small sect, many people were killed. However, most of the nominal disciples were taken away by Madame Bai's maids. If those maidservants didn't want to fight and just ran away, there wouldn't be many who could stop them from chasing after them. The opponent failed to find Yang Chen, who they wanted to find the most. In the end, they could only destroy all the buildings of the gate of the Chunyang Palace to vent their anger. Now, the heads of tens of thousands of people were enough to pay tribute to those dead nominal disciples. The maids also returned to Yang Chen's side one after another, and everyone returned to the ruins of the Chunyang Palace. Although the Chunyang Palace was now in ruins, no cultivator dared to despise it. Especially after this experience, almost all the cultivators knew that the gate of the Chunyang Palace in the spiritual realm had been destroyed several times in the mortal world, but it could stand up again every time. This tenacity was enough to make all the cultivators look at it with admiration. Tens of thousands of heads were enough for many people to know who they could provoke and who they could not. Especially when the agreed period between Yang Chen and the Chunyang Palace in the spiritual realm passed and some disciples of the Chunyang Palace ascended, someone in the reception town told the disciples of the Chunyang Palace about the destruction of the gate of the Chunyang Palace. Originally, these guys wanted to see the embarrassed faces of the disciples of the Chunyang Palace when they heard that the gate of their sect had been destroyed. However, they did not expect that no disciple of the Chunyang Palace would be embarrassed. Instead, they all calmly asked whether those who attacked the gate of the Chunyang Palace had been killed. The confidence and calmness of the disciples of the Chunyang Palace seemed to be convinced that anyone who dared to offend the gate of the Chunyang Palace would not have a good end. This was not an illusion created by their I am very powerful image, but the absolute confidence formed after the gate was destroyed and rebuilt several times from the mortal world to the spiritual realm, and all the people who offended the gate were killed. Even if it was just a disciple of the Shen Immortal who had ascended, the masters of the sect in the reception town could not help but admire him. Chapter 2582. The disciples of Chunyang Palace were not afraid of the destruction of the mountain gate, nor were they afraid of suffering losses. They only cared about one thing, that was, whether those who dared to disrespect Chunyang Palace would pay the price. From this point alone, people would feel a great pressure out of thin air. When facing the disciples of Chunyang Palace, they should try their best to deal with them carefully. The mountain gate was rebuilt again. This time, even those nominal disciples were extremely excited and full of energy. In the past, when they encountered this kind of thing, whether they were individual cultivators or small sect members, they all had to swallow their anger. When necessary, they had to smile at those masters who bullied them. Even if they died, they would die in vain. Without enough support, it was so difficult to survive in the immortal realm. But now, after becoming a disciple of Chunyang Palace, they had no scruples at all. Before, those practitioners who came to Chunyang Palace wanted the barrier-dispelling elixir. Which one of them did not carefully flatter these nominal disciples of Chunyang Palace and let them taste the feeling of being respected? Even though many disciples died in the raid on the mountain gate, in less than a year, the heads of all the guys who participated in the destruction of the mountain gate were placed outside. What made everyone even more tempted was that these people did not need to show up at all. Just their palace masters went out for a walk, and some people came to apologize with their heads. Moreover, they were the core leaders of the major sect. What did this mean? Moreover, Chunyang Palace had never used them as cannon fodder. At that time, those who were attacked were killed at the first time, and those who could be taken away were all taken away. Those superior innumerable tribulation true immortals and fairies did not despise them. Instead, they personally saved them. In such a situation, what else could they say? In addition to unswerving loyalty, if they were disloyal, it would be completely unfathomable. Compared with staying in this place with a smiling face before, when others needed him, he would be driven away like a pig. Joining the Pure Yang Palace was simply like going to heaven. And all this could be obtained as long as they were loyal. The Zhao family would never have thought that their sudden attack would have such an effect. If they had known that Yang Chen was not in Chunyang Palace at that time, and that he had exposed so many hidden forces after the failure, they would not have chosen to attack Chunyang Palace at that time. Unfortunately, even in the immortal world, there was no medicine for regret. The Zhao family could only watch as the major sect uprooted their tens of thousands of hidden forces. They did not even dare to rescue them. At this time, whoever dared to save those guys would be a member of the Zhao family. Regardless of whether you had a close relationship with one of the guys, the sect would definitely kill the wrong guy. All this stemmed from their desire to attack Yang Chen in Chunyang Palace, which made them hate Yang Chen to the bone. If the old grudges in the mortal world and the spiritual world were added, the Zhao family would not stop until they tore Yang Chen's body into pieces. It must be said that Neza's concerns at that time were very normal. At that time, when Yang Chen handed over the big shot from the Zhao family, the higher-ups were still doubtful that Yang Chen could find him. However, when Yang Chen told them that he knew some secrets of the wishful golden pagoda from Heavenly King Li, nobody could say anything about it. Nobody could refute Yang Chen at all. Dead people could not testify. Could they find Heavenly King Li's corpse to prove it? The wishful golden pagoda became Yang Chen's rightfully. Who asked the Zhao family to use the pagoda to tempt Yang Chen to exchange it for the geographical map of the mountains and rivers in the first place? When Yang Chen told them about his past, nobody doubted him anymore. Yang Chen knew the secret of the wishful golden pagoda, but the Zhao family still used it to tempt Yang Chen. Wasn't that courting death? If the pagoda was in the hands of some expert of the heavenly court, Yang Chen would be too embarrassed to take action. But since it was in the hands of the Zhao family, he could do whatever he wanted. As for how a small golden immortal like Yang Chen could fight against an immortal of tribulation true immortal, it was not a problem. Didn't they see the hundreds of women of immortal of tribulation true immortal around Yang Chen? It was said that Yang Chen had brought more than 600 of them with him at that time. Moreover, he restrained the wishful golden pagoda at once, which was why he had such an effect. There was no doubt about it at all. This time, it was not only the disciples of Chunyang Palace who contributed to the reconstruction of the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace. The major sects were implicated by their affiliated sects. Although it was the conspiracy of the Zhao family, it was inextricably linked to the major sects. Even if they handed over their heads, they could still rebuild the Pure Yang Palace. They had to put in a lot of effort. All the major sect worked together, and the mountain gate was rebuilt quickly. In less than 2 years, the brand new mountain gate of Chunyang Palace appeared in front of all the cultivators again. After the reputation spread out, there were many rogue cultivators and some small sects that were not in the mainstream slowly came over and joined the Pure Yang Palace. Those nominal disciples who did not escape when the Zhao family attacked the mountain gate and stayed to guard the mountain gate loyally had been promoted to official disciples and handled various affairs under the leadership of the maids. Yang Chen himself began to screen and test the disciples inside Chunyang Palace. Among the newly arrived small sects, a few were sent over by the Profound Heaven sect. These small sect members were secretly cultivated by Shentian sect, but except for the sect master, no one knew that they belonged to Shentian sect. Although the sects were small in scale, they had a lot of disciples. It was just that the number of top experts was not high. They were also the reserve talents that Shentian sect cultivated for itself, ready to supplement Shentian sect at any time. Now that Yang Chen had made a great contribution, these reserve talents could be regarded as a reward to make up for the structure of Chunyang Palace. These disciples did not belong to Shentian sect at all, and even their sect master disappeared automatically after joining Chunyang Palace. There was no trace of Shentian sect at all. It could be said that they had purely become disciples of Chunyang Palace. In just a few decades, there were tens of thousands of rogue cultivators and cultivators in such a situation who joined Chunyang Palace. In addition to Madame Bai's maids, from the top to the bottom, from the top to the bottom, from the innumerable tribulation true immortals to the almighty immortals to the golden immortals and black immortals, it could be said that Chunyang Palace had quickly established a complete structure and inheritance of the sect structure. All the sect members were stunned to see all this happen. They could not believe that Chunyang Palace, which used to have only one commander, Yang Chen, with 4 wives and concubines, would become like this in just over 200 years. Fortunately, this kind of thing had happened once in the spiritual realm, and all parties had reluctantly accepted the status quo. In this regard, all parties were extremely envious of Chunyang Palace. With such an outstanding disciple as Yang Chen, he managed a mediocre sect in the mortal world to become like this. Yang Chen could finally wait for the disciples of Chunyang Palace in the spiritual realm to ascend to immortality with peace of mind. However, the arrival of a person still surprised Yang Chen, especially after hearing what he wanted to discuss with Yang Chen. Yang Chen could not believe his ears. Chapter 2583. The people who came to visit Yang Chen were Elder Yarrow of Xuanwu Academy, who sought refuge in Chunyang Palace in the later stage of the spiritual realm, and a core higher-up of Xuanwu Academy in the immortal realm. Because of the Elder Liu and young Master Liu of the Black Tortoise Academy, the Black Tortoise Academy in the mortal world surrendered to the Zhao family during the later stages of the war between the sect and the Zhao family. It became the enemy of the sect and was annihilated. However, everyone in the sect understood that it was only the result of Black Tortoise Academy's internal strife. Not all of the Black Tortoise Academy had truly sided with the Zhao family. After all, the Black Tortoise Academy was different from the Three River Alliance, the Holocaust sect, and the Thousand Beasts sect. They were not affiliated with the Zhao family at all. However, the Black Tortoise Academy in the spiritual world could not be kept. Under such circumstances, they could only choose to destroy it. Because of this, only Elder Yarrow could be sure that he came from above and would definitely not be in cahoots with the Zhao family. The other righteous disciples had all been killed by Elder Liu in the power struggle of the sect. The remaining ones were all in cahoots with Elder Liu. The destruction of the Black Tortoise Academy in the spirit world was not unjustified. The problem was that it caused a huge gap in the inheritance of the Black Tortoise Academy in the mortal world and the immortal world. After the disciples of the Black Tortoise Academy in the mortal world ascended to the spiritual realm, they could not find the Black Tortoise Academy in the spiritual realm at all. Because of this, they actually became rogue cultivators. They did not even dare to say that they were disciples of the Black Tortoise Academy. The Black Tortoise Academy in the immortal world was now facing the same predicament as the Black Heaven sect. What was slightly better than the Shentian sect was the Xuanwu Academy in the mortal world, but it was not much better than the Shentian sect. When the disciples of the Xuanwu Academy didn't dare to admit that they were disciples of the Xuanwu Academy in the spiritual realm, how many disciples of the Xuanwu Academy in the celestial realm could pass down their legacy? After the crisis of the Zhao family was resolved in the spiritual world, the Xuanwu Academy in the immortal world had been troubled by this problem, and they could not come up with a good solution. The other sect would definitely not allow another 1 or 2 golden immortal experts to descend. Not only that, Elder Yarrow would have to ascend as well. Otherwise, it would destroy the balance of the spiritual world. With one less super sect to compete for resources, the other sects would get a bigger share. Therefore, even if it was for the most fundamental benefit of the sect, the other sects would never want to see a destroyed sect rebuilt. Chunyang Palace had been destroyed several times and rebuilt several times. That was because the core disciples of Chunyang Palace were always there, and they were not really destroyed. On the other hand, Black Tortoise Academy was completely destroyed. No one wanted to see them rise again, just like they had done to Black Heaven sect. The only advantage that Black Heaven sect in the spiritual world had over Black Tortoise Academy was that their disciples were not completely wiped out. Many of them survived. Under such circumstances, they directly turned their heads and worshipped Chunyang Palace and became disciples of Chunyang Palace. Now, Elder Yarrow and this high-level official of Black Tortoise Academy were the representatives of Black Tortoise Academy. They came to discuss with Yang Chen whether Black Tortoise Academy in the spiritual world could adopt the same method and let the disciples of Black Tortoise Academy become disciples of Chunyang Palace in the spiritual world. The rise of the Pure Yang Palace was already an irresistible trend, and after accepting the disciples of the Profound Heaven sect, the Profound Heaven sect also pinched their noses. After Dao Junki ascended, she only kowtowed in front of the portrait of the ancestor outside the courtyard of Black Heaven sect in Jirin City and never entered again. Black Tortoise Academy sent 2 representatives this time in the hope of discussing with Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen whether Chunyang Palace could let Black Tortoise Academy in the spiritual world do the same and accept the disciples of Black Tortoise Academy. Otherwise, those disciples of Black Tortoise Academy who ascended could only be reduced to individual cultivators. Yang Chen believed that he had a very direct understanding of how miserable individual cultivators were in the spiritual world. To be honest, it was true that Black Tortoise Academy was a big force and a super sect. It was definitely beneficial for Chunyang Palace in the spiritual world to accept this group of disciples of Black Tortoise Academy to strengthen their influence. If that was the case, it was a good idea. The problem was, what would happen to these disciples of Black Tortoise Academy after they ascended one day? Would they return to Black Tortoise Academy after ascending to the spiritual world? Wouldn't Chunyang Palace be making a sacrifice for others? They had painstakingly spent the resources of Chunyang Palace and the spiritual vein of Chunyang Palace to cultivate the disciples of Black Tortoise Academy. It was not a worthwhile deal no matter how one looked at it. If those ascended disciples did not return to Black Tortoise Academy, it would be a major loss for Black Tortoise Academy. The disciples that they had painstakingly cultivated in the mortal world had become disciples of Chunyang Palace, but they still did not change the status quo of having no successors. It was not good for Black Tortoise Academy no matter how one looked at it. I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. When Elder Yarrow and the high-level official of Black Tortoise Academy made their intentions clear, Yang Chen also smiled bitterly. I believe that no matter what the result is, one of us will be dissatisfied. This was not Yang Chen evading, but a fact that could not be avoided in any case. It also contained huge benefits. Once there was a disagreement, the benefits contained in it were enough to make the 2-sect bloodshed on the battlefield. Perhaps there was another solution, which was to merge the Chunyang Palace and Black Tortoise Academy in the immortal world into one. In that case, there would be no disputes between the 2 sides. The problem was, who would be in charge of the merger? According to reason, Chunyang Palace had a broad foundation and extraordinary potential, so it should be in charge of this transaction. However, Black Tortoise Academy was a veteran super sect, and it also played an important role in the change of dynasties in the Heavenly Court. So far, there were still a number of important people who held important positions in the Heavenly Court. Such a sect, merging with Chunyang Palace, which had just gained a foothold, was it possible to let the young people of Chunyang Palace command them? But it was even more impossible to let Chunyang Palace listen to the command of Black Tortoise Academy. Chunyang Palace was run by Yang Chen and the palace master to this point. How could they tolerate Black Tortoise Academy to pick the peaches at this time? Moreover, Yang Chen had found his own real ancestor. Even if Yang Chen was willing, would his own ancestor, Ancestor Lu, be willing to be annexed by Black Tortoise Academy? Even if these were not taken into account, could other super sect tolerate Black Tortoise Academy annexing Chunyang Palace? At this time, everyone in Chunyang Palace would rather watch them grow on their own, and even secretly make a little stumbling block to suppress the growth of Chunyang Palace. But if any sect dared to annex Chunyang Palace, it would definitely be the public enemy of all parties, and it would be attacked by all parties. Were the higher-ups of Black Tortoise Academy so stupid that they couldn't even see through this problem? Being able to stand in the immortal world for so many years, Yang Chen did not think that the higher-ups of Black Tortoise Academy were fools. In this case, Black Tortoise Academy suddenly put forward this suggestion, which was a bit confusing. What was the meaning of this? Master Yang thinks too much. Elder Liu, one of the core executives of Black Tortoise Academy, said with a smile, Master may have forgotten that our Black Tortoise Academy is actually an alliance of rogue cultivators. Chapter 2584. It was common knowledge that Black Tortoise Academy was an itinerant cultivator alliance. It could be said that there might be people in the mortal world who did not know this, but as long as it was a cultivator who ascended to the spiritual realm or the immortal realm, they would know. Of course, Yang Chen knew that Black Tortoise Academy was an itinerant cultivator alliance, but what did Elder Liu mean? The reason we established Black Tortoise Academy was so that the itinerant cultivators in the world could unite and protect the sect, so that we could cultivate in a safe environment without being bullied. Elder Liu explained with a smile, "That's all." So, Elder Yarrow added in time, in our itinerant cultivator alliance, there is no concept of ancestors, and there is no systematic inheritance of cultivation. The sect's cultivation manuals are gathered by disciples from all over, unlike an official sect like yours, which has a complete and orderly inheritance. Listening to Elder Yarrow's explanation, Yang Chen suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart, but he did not say it out loud, waiting for Elder Liu and Elder Yarrow to say it themselves. In our itinerant cultivator alliance, there are very few close master-disciple inheritances, not to mention the deep-rooted relationship that is passed down from generation to generation. Elder Yarrow continued, after everyone joined forces, they discovered the various benefits of joining forces, and fought for the greatest benefits for us. Together, we can make a louder voice and fight for more benefits. For the time being, we don't have too much ambition in the immortal realm, so we just need to maintain the status quo. Elder Liu replaced Elder Yarrow and continued, and to be honest, with our current strength in the immortal realm, maintaining the status quo isn't too troublesome. Yang Chen absolutely believed this. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. No matter how run-down Black Tortoise Academy was, and no matter how many disciples it had, it was still one of the super sect in the immortal realm with just its current group of experts. As long as there were no more super sect joining forces to attack Black Tortoise Academy, they could maintain their current status. Of course, if a few super sect masters were to besiege them, it wouldn't matter much whether they had disciples or not. Then what do you mean? Since the conversation had already reached this point, Yang Chen had no choice but to ask clearly. What we mean is that we are just a loose alliance of rogue cultivators. Elder Yarrow said with a smile, it's just that we are now facing a difficult situation. We can protect ourselves, but we don't want the disciples of the Academy in the mortal world and the spiritual realm to continue becoming independent cultivators. So, we need to find a stable sect for them to rely on. It's that simple. Then after they ascend. Yang Chen already vaguely understood what Elder Liu and Elder Yarrow meant, but he still asked. After ascending, he will still be a disciple of Chunyang Palace. It has nothing to do with our Black Tortoise Academy. Elder Liu gave an affirmative answer. Even the Xuanwu Academy in the mortal world can be directly integrated into the Chunyang Palace. From then on, the Xuanwu Academy will be removed from the mortal world and the spiritual realm. It turned out that the Xuanwu Academy had such a plan, but Yang Chen didn't expect it. For a long time, Yang Chen had been conscientious in running the Chunyang Palace. He wanted to carry forward the sect, but he never thought that one day he would completely abandon the sect. However, the other party had emphasized several times that they were just an alliance of rogue cultivators, which made the reason they gave stand up to scrutiny. After all, it was not a formal sect, and they didn't have the same sect mentality as Yang Chen. They had already gained enough fame and status. In the situation where they were unable to take care of the younger generation, it was normal to entrust them to others. Whether it was the mortal world or the spiritual realm, if the disciples of the Xuanwu Academy revealed their intention to seek refuge, there would definitely be a large number of sects willing to accept them. However, all parties had many scruples. The merger of such a huge force would make people afraid. The only suitable sect seemed to be the new upstart Chunyang Palace. On the one hand, Chunyang Palace didn't pose a threat to any party. On the other hand, Chunyang Palace had a precedent of accepting the disciples of the Shentian sect. It was indeed a good partner. Moreover, from the perspective of Chunyang Palace's care for the disciples of the Shentian sect in the spiritual realm, entrusting the younger generation disciples to Chunyang Palace was indeed a good choice. It might not be worse than Xuanwu Academy itself. It's a big deal. Since the other party had already said this, Yang Chen had to consider it carefully. Two seniors, I still need to think about it carefully. Some things can't be decided by Chunyang Palace alone, nor can it be decided by Chunyang Palace and the Xuanwu Academy. Please forgive me. When necessary, I need to discuss with all parties. Understood. Elder Liu and Elder Yarrow didn't immediately force Yang Chen to agree. As Yang Chen said, this was not something that could be decided by Chunyang Palace alone, nor was it something that could be decided by Chunyang Palace and the Xuanwu Academy. They had to seek the opinions of other super sects. After settling the two people from the Xuanwu Academy, Yang Chen immediately went out and went straight to the secret meeting place that Yang Chen and the Shentian sect had agreed on. When he set off, Yang Chen used a spell to request to meet immediately. He believed that the news would quickly spread to the Shentian sect. The people who met with Yang Chen were still Sect Master Wang and a core member of the upper echelon. This was the standard configuration for several meetings between Yang Chen and the Shentian sect. As soon as they met, Sect Master Wang asked anxiously, "What happened? Why do you need to use the highest level of secret meeting signal?" Yang Chen didn't hesitate and quickly explained the meaning of the Xuanwu Academy. Then, he asked anxiously, "Should we agree to this request? Is there such a good thing?" Sect Master Wang suddenly became happy. Why not? Quickly agree to them. To strengthen Chunyang Palace was to strengthen the Shentian sect. Sect Master Wang was happy that Chunyang Palace was becoming more and more behemoth. Agree to them. The core elder of the Shentian sect who was with Sect Master Wang also nodded and said, "However, you have to first discuss with the higher-ups of the other sect. Moreover, the representative of the Shentian sect will object at the meeting." In a split second, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. Why? As soon as Yang Chen asked, he immediately reacted. On the surface, the Shentian sect's objection could send a signal to all parties. The Shentian sect didn't want people from other sect to be placed in Chunyang Palace because there were already disciples of the Shentian sect inside. If it was done well, the Shentian sect might be able to slowly control Chunyang Palace by relying on these. If there was an additional Xuanwu Academy, it would probably be detrimental to the Shentian sect's plan. However, he believed that the major sect would definitely make the right choice. As long as the Shentian sect objected, they would definitely agree. Chapter 2585. It seems that the people of Black Tortoise Academy have also fallen. Sect Master Wang let out a sigh and didn't say much. Because the higher-ups had reached a high position, and the power of the celestial world was enough to protect itself and maintain its current status, Black Tortoise Academy gave up on the disciples of Black Tortoise Academy in the mortal world. This indeed seemed very depraved. In addition, the struggle for power in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance was very obvious. Most of the time, Black Tortoise Academy was no longer the pure Black Tortoise Academy. Otherwise, Elder Liu wouldn't have delayed ascending in order to control the power of Black Tortoise Academy. In the end, she even used the power of the Zhao family to forcibly seize power. However, from the perspective of rogue cultivators, it was a normal choice. Originally, everyone was just working together to resist the external pressure and fight for their own interests. Now that the interests were in their hands, they still had to take care of the junior disciples of Black Tortoise Academy in the mortal world across the spiritual world. The difficulty had increased by hundreds of times, and a lot of resources would be consumed. From the perspective of interests, the gains did not make up for the losses. However, if they gave these disciples to Chunyang Palace, they would have an explanation for those disciples, and they would also do Chunyang Palace a huge favor. This was a more practical favor than accepting the disciples of Shentian sect in the spiritual world. Black Tortoise Academy took the initiative to send them over. In contrast, it would be more favorable to Chunyang Palace. He got rid of the burden, and he got a solid favor from a big sect with unlimited potential. This deal was definitely worth it. In this case, Sect Master Wang could at least be sure that Black Tortoise Academy would not be a big threat to Shentian sect in the future. For this reason, they could even have a higher status in the heavenly court to win over people's hearts. You go and do it. The core elder gave Yang Chen an instruction. Let Black Tortoise Academy handle it themselves. Don't take the initiative. When the time comes, it will depend on the other sect's choice. Anyway, no matter what, Chunyang Palace will not lose anything, right? This was the truth. If it was successful, Chunyang Palace would have a large number of new troops in their hands, and their strength would grow. If it failed, at most, the status quo would be maintained. The price Yang Chen had to pay was only 2 trips, and there would be no loss at all. As long as he dealt with the Black Heaven Gate, everything would be fine. Just as the core elder had said, they wouldn't suffer any losses anyway, so why not? No matter what, he had to give it a try. Elder Yarrow was still waiting for Yang Chen's reply. Yang Chen gave Elder Yarrow a very clear reply. If the other sect did not object, Chunyang Palace was willing to take in the disciples of Xuanwu Academy in the mortal world. Elder Yarrow and the upper echelons of the Black Tortoise Academy knew very well that it would be impossible to resolve the issue in this manner without the approval of the other sect. Therefore, they agreed with Yang Chen's suggestion and gathered the representatives of all the major sects for a discussion. What? The disciples of Xuanwu Academy in the mortal world will be integrated into Chunyang Palace? No way. Sure enough, as soon as the representatives from the various sects gathered, the Black Tortoise Academy's representative immediately raised a strong objection from the Black Heaven sect. The betrayal of Black Tortoise Academy in the spiritual realm is only a matter of 1 or 2 people. Moreover, Black Tortoise Academy in the spiritual realm has already paid the price. A strong objection required a strong reason, and at the same time, a solution. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, Black Tortoise Academy can completely rebuild Black Tortoise Academy in the spiritual realm. Why must you make such a choice? This was the solution that the Black Heaven sect had proposed. It sounded very fair. Everyone would not care about the mistakes made by Black Tortoise Academy in the past, and Black Tortoise Academy in the spiritual realm could be rebuilt. It seemed like the Black Heaven sect was very magnanimous. However, when all the sect representatives heard this, they could only spit in their hearts. Rebuild Black Tortoise Academy? That was easy to say. The Black Heaven sect had already disappeared from both the mortal world and the spiritual realm. Therefore, no matter how the 2 worlds fought, it had nothing to do with them. Of course, the Black Heaven sect was willing to support any sect to grow in power in both the spiritual realm and the mortal world and compete with the other sects for resources. Supporting the rebuilding of Black Tortoise Academy was clearly making things difficult for the other sects. Rebuilding a small sect was fine, but what about the territories of Black Tortoise Academy that had already been divided? Making the other major sects spit out the meat that they had swallowed? How was that possible? It didn't matter if the Black Heaven sect had no ambitions, but what about the other sects? It was obviously to disgust the other sects. In addition, on the surface, the major sects seemed to be maintaining a balance. Currently, the major enemy of all parties was the Zhao family. For the time being, the Taoist, Demon, and Itinerant Cultivators Alliance were cooperating sincerely, but there was still competition. The addition of Black Tortoise Academy meant that the Itinerant Cultivators Alliance had more power, which was not a good thing for the other forces. The fact that Black Tortoise Academy was willing to abolish its own martial arts and join Chunyang Palace was a good thing for the other sect. Not to mention that there was one less big competitor. Although the strength of Chunyang Palace would also improve, it was not enough to threaten the other parties. In particular, if there were more disciples of Black Tortoise Academy in Chunyang Palace, there would be a direct competition with the disciples of the Black Heaven sect who had already entered Chunyang Palace. In addition to the original direct disciples of Chunyang Palace, it could be said that there were 3 countries competing for hegemony inside Chunyang Palace. An internally unstable Chunyang Palace was a good Chunyang Palace for the sect. Why did the Black Heaven sect oppose it? Wasn't it because they still had an unrealistic fantasy that one day, those disciples of the Black Heaven sect who joined Chunyang Palace would control Chunyang Palace and then join Black Heaven sect again when the time was right? It was not that the Black Heaven sect had never done this before. Why were they called Taishanmen in the mortal world? Wasn't it because the Black Heaven sect in the mortal world had been destroyed once and sent people to rebuild the sect? When they secretly developed, they changed their name to Taishanmen. If there were more disciples of Black Tortoise Academy, then whether these disciples were loyal to Black Tortoise Academy or Chunyang Palace, they would try their best to resist the power of the Black Heaven sect. This would also reduce the influence of the Black Heaven sect in Chunyang Palace to a minimum. Black Tortoise Academy was willing to give up the territory and resources of the mortal world and the spiritual realm in exchange for stability in the immortal realm. It could also be regarded as an indirect withdrawal from the competition of the major sect. All parties could be said to welcome it. How could they tolerate the destruction of the Black Heaven sect? Why should the Black Heaven sect interfere in this matter of mutual consent? Immediately, a representative of the sect jumped out to oppose the Black Heaven sect. All parties began to fight with each other. There was only one purpose. Most sect was willing to see the development of Black Tortoise Academy and Chunyang Palace, but the Black Heaven sect strongly opposed it. As the elder of the Black Heaven sect had expected, whatever the Black Heaven sect strongly opposed was welcomed by the major sect. All parties expressed their views on this matter. After arguing for dozens of days, the representative of the Black Heaven sect finally reluctantly passed this matter under the strong opposition of all parties. Chapter 2586. Let me say this first. The Shentian sect still has reservations about this. Unable to win against so many sect representatives, the representative of the Shentian sect could only agree resentfully. However, he did not completely give in and still left his words here. At this point, everyone could see that the representative of the Shentian sect was powerless to reverse the situation. Therefore, everyone let the representative express his dissatisfaction, but no one suppressed him. The benefits that they wanted to fight for had been achieved, so there was no need to take advantage of such a small argument. However, although everyone agreed that the spiritual world's Xuanwu Academy would be merged into Chunyang Palace, it did not mean that the matter was settled. The spiritual world was fine because the Xuanwu Academy only existed in name. However, in the mortal world, the Xuanwu Academy was still a behemoth, and Chunyang Palace was also a supersect. The merger of these two big guys was not something that could be done overnight. Chunyang Palace and the Xuanwu Academy used the method of consciousness cloning to descend to the mortal world at the same time and passed on the decision from above. Chunyang Palace was fine. Of course, they were happy to annex the Xuanwu Academy to strengthen the sect, but the Xuanwu Academy might not agree. After all, the Xuanwu Academy was also a veteran supersect. If they bowed to a new upstart, they would lose face. However, this was news from the immortal world, so they had to believe it. While they were hesitating, the other sect also sent the same message. Even if a decision was made in the immortal world, if the major sect did not pass on the news, the major sect would never allow this kind of thing to happen. Just this major event alone took almost 100 years for the information to be sent down intermittently. Only then did the various parties come to a consensus. The Xuanwu Academy in the mortal world was not so willing to be merged into Chunyang Palace. Of course, this was only a superficial merger. It would take a long time for them to really agree. During this time, the people of the Xuanwu Academy and the direct descendants of Chunyang Palace would be divided into two distinct factions. There might even be internal strife. This was only in the mortal world. When they reached the spiritual world, there would be another Shentian sect faction. At that time, it would be a real competition between the three countries. He believed that the Chunyang Palace at that time must be very exciting. All parties were very satisfied. It seemed that Chunyang Palace had taken a big advantage, but in fact, they had swallowed a volcano. No one knew how uncomfortable their stomach was. A Chunyang Palace with endless internal strife was the most in line with the interests of the sect. Especially recently, Chunyang Palace had risen too fast, which made all parties feel vaguely threatened. Although everyone knew that the masters Chunyang Palace now accepted could not have much sense of belonging to Chunyang Palace, it was the best situation for all parties if they could slow down the development of Chunyang Palace, which was thriving day by day. The Black Tortoise Academy was very happy. Without the burden of the younger generation, they did not have to worry about being criticized by the younger generation. In any case, they had already found a home for them. It was good that the immortal world could still maintain the status of a high and mighty supersect. The immortal world Shentian sect was very happy. Their secret sect had another chance to develop. They had annexed a supersect, which meant that as long as Shentian sect was willing, they could restore their former glory at any time and anywhere. Chunyang Palace was also very happy. They had received the reserve force of a super sect without bloodshed, and their foundation was becoming more and more solid. Even if there would be some small stumbles in the development, would there be no difference between factions in the sect if the development was normal? After all, the sect was still strong. Perhaps these disciples did not have a sense of belonging to Chunyang Palace yet. That was because Li Yangchang, the ancestor of Chunyang Palace, sounded unknown. But one day, when Ancestor Lu showed his name, he believed that whether it was the authentic disciples of Chunyang Palace, Shentian sect, or Black Tortoise Academy, they would be willing to worship this ancestor. In the face of such a good thing, even Neza didn't know how to describe his feelings. He really couldn't understand why such a big pie fell from the sky and fell into Yang Chen's mouth for no reason. Even Yang Chen didn't intend to open his mouth, but someone insisted on giving him such a delicious pie. This is the gap between people. Yang Chen and Neza were completely free to communicate, and they didn't even care about the content of their conversation. It was as if they were two best friends, with no taboo. This is the problem of people's character. I have a good character. I can't help it. Bah. Neza spat at Yang Chen with disdain. It's all because you happened to be here. Otherwise, how could there be such a good thing? There are so many sects. Why am I the only one who happened to be here? Yang Chen didn't refute. He just followed Neza's words and said, "This is luck. Great luck. You have to admire it." Neza was speechless. This kind of thing really couldn't be described with other words than luck. Moreover, Neza could communicate with Yang Chen on an equal footing because he was optimistic about Yang Chen's future and admired Yang Chen's way of doing things. Although Yang Chen sometimes didn't directly make a move, which made Neza feel a little indecisive, the result of Yang Chen not making a move was that more masters would help him kill more enemies, which was something that Neza couldn't do in any case. He could kill many people by himself, scare many people, and even threaten some masters to kill his companions. However, he really couldn't let so many masters take the initiative to help him, especially after they helped Yang Chen. They still owed Yang Chen a favor. It could only be said that Yang Chen indeed had great luck. Since Yang Chen had great luck, Neza, a master with discerning eyes, seemed to be more and more righteous, which made Neza very satisfied. Now that Neza's injury had almost recovered to about 80%, he could recover by himself even without Yang Chen's help. However, after all these years, Neza had liked and gotten used to that kind of healing method. Therefore, he still asked Yang Chen to help him every day. No matter how I look at it, my injuries should be more or less healed. We can consider looking for 3 eyes. Neza felt that he didn't need to worry too much about his current injury. Even if he had to fight against Yang Jian, he could also fight against him. He couldn't wait to find masters to deal with the big Kuan together. However, before that, Neza had to find a way to solve the conflict between Yang Jian and Yang Chen. No matter what, even if Yang Chen wasn't favored by Yang Jian, he had to find a chance to talk with Yang Jian face to face in order to completely solve the misunderstanding. Of course, if the misunderstanding couldn't be solved, they could only fight. Chapter 2587. Where is Erlang Shen? Neza had already found out that he was going to find Yang Jian, so Yang Chen had to ask this question. To be honest, Yang Chen didn't want to face Yang Jian at this time. It wasn't that Yang Chen didn't have courage and was a coward. When the difference in cultivation between the two sides was too big, it was not a smart thing to try to provoke. It had nothing to do with courage. In Yang Chen's view, it was a provocation to go to Yang Jian and try to persuade him to join. If Yang Chen was Yang Jian, he would definitely think so. Even if Yang Chen had the cultivation of the middle stage of Golden Immortal and his combat power was even higher than the middle stage of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, compared with Yang Jian, he was still a small character who could be killed with one finger. The problem was that Neza, who Yang Chen also couldn't resist and persuade, had made up his mind to meet Yang Jian at this time. So, Yang Chen had to force himself to go. Offending Yang Jian was a big trouble, and offending Neza was also not a small matter. At this time, although Neza had been shocked by Yang Chen's powerful background, it didn't mean that he wouldn't dare to do anything to him. 3 Eyes is a proud guy. Neza didn't care about Yang Chen's embarrassment. But since Yang Chen was asking about Yang Zhen's whereabouts and was already on the way, he didn't mind revealing some information to Yang Chen. If you were Three Eyes, where would you hide? How could a proud guy be willing to hide in the immortal realm? But in Yang Chen's memory, there was no whereabouts of Yang Zhen in the immortal realm. How could Yang Chen guess? But since Neza said so, he must have his reasons. He only revealed a clue of pride, so Yang Chen guessed along this clue. If it were me, I would just swagger around in the Heavenly Court's capital. Let's see what the new Jade Emperor and the Heavenly Court can do to me. Yang Chen didn't mind imagining Yang Zhen as arrogantly as he could. Living in the capital of the Heavenly Court like this was the greatest insult to the new Heavenly Court. How did you know it was the capital of the Heavenly Court? Neza seemed to be very surprised that Yang Chen could think of this place. Because you were hiding there. Without any hesitation, Yang Chen brought up Neza and said, "You're still hiding in the capital of the Heavenly Court even though you're so badly injured. If Yang Zhen has any pride, he wouldn't be hiding somewhere else." He was obviously flattering Neza, but Neza obviously enjoyed it very much and was very satisfied with Yang Chen's answer. Neza patted Yang Chen's shoulder and nodded, "With your knowledge, you're smarter than 99% of the people in the immortal world. Erlangshan isn't really hiding in the capital of the Heavenly Court, is he?" Yang Chen didn't expect that he could guess it casually according to Neza's character. His eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. "You really know him well. You hit the nail on the head." Neza smiled and said, "Perhaps if I tell him about this, he'll feel like a close friend." If Yang Zhen really was in the capital of the Heavenly Court, Yang Chen didn't know how to imagine seeing Yang Zhen. Fighting in the capital of the Heavenly Court would definitely be a wonderful feeling. Even though old Demon Yi was so powerful in his previous life that half of the Heavenly Court chased after him, he wasn't so powerful that he dared to cause trouble in the capital of the Heavenly Court. As expected of a fierce person. His way of doing things wasn't something ordinary people could understand. Neza took Yang Chen to the capital of the Heavenly Court. Before, Yang Chen thought that it was a famous mountain on the edge, or a place where fierce beasts ran rampant. Ordinary cultivators would never dare to enter. He didn't expect it to be the capital of the Heavenly Court. Did this mean that the most dangerous place was also the safest? Was Erlangshan injured back then? This was what Yang Chen was interested in. Even Neza was heavily injured, so Erlangshan shouldn't have had it easy, right? Unless he wasn't in the immortal world at that time like Ancestor Lu, Yang Chen's Ancestor Lu, he wouldn't have been affected. Even Howling Celestial Dog was captured and beheaded. Yang Zhen probably wouldn't have had it easy back then either. "You're not much better than me," Neza said confidently. There must be a lot of secrets between Yang Zhen and Neza, or else Neza wouldn't know so much. But that guy has a lot of brothers, so he's much better than me who's alone. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Neza couldn't lie, his injuries definitely aren't as heavy as mine. After so many years, he should have recovered by now. In other words, Yang Zhen's injuries could be slowly healed with his own cultivation. From this point of view, he was indeed in a much better condition than Neza. What if we fight each other because of a disagreement? Yang Chen had to consider this problem. It wasn't worth it to lose his life because of Neza's anxiousness and arrogance. He had to consider this point no matter what. Now that Gong Sunling wasn't by his side, he didn't have that many helpers, and he also didn't have the means to withstand Yang Zhen's attacks. He had to consider this in advance. Trust me, Yang Zhen definitely wouldn't want to cause a huge commotion in the capital of the Heavenly Court. Neza smiled and comforted Yang Chen. "Plus, don't you still have me? I won't let him kill you in front of me." Hearing Neza's answer, Yang Chen was speechless. Could there be a more unreliable answer than this? What did he mean by not wanting to cause a huge commotion? If he was really hot-blooded, he wouldn't care about where he was. Plus, how much commotion would Yang Zhen need if he wanted to kill him? Raising his hand, waving the three-point, double-edged sword, and cutting it in half. It was so simple, how much commotion could it cause? Yang Chen really didn't want to face Yang Zhen at this time. However, from another point of view, an ugly daughter-in-law would inevitably meet her parents-in-law. In fact, it didn't matter when they met. Could a Zenith Heaven golden immortal like Yang Chen be a match for Yang Jian? Even an innumerable tribulation true immortal couldn't guarantee it. Since he might never catch up with Yang Jian's cultivation, there really wasn't much difference if he met Yang Jian when his cultivation was high or low. Bracing himself, Yang Chen and Neza came to the vicinity of the capital of the heavenly court. To enter the city, Neza's image was definitely not suitable, so Yang Chen had to bring him along. Fortunately, Neza had fallen in love with the feeling of living in the Dragon Palace. Perhaps it gave him the feeling of living in the palace of his old enemy, which made him feel very relaxed. It wasn't a big deal for the commander of the immortal beheading platform to enter the capital of the heavenly court, especially when Yang Chen had a supply of bottleneck-dispelling pills. The guards of the southern heavenly gate all smiled and watched Yang Chen enter the southern heavenly gate. Chapter 2588. Where is the capital city? Yang Chen immediately asked Neza's exact location after entering the southern heavenly gate. Since he was going to face it, it didn't matter if he met him sooner or later. The earlier he died, the earlier he could be reincarnated. Take a walk around the capital city. Neza gave Yang Chen an answer that made Yang Chen vomit blood. I don't know where he is. Take your time to look for him. Neza didn't know where Yang Jian was, but he still swore that Yang Jian was in the capital city of the heavenly court. This made Yang Chen speechless. Neza was too unreliable. If you're a three-eyed man, where would you hide in the capital city? Neza asked a hypothetical question for Yang Chen again. In fact, he wanted to find Yang Jian's whereabouts through Yang Chen's analysis. Are you sure he's in the capital city? Yang Chen confirmed again. He must be there. Neza answered with certainty. Although he didn't know Yang Jian's exact location, he knew this guy's personality. If you're arrogant enough, pick somewhere near the soaring heaven palace. Yang Chen answered without hesitation. Since he was so arrogant that he hid in the capital city of the heavenly court even when he was seriously injured, he might as well let him be arrogant. What was the most important place in the capital city of the heavenly court? Wasn't it the soaring heaven palace? Of course, Yang Chen was also a little dissatisfied with Neza's irresponsible speculation. Let's go and take a look. Neza immediately asked Yang Chen to rush over without hesitation. The capital city of the heavenly court wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was 1,000,000 miles in radius. When would they be able to find it one by one? Why didn't you hide in the soaring heaven palace when you were seriously injured back then? Yang Chen rolled his eyes at Neza this time. How stupid would he have to be to think of hiding in the soaring heaven palace? Let's not talk about how strict the security there is. Before the new Jade Emperor ascended the throne, the inside and the surroundings had already been checked countless times, right? No matter how weak the experts of the new heavenly court were in one-on-one combat, they still relied on numbers to severely injure the great god Neza to that extent. Yang Jian wasn't any better. If he was really strong, how could he not even protect the howling celestial dog? Hiding near the soaring Heaven King Palace with a severely injured body, wasn't that courting death? Then let's look around the immortal slaying platform. Neza also understood this, so he didn't care about Yang Chen's retort. He immediately changed the topic. Ask your subordinates if there is any place around where the demon masters live. It's best if it's a place with lush vegetation. I guess it's over there. Yang Jian had always been with the 6 Maishan brothers in the immortal world, and there were also 1,200 grass gods serving them. Those gods had all been enlightened by Yang Jian, so they didn't need to be taken seriously. However, the 6 Maishan brothers were all experts. According to their living habits, they would probably enlighten grass gods to serve them, so finding a place with lush vegetation was indeed a goal. In addition, Yang Jian was essentially the same as Neza. They were both people who killed people without batting an eyelid. If the killing intent on his body couldn't be suppressed, it would definitely be discovered by the experts. Therefore, the immortal slaying platform, which was a fierce place that erupted with killing intent, became the best cover for everyone to hide their aura. From this point of view, it was very likely that Yang Jian was near the immortal slaying platform. This also shocked Yang Chen after he figured it out. If that was really the case, it could be said that Yang Chen had been living under Yang Jian's nose for so many years, and Yang Jian could take his head at any time. Just thinking about it gave him lingering fear. "I'll believe you this time." Yang Chen gave Neza such an answer, and then went straight to the immortal slaying platform. The arrival of the commander, who was also a commander who was beneficial to everyone, made the heavenly soldiers on the immortal slaying platform greet him eagerly. Yang Chen was also very generous. He gave each of them a bottleneck dispelling elixir. Whether they were genuine immortals or not, they would need it sooner or later. Everyone was overjoyed when they got the bottleneck dispelling elixir. When Yang Chen asked about the surrounding situation, they naturally told him everything they knew. There were 2 places with lush vegetation, but there were no traces of people in these 2 places. After asking for the direction, Yang Chen went there directly. If Yang Jian wanted to hide, the heavenly soldiers on the immortal slaying platform would definitely not find him. "Don't worry. If Yang Jian is here, he will definitely come out." Neza was very confident. The source of his confidence was his fire-tipped spear. Neza left the tip of the fire-tipped spear outside the Dragon Palace, and then activated the killing intent in his body to release it. This area was still within the range of the killing intent of the immortal slaying platform. A little bit of killing intent released by Neza would not attract the attention of the experts in the capital. This also benefited from the fact that Yang Chen had killed too many masters on the immortal beheading stage. The killing intent of the entire immortal beheading stage was so strong that even the heavenly soldiers did not dare to approach it in the first hundreds of years, let alone other cultivators. No one was willing to come to this execution ground for no reason and get into trouble. This also made it convenient for Neza and Yang Jian to hide safely. Although Yang Chen did not believe that Yang Jian was hiding nearby, when another strange killing intent suddenly appeared and echoed Neza's killing intent, and when he saw the proud smile on Neza's face, he knew that Neza was right this time. Yang Jian was hiding in this area. A tree spirit suddenly appeared and bowed to Yang Chen. Then, without saying anything, he turned around and left. Not far behind him, a secret entrance appeared. It was obviously the entrance of a space magic treasure. As expected, Yang Jian was richer than Neza. He hid in a space magic treasure and used the aura of the immortal slaying platform to cover his killing intent. Then, he leisurely healed his injuries and cultivated in his cave abode. It was much more comfortable than Neza hiding in the archway of the immortal slaying platform. "You, Showerhead, Three-Eyed, are still alive." 2 voices sounded at the same time, as if they had known each other for many years. Then, Yang Chen saw the 3-eyed Erlang deity, Yang Jian. Erlang deity's complexion was more than 100 times better than when Yang Chen saw Neza. Although he did not look at his peak, he was definitely an expert who could kill Yang Chen in a second. "There's a big Kuan. Do you want to fight it together?" Neza and Yang Jian did not talk much. As soon as they saw each other, Neza immediately asked Yang Jian. As he asked, he waved at the 6 experts who were bowing to Neza. They seemed to be very familiar with each other. "Big Kuan?" Yang Jian repeated, but he did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Yang Chen and said, "Your killing intent is so strong. Are you the executioner who killed the celestial dog on the immortal slaying platform?" "It is this younger generation junior." Yang Chen gave a deep bow to Yang Jian and admitted his identity. "You could have taken the road to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell." Yang Jian sneered. The 6 experts behind him had already taken out their weapons and were ready to attack. Chapter 2589. "Hey, 3 Eyes, give me some face." Neza couldn't help but yell at Yang Chen for being threatened as soon as he came up. He felt very embarrassed. "I'll give you some face. I won't touch him before we finish talking." Yang Jian glanced at Yang Chen with a murderous look, then turned to Neza and said, "However, it will be a different matter when we finish talking." Neza couldn't help but stare at Yang Jian angrily. Yang Jian didn't care at all. He looked at Neza with his normal eyes, but the eye on his forehead was staring at Yang Chen with a murderous look. Yang Chen understood that being stared at by Yang Jian's third eye basically meant that he couldn't escape. Even if he was in heaven or in hell, Yang Jian could rely on that eye to find him. In the past, Yang Chen could rely on the high speed of the mysterious Sky Dark Sea Shuttle to escape the pursuit of some experts. However, In front of Yang Chen's chance of escaping was very slim. While Neza and Yang Jian were staring at each other, the 6 experts behind Yang Jian had already occupied 6 directions and surrounded Yang Chen. In fact, this step was really unnecessary. Now that Yang Chen and Neza were in Yang Jian's space magic treasure, Neza might not be able to be trapped if Yang Jian didn't let them go, but the space magic treasure was more than enough to trap Yang Chen. Those 6 experts were probably Yang Jian's good friends, the Maishan brothers. In terms of cultivation, the Maishan brothers were only a few levels lower than Yang Jian, but they were much higher than Yang Chen. It was not difficult for them to kill Yang Chen in a second. In a situation where he could lose his head at any time, Yang Chen didn't care about everyone's murderous looks and looked around curiously. To be honest, in his previous life, he had only heard of the names of Erlang Shen, Immortal Xiansheng, and the Maishan brothers, but he had never seen them in person. Now was the right time to see their appearance and aura. The surrounding murderous aura was so thick that it almost solidified. If an ordinary cultivator were to encounter such a situation, they would probably be paralyzed with fear. But who was Yang Chen? In any case, he was the executioner of the immortal beheading platform. The number of famous experts he had killed was more than what most cultivators had heard of. Why would he care about the threat of killing intent? This used to be Yang Chen's means of threatening others and scaring others. How could he be scared? Perfected Lord Erlang Xiansheng, along with the 6 Maishan brothers, you guys are truly great heroes for threatening a mere golden immortal junior in your own territory. Great God, Neza sneered at the side. The moment he opened his mouth, he even included Erlang Shun and the 6 Maishan brothers. Admirable. Impressive. Yang Jian blushed, and the 6 Maishan brothers didn't fare any better. Only now did they realize that their actions were actually directed at a golden immortal junior that they usually didn't even spare a glance at. It was a little shameful to say it out loud. They didn't even have a chance to refute Great God Neza's mockery because it was the truth. Erlang Shun and the others couldn't be blamed for making a big fuss over a minor issue. After all, Neza was the one who brought Yang Chen here. They could completely ignore Yang Chen's identity, but Neza was different. He was someone that even Yang Jian had to be wary of. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Jian didn't want to have a falling out with Neza. Their fear of Neza was also transferred to Yang Chen. When Neza's mocking words left his mouth, they realized that they had lost their composure. You can ignore me, but... Neza paused to ease the atmosphere a little. Then, he continued, you have to give some face to Ox Nose, right? Ox Nose? Which Ox Nose? Yang Jian asked with a cold expression. To be honest, there weren't many Ox Noses in the immortal world that he had to give face to. Yang Jian really didn't want it to be any of them. Neza was just waiting for him to ask. After Yang Jian asked, Neza smiled and answered, which other Ox Nose? The one that's good at wine, women, avarice, and temper. Lu Chunyang? Yang Jian stared at Yang Chen with his third eye and continued in a cold tone, so what if he has a bit of Lu Chunyang's aura? Lu Chunyang hasn't shown himself for tens of thousands of years. Do I have to give face just because he has a bit of aura related to Lu Chunyang? Dream on. You don't even give a seat to an old friend. Neza didn't answer directly. Instead, he spoke in a tone, even if Yang Chen is my enemy, he's still a junior that I brought to meet you. He's a guest from afar. Is this how you, Erlang Shen, treat your guests? Since Yang Jian said that he wouldn't touch Yang Chen before they finished their discussion, then he wouldn't. In Neza's eyes, Yang Jian still had this bit of credibility. That was why he was so fearless. Senior, even a prisoner awaiting execution gets a bowl of wine to behead him. Yang Chen also joined in the fun. He didn't seem afraid of angering Yang Jian at all. Neza kept nodding as if he agreed with Yang Chen's point of view. Yang Jian stared at Neza and Yang Chen. Both of them looked like they didn't care at all. This made Yang Jian angrier and angrier. However, in the end, Yang Jian still held back his anger and restrained his murderous aura. He shouted, "Men, serve the wine." A group of grass gods quickly appeared and deftly tidied up the scene, immediately turning it into a pavilion to receive guests. The big table was set and the dishes were served. Yang Jian and the 6 Maishan brothers sat on one side. Yang Jian was in the middle with 3 brothers on each side. Opposite them were Neza and Yang Chen. Yang Chen regarded himself as a junior. He couldn't help it. This was the truth. It wasn't something he could decide. He was a junior, so he naturally had to take the initiative to toast to his elders. Therefore, except for Neza, who was smiling and drinking with Yang Chen, Yang Jian and the 6 Maishan brothers were all toasting with Yang Chen with anger. When they were drinking, it was estimated that they wanted to give Yang Chen the last chance to drink. What's the relationship between this kid and Oxnose? Yang Jian finally asked after a few rounds of wine and dishes. His Oxnose Jr. He's been serving Madam Bai in the spiritual realm. What do you think? Neza didn't keep Yang Jian in suspense. He directly revealed the relationship between Yang Chen and Ancestor Lu. Oxnose, I haven't seen him for tens of thousands of years. Yang Jian didn't finish his sentence, but it was obvious that he didn't believe it. I didn't believe it at first either. I only knew about it after I saw Oxnose. Neza knew that he had to involve Ancestor Lu if he wanted to convince Yang Jian. Otherwise, if Yang Jian killed Yang Chen in a rage, how was he going to explain it to Ancestor Lu? Not to mention that behind Yang Chen, in addition to Ancestor Lu, there was a more headache for the Dao ancestor. Chapter 2590. Oxnose also appeared. Yang Jian was very concerned about the news of Ancestor Lu's appearance. Neza did not hide anything and directly told him Ancestor Lu's whereabouts over the years. These were all said by Ancestor Lu himself, and not made up by Neza. Including the origin of Ancestor Lu and the Pure Yang Palace, a series of things said. It was already 2 hours later. Only then did Yang Jian know that Yang Chen and Ancestor Lu had such a relationship. Although Yang Chen and Ancestor Lu were not very close, as Neza said, Yang Chen had served Madam Bai for thousands of years in the spiritual realm, and Madam Bai treated Yang Chen like a nephew. Even if Ancestor Lu was unwilling, Ancestor Lu had to be obedient. You want to force me to submit by relying on the prestige of the lotus head and the ox nose? You are not powerful enough. Yang Jian finally began to be serious with Yang Chen, but he was still very dissatisfied with his words, especially when he looked down on this kind of person who always relied on other people's prestige. This was what he hated the most. I dare not. Yang Chen hurriedly cupped his hands and saluted. If Yang Jian thought that he was suppressing him like this, Yang Chen would definitely be in trouble. 3 Eyes, don't go too far. Neza could not stand it anymore. Yang Jian, what do you mean? You don't give me face even when I bring people here? You and I know about the celestial hound. Since Yang Jian insisted on it, Neza had to say something to him. He said, he was just a mortal at that time. He was just an executioner. Don't you dare to vent your anger on a junior instead of the real master. Neza's words were also reasonable. If he wanted to talk about the enemy of the howling celestial dog, he couldn't find Yang Chen. Just like Yang Chen's mantra before he used the knife, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You and I have no grudges in the past, and it is our duty. Yang Chen could not be blamed on the cause and effect. Reason with me? Yang Jian sneered. If I were willing to reason with people, then I wouldn't be Yang Jian. Why would Erlangshan care about the reason for killing people? If he wanted to kill, then kill. What does karma have to do with me? In this matter, the howling celestial dog was killed by Yang Chen. This was a fact that could not be changed. You won't even give face to me, an ox nose. Neza sneered. Then, there was a Dao ancestor behind Yang Chen. Others might not give him face, but how could he not give Dao ancestor face? However, just as he said this, he was stopped by Yang Chen. Yang Jian was obviously the kind of person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If he used his powerful background to force him to submit, it would instead make Yang Jian furious, and he might even kill him. That would not be good. Senior, what Dao do you have? Please write it down. Yang Chen directly said to Yang Jian, the howling celestial dog was killed by this younger generation junior. This younger generation junior has never denied it. If you want to fight or kill, this younger generation junior will recognize it. However, This younger generation junior will not stretch out his neck to be killed. You have guts. Yang Zhen's expression loosened a little. I like killing responsible people like you. It seemed that Yang Chen's words did not ease Yang Zhen's mood. Instead, it had the opposite effect. This made Neza groan in his heart. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't be in such a hurry to find Yang Zhen. If he went with Ancestor Lu, the effect would probably be better. He still underestimated Yang Zhen's friendship with the howling celestial dog. This time, he was in big trouble. You still have a bit of the howling celestial dog's aura on you. Why is that? After saying that, Yang Zhen suddenly changed the topic and asked another question. The aura of the howling celestial dog? Yang Chen was stunned and immediately understood. When he moved, the figure of Xiao Tian appeared directly in front of everyone. Before senior howling celestial dog left, he told this junior the location of a drop of blood essence he left in the mortal world. Yang Chen pointed to Xiao Tian and said, this junior used it all on this junior's monster pet. Xiao Tian was obviously able to stimulate the blood of the Yazi in his body because of the blood essence of the howling celestial dog. Of course, the blood essence of the howling celestial dog had the smell of the howling celestial dog. It was not that Yang Zhen was wrong. Yang Chen actually raised a monster pet, which was unexpected by Yang Zhen. The howling celestial dog was also Yang Zhen's monster pet. For the cultivator who also raised a monster pet, Yang Zhen also had the intention to be close. If it wasn't for Yang Chen killing the howling celestial dog, there was such a knot that could not be untied. Just the blood essence of the howling celestial dog in Xiao Tian's body, Yang Zhen would have a careful communication with Yang Chen. It was a pity. Good guy, it turned out to be a Yazi. After seeing the race of Xiao Tian, Yang Zhen also couldn't help but praise in his heart. To be able to find a Yazi blood in the mortal world, Yang Chen's luck was really against the sky. It was a pity. You actually gave him the wishful golden pagoda? When Yang Zhen saw what the pagoda that Xiao Tian was sacrificially refining was, he couldn't help but stare at it with his 3 eyes wide open and turn to Neza. You don't even care about killing your father. I still have to thank him for helping me kill the old guy. Neza snorted coldly and said to Yang Zhen, it's just a rotten pagoda, what's the big deal about giving it? If you didn't kill the howling celestial dog, maybe we can still be friends. Yang Zhen turned to Yang Chen again. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. For the sake of the showerhead and the oxnose, I will give you a chance. As soon as Yang Zhen opened his mouth, he blocked Neza's mouth. It was already clear that he was giving you face, so don't say anything more. Please advise me, senior. Yang Chen waited for Yang Zhen to speak honestly. How could he not bow his head when he was under the eaves? He was a fish on the chopping block. This was the current situation. As long as you can escape from my pursuit within 100 years, the previous things will be written off. Yang Zhen made a request coldly. Can't you always make the impossible possible? Let me see what you can do. If you are still alive after 100 years, I will treat you to a drink. If you die within 100 years, I will personally bury you. It's not a disgrace to you, right? Thank you, senior. Yang Chen directly picked up a bowl of wine and gave a toast to Erlang Shen. Erlang Shen didn't have the kind of contempt before this time, and drank a bowl of wine with Yang Chen seriously. However, don't think about letting the showerhead help you resist. As long as other people make a move, it doesn't count. Yang Zhen spoke again, but it blocked all of Yang Chen's escape routes. Junior agrees. Yang Chen agreed to Yang Zhen's request without saying anything. However, this younger generation junior has a small request. Please let this younger generation junior take the lead. Within an hour, you can't make a move against this younger generation junior, nor can you trap this younger generation junior in this immortal's cave. Yes. What kind of person is Yang Zhen? This is almost not a request. He has to chase for 100 years. It is impossible to directly trap Yang Chen in the space cave. As for saying that Yang Chen can't make a move within an hour, it is even simpler. Let Yang Chen escape for an hour first, and he is also confident to catch up. Please forgive this junior's presumptuous. After getting Yang Zhen's nod, his courage suddenly grew. The immortal beheading blade instantly appeared in Xiao Tian's mouth, and Xiao Tian also went to Yang Chen's hand. Raising the immortal beheading blade high, Yang Chen slashed toward the opposite Erlang Shun. Chapter 2591. Yang Jian already promised not to attack Yang Chen for 2 hours. This meant that even if Yang Chen attacked him, he couldn't attack Yang Chen. He could only block or dodge, otherwise he would be going back on his words. Yang Jian wouldn't do such a humiliating thing in front of Neza. So, even if Yang Chen took out his sword to attack Yang Jian could only pinch his nose and accept it. Yang Chen's attack stunned Neza, Yang Jian, and the 6 Maishan brothers. Neza immediately understood what Yang Chen meant and laughed out loud. In terms of cultivation, Yang Chen was definitely not Yang Jian's opponent. Not to mention a few moves with Yang Jian, if Yang Jian didn't look at Neza's face, Yang Chen would have been killed before he even saw Yang Jian's shadow. But now, Yang Jian was forced by Yang Chen's words and agreed not to attack for 2 hours. This 2 hours was the time for Yang Chen to attack. It was clear that Yang Chen was also unhappy and wanted to attack Erlang Shun for 2 hours to vent his anger. Even if he would be chased to death soon, he would at least attack Erlang Shun for 2 hours. Run! How could the dignified Erlang Xianxing escape from an intermediate golden immortal junior? How could such a thing happen to Yang Jian? So, Yang Jian definitely couldn't run. He could only dodge or block at most. Perhaps blocking was a good idea. Thinking about it, it could prevent Yang Jian from being slashed to the point where his face was covered in dirt. The 6 Maishan brothers didn't expect this junior Yang Chen to have such guts. After gaining the upper hand for 2 hours, he didn't immediately use this time to run away. Instead, he turned around and attacked Erlang Shun. When they reacted and wanted to stop him, they were stopped by Neza. Yang Jian agreed to it himself. Why are you guys interfering? To be honest, Neza was also unhappy that Yang Jian didn't give him face. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't see Yang Jian's dirty face? How could he let the 6 Maishan brothers spoil his plan? However, Neza was also very worried. It was nice for Yang Chen to kill Yang Jian for 2 hours, but what would happen after that? In Neza's mind, he was sure that Yang Chen would make a big fuss as soon as he got out. After all, this was the capital of the Heavenly Court, and there were many experts here. Once they recognized him, they would definitely gang up on him. Perhaps Yang Chen would be able to use this opportunity to escape. If Yang Jian wanted to hunt down Yang Chen, he would have to at least take care of the many experts in the Heavenly Court's capital and the new Heavenly Court's pursuit before he could do so. According to Neza's own assessment, this was not a simple matter. Perhaps this was Yang Chen's biggest opportunity, and also the biggest reason why Yang Chen dared to kill Yang Jian 2 hours earlier to vent his anger. However, right now, it was better to enjoy the scene of Yang Chen chopping Yang Jian and Yang Jian not being able to fight back. That scene must be very pleasing to the eye. Yang Jian did not expect that Yang Chen, this younger generation junior, really had such courage. He even dared to cut himself in his own territory. However, with his cultivation and seniority, just as Neza had predicted, running away was definitely not in line with his identity. He could only dodge and block, and even that wasn't appropriate. He could only take each of Yang Chen's attacks head-on without being able to fight back. It was all because of his pride. After cursing Yang Chen for being cunning in his mind, Yang Jian decisively took out his 3-point, double-edged saber and held it horizontally in front of the immortal beheading saber's blade. After all, the immortal beheading saber was enhanced by Yazi, so its power was not simple. Although it wouldn't hurt Yang Jian, it would be a great humiliation for a golden immortal junior to damage something on his body. However, no matter how confident Yang Jian was, no matter how high his cultivation was, he didn't expect that Yang Chen had also practiced the secret method of Qua Yi, and had now reached the 3rd realm. Yang Jian had seen many masters of Qua Yi's secret method, and he had also seen many who had reached the 3rd realm. However, those masters were at least innumerable tribulation true immortals for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. A junior at the intermediate stage of golden immortal was not enough to make him afraid. Moreover, in Yang Jian's eyes, Yang Chen was just a little guy who had practiced the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. According to common sense, with his cultivation, He should at most be in the realm of inverting sea strength. The saber chopped on the handle of the three-point, double-edged saber. Yang Jian only felt a huge force coming from Yang Chen's saber, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. It was just that it was a little too late at this time. One hand could not resist such a turbulent force. With a bang, Yang Jian was firmly cut by the immortal beheading saber. It was not the blade that cut Yang Jian's body, but the weight of the immortal beheading saber itself plus the huge strength of Yang Chen and the bonus of Xiao Tian. The blow pushed Yang Jian's hand and the three-point, double-edged saber to his own body, and then he was hit by the handle of his own three-point, double-edged saber. Immediately afterward, Yang Jian's body flew out involuntarily like a cannonball. It was not until he flew for hundreds of feet away that Yang Jian's other hand grabbed the three-point, double-edged saber. He exerted force with both hands and finally stabilized the weapon. But at this time, Yang Chen's body had already appeared above Yang Jian, still holding the immortal beheading saber high, and slashed at Yang Jian, who was still in the air. Yang Jian was furious. Even when he was besieged by the masters of the heavenly court, he had not eaten such a big loss. Just as he was about to counterattack, Yang Chen's voice also passed to Yang Jian's ears at the same time. Senior said to let this younger generation junior make the first move. As soon as the voice arrived, Yang Jian's anger disappeared for a while. This was what he promised. Could it be that he was going to go back on his words in just a few breaths? At this point, Yang Jian's hands immediately converged, and the counterattack also turned into a block. Bang! There was another sound. Yang Jian's figure was directly smashed into the ground from the air. On the solid ground, only a human-shaped hole was left, and there was a horizontal crack formed by the three-point, double-edged saber. The Maishan six brothers could only be described as dumbfounded at this moment. They opened their mouths wide and were dumbfounded. How could the invincible Erlang Shun in their eyes become like this? Just as they were surprised, there was another loud noise, and the dust flew. Yang Jian's figure flew into the sky like a cannonball again. This time, he was hit by Yang Chen from the ground to the sky. At this moment, Yang Chen's figure became like a ghost, constantly appearing around Yang Jian. In everyone's eyes, only Yang Chen's figure could be seen continuously swinging the immortal beheading saber. Meanwhile, Yang Jian directly turned into a baseball that was being hit everywhere. Here, there, and from time to time, there would be a loud bang. With Yang Jian's speed, of course, he could easily dodge, but right now, he couldn't dodge. He could only take it head-on. Otherwise, it would be a big joke. As he blocked, Yang Jian's face was as black as ink. Chapter 2592. Dozens of times, Yang Chen waved the immortal beheading saber with all his strength, coupled with the increase of Xiao Tian's power, brought Yang Jian a feeling that was by no means easy. Although Yang Jian's powerful strength made his arms not feel numb, his armor was not a powerful magic weapon. Yang Jian's power lay in his cultivation, a three-point double-edged saber, and a vertical third eye. If Xiao Tian Dog was not dead, there would still be a part of Xiao Tian Dog, but now there was only Yang Jian himself. Dozens of powerful attacks made Yang Jian's armor become tattered, and he had been smashed into the ground several times, also stained with a lot of dust. From this point of view, Yang Jian could be said to be covered in dust. But Yang Jian could only bear it at the moment, and he couldn't even avoid it. He could dodge, but it meant that in front of Neza, in front of his six brothers of the Maishan Mountain, he had to dodge the attack of a golden immortal junior. This was something that the arrogant Yang Jian could not bear. What came from Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber was not only pure power, but also a variety of complex attacks, which made Yang Jian admire the variety of attack methods of Yang Chen. Not to mention, when attacking under the ground, Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber could actually drive the power of the whole land to attack him. It should be known that this was his cave house magic weapon, not Yang Chen's. When withstanding Yang Chen's attack, Yang Jian also admired Yang Chen's attack methods. This was an absolute genius. There was no doubt that he could make an attack comparable to the peak of Almighty Immortal with the cultivation of the intermediate Golden Immortal. It was a pity that this guy killed Xiao Tian Dog, otherwise, as Yang Jian said, they might be friends. After hundreds of consecutive powerful attacks, although Yang Jian was battered and exhausted, He was not so battered that he could not attend to one thing and lose sight of another. Every time he was able to block Yang Chen's attack, but he could not fight back. He was trapped in this promise, and could only passively bear the attack. Boom! Yang Chen suddenly felt that something was wrong. There were 2 more fire dragons around him, and the surrounding air seemed to start burning. Then the 2 fire dragons disappeared instantly, but his body involuntarily became hot and even hot. Come to think of it, this little fellow is also a fire elementalist and an alchemist. It was normal for a fire elementalist to have his own natal fire. If it was an ordinary cultivator, Yang Chen wouldn't have cared. At most, it would just be a powerful flame. So what? Unless Yang Chen's cultivation had reached the same level as the tip of his brush, no fire seed would be able to harm him. However, this fire seed was a little different. Yang Chen couldn't tell what kind of fire seed it was. What was even worse was that the fire seed was unable to withstand it at all. It began to burn on Yang Chen's weapon and armor. What was even more inconceivable was that Yang Chen even discovered that there seemed to be a tiny spark in his sea of consciousness. It was slowly invading his sea of consciousness like a prairie fire. If his sea of consciousness were to be incinerated, it would be a huge problem. If Erlang Shen Yang Chen's sea of consciousness were to be burnt by Yang Chen's fire, Yang Chen could just stretch out his neck and wait to be chopped off. Yang Chen snorted coldly and began to use his powerful divine sense to expel these fire seeds in his sea of consciousness. While the yin-yang heaven burning fire was attacking, Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber did not stop. It was still chopping at Yang Chen's head and face. Yang Chen could only fend off the attacks in a flustered manner. He was in an extremely sorry state. Neza had already begun to clap his hands and stamp his feet and laugh wildly. He had seen Yang Chen's fire seed. With the strength of the red armillary sash, it could only block the burning of the yin-yang heaven burning fire. Under Yang Chen's carelessness, he suffered a lot this time. This kind of scene, even in the millions of years since Neza and Yang Chen knew each other, they had never seen it. When would Erlang Shen Immortal be beaten to such a state? And he was beaten by a mere golden immortal junior. It was true that Yang Chen caught Yang Chen off guard, and it was done under the circumstance that Yang Chen promised not to fight back. But since Yang Chen agreed, he could not blame others. He could only pay for his own carelessness. The 6 Maishan brothers and more than 1,000 gods couldn't believe their eyes. Erlang Shen, who had always been invincible in their minds, was now so embarrassed and unbearable. It directly subverted their lofty image in their hearts. Was the fireball that was beaten and burned violently really their invincible Erlang Shen in the past? It was unknown how many times Yang Chen had slashed at Yang Chen. Yang Chen's whole body was completely shrouded in flames. Neza and the 6 Maishan brothers couldn't see Yang Chen's current appearance at all. But Yang Chen himself knew very well that his appearance must be very embarrassing. It was certain that Erlang Shen's exquisite armor had already been turned into tatters. Under the double action of the yin-yang heaven burning fire and Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber, even the handle of the 3-point, double-edged saber had slight cracks, not to mention the armor that was not a life-origin magic treasure. It had long been turned into pieces. Being able to hang on Erlang Shen's body, it was already because of Erlang Shen's powerful magic power. Under the series of attacks, Yang Chen finally didn't want to bear this situation where he couldn't resist at all and could only block. When Yang Chen slashed down again, Yang Chen dodged and avoided Yang Chen's blade. His whole body also flashed to the side. This was the first time Yang Chen dodged, which also meant that Yang Chen's patience had reached the limit. In the face of this situation, Yang Chen didn't say anything and directly slashed at the empty space. The immortal beheading saber instantly became longer, and a long hole appeared in the space of the cave. Yang Chen's figure flew out of the hole and instantly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a sentence that made Neza laugh wildly. "Thank you for your promise, senior. There is still half an hour left." Yang Chen didn't do too much. As soon as he left, the yin-yang heaven burning fire immediately retracted. The flames that surrounded Yang Chen's whole body also disappeared, and his sea of consciousness was no longer churning. However, Yang Chen was standing there like a beggar at the moment. His face was scorched black, and the armor on his body was in pieces. Several fragments also clearly showed deep knife marks. Although Yang Zhen's body was unscathed, such an appearance was more unbearable than killing him. The next moment, Yang Zhen disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he had returned to the handsome and elegant Erlang Shun. The armor on his body had also changed to the same exquisite style, but the appearance just now was clearly engraved in the hearts of Neza and the Maishan brothers. Neza completely ignored his image and laughed loudly. He kept laughing at Yang Zhen and said, "There is still half an hour left. You can't break your promise. Ha 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 ha." Yang Zhen's face was full of anger. He gritted his teeth and said in the direction where Yang Chen disappeared, "I'm going to kill him." Chapter 2593. Looking at Yang Zhen's angry expression, Neza, who was very dissatisfied with Yang Zhen at first, suddenly realized something. Oh no. Yang Zhen was getting serious. Yang Zhen said that he would chase Yang Chen for 100 years. He was definitely giving Yang Chen a chance out of respect for Neza and Ancestor Lu. It was also giving himself a way out. Otherwise, with Yang Zhen's strength, why would he need 100 years to kill a Golden Immortal Junior? Although Yang Chen was considered one of the best among the Golden Immortals, in front of Yang Zhen, it was just a matter of a single slash. Chasing after him was simply a joke. It was estimated that Yang Zhen himself knew that the death of the howling celestial dog could not be counted as Yang Chen's head, but after all, Yang Chen was the executor, so the death penalty could be avoided, but the punishment could not be escaped. Chasing for 100 years, it was also 100 years of fear for Yang Chen, a lesson, so that Yang Zhen's heart was calm, and also a decision to let him step down. However, Yang Chen and Neza misunderstood Yang Zhen's actions. They thought that Yang Zhen wasn't giving him a way out. In Yang Chen's opinion, since he wasn't giving him a way out, he would make up for it before he died. That was why Yang Zhen looked like a beggar just now. Now, Yang Zhen was completely infuriated. He was beaten into a pig's head by a Golden Immortal Junior in front of Neza and the 6 Maishan brothers. Of course, it was because he didn't fight back and only blocked, but it was also a great loss of face. It was inevitable that he would be angry. Let's see how far you can run in less than an hour. Yang Zhen stared fiercely in the direction where Yang Chen left. The third eye on his forehead stared at Yang Chen's figure. Neza couldn't escape from his third eye, let alone Yang Chen. Neza was also worried. If anything happened to Yang Chen, Madame Bai and Ancestor Lu wouldn't let him go, not to mention the Dao Ancestor. He had to dispel Yang Zhen's killing intent no matter what. "Don't be a sore loser," Neza said to Yang Zhen. Anyway, there was still half an hour left. Yang Zhen couldn't do something like chasing Neza in advance. It was a good chance for him to say something. "Back then, I couldn't kill him in 3 moves, so I had to spare his life." In order to dispel Yang Zhen's killing intent, Neza had to expose his own scandal to ease Yang Zhen's anger. As expected, Yang Zhen's attention was attracted. He looked at Neza and said, "Although you were badly injured at that time, you weren't so weak that you couldn't even kill a Golden Immortal Junior, right? Don't underestimate this young man." Neza said very seriously, "My spear was blocked by his immortal slaying saber." Although the red armillary sash caught up with him, he hid in the geographical map of mountains and rivers. The attack of the Heaven and Earth Ring was also blocked by him with a Tai Chi golden ball. 3 attacks failed. I'm not shameless enough to keep chasing after him, so I can only let him go. What's the matter with his fire seed? When Yang Zhen heard that Neza had also been disgraced, he couldn't help but feel a little closer. They had been friends for many years. At this time, he didn't need to be cautious when talking. He directly asked, "It's very strange." The red armillary sash was almost burned by his fire seed. Neza curled his lips and replied, "I'm also an expert in playing with fire, but I still can't do anything about his fire seed. This guy plays with fire. He even absorbed the fire seed on my yin-yang firestorm wheels. It's said that his current fire seed is also amazing. It's at the legendary level. Yin-yang heaven burning fire?" Yang Zhen, a master at this level, was experienced and knowledgeable. Even Yang Chen had heard of the name of Yin-Yang Heaven Burning Fire when he was a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Yang Zhen naturally knew about it, so he directly asked. "It should be." Neza nodded. Although he hadn't confirmed it with Yang Chen, he had almost guessed. He used less than 3 months to absorb the fire seed in the wishful golden pagoda. He's already at the Grandmaster level in playing with fire. Interesting little guy. Listening to Neza's evaluation, Yang Jian couldn't help but show an interested smile. Few people at his age and cultivation level are braver than him. Neza followed Yang Jian's words and said, "Have you seen any masters in the immortal realm who dare to beat you up the moment they hear that you're going to chase them for 100 years? This was not Neza saying good things about Yang Chen. It was indeed the truth. Yang Jian's reputation was not much worse than Neza's. When Neza showed his identity, many true immortals were scared out of their wits and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. Neza would only be more ruthless to Yang Jian. Which cultivator didn't smile carefully when they saw him? Only Yang Chen was different. When he heard that Yang Jian was going to chase him, he calmly drank with Yang Jian and even asked him to let him go first. If this was courage in the face of danger, then the fact that he took the opportunity to beat Yang Jian into a pig's head within 2 hours after Yang Jian promised to not attack him could only mean one thing: Yang Chen was really powerful. Indeed, he's got guts. Yang Jian was no longer angry. Although his third eye was still staring at Yang Chen, his tone was no longer as angry as before. Just now, he stopped you and didn't let you say it. Does he have some big shot supporting him? Big shot. Definitely a big shot. Neza said with a bitter smile, "Since he doesn't want to say it, just pretend that you don't know." Since Neza called him a big shot, he was definitely not a nobody. Of course, Yang Jian knew this in his heart. This brat really has guts. After messing with me, he still dares to stay in the heavenly court's capital. Does he really think I won't kill him? Yang Jian's third eye was constantly staring at Yang Chen. Yang Chen's every move didn't escape his eyes. Seeing that Yang Chen was still in the heavenly court's capital, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Does he really want to fight me with those guys?" Neza also became nervous. If the entire heavenly court's capital and Yang Jian started fighting, Neza himself wouldn't stay out of it. Although Yang Chen could use this method to escape, this was another grudge that wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Neza really didn't know what Yang Chen was thinking. It's about time, it's time for me to attack. Yang Jian twisted his neck and stretched his limbs expectantly. That guy had a good time just now. Let's see if he can still be happy now. When Yang Jian flew out, Neza also flew out. He was the one who caused this. If the heavenly court's experts really swarmed him, he wouldn't stay out of it. Although Neza didn't dare to say that he was indomitable, he still had this bit of responsibility. This guy actually came here. Yang Jian was surprised that Yang Chen chose a place to escape. He instantly understood why Yang Chen chose to leave when there was still an hour left. This distance was just right. Don't tell me he wants to go in. Neza was also shocked. Seeing Yang Chen smiling at them, a bad feeling arose in his heart again. Chapter 2594. Yang Chen indeed hadn't gone far. In fact, he was very close. It was just that no one expected him to be there. He was now at the entrance of the Immortal Executioner's platform. The entrance to the Immortal Realm was usually used to send prisoners in. There was a decorated archway inside, and past it was the Immortal Executioner's platform. Back then, Neza had hidden in the archway to escape the pursuit of the Immortal Realm's experts. Now that Yang Chen was standing under the archway, he could step into it at any time. There was no one else on the Immortal Executioner's platform except for Yang Chen. Yang Chen had just sent everyone else away. Even the maids and sisters in the Dragon Palace, Yang Chen also released them on the road just now, letting them return to the Pure Yang Palace. It wasn't the first time the maidservants were guarding Chunyang Palace, so it was a walk in the park. They didn't know what happened here, but they weren't worried knowing that Yang Chen was on the Immortal Executioner's platform. Yang Chen was the commander of the Immortal Executioner's platform, and this was his territory. Who would dare harm the commander of the Immortal Executioner's platform in the Heavenly Court's capital? Please forgive me for offending you, Senior. At the same time, he didn't forget to dig a pit for Neza. It's just that you don't give Neza face, so this younger generation junior took action out of anger. Please forgive me. Neza nodded. Senior, please forgive me. Fart. Neza almost spat out his saliva. How did this become avenging him? What a waste of his effort to help Yang Chen smooth things over and appease Yang Zhen's anger. However, if you think about it carefully, if Yang Chen really had such a starting point, it would really make people very happy. Especially when he saw Yang Zhen's face covered in dirt, it was even better than drinking a big bowl of iced lotus seed soup in the summer. You better think it through. Yang Zhen did not intend to attack immediately. Instead, he looked at Yang Chen with interest and said, "Once you step in, you might not be able to come out." Previously, both Yang Zhen and Neza had thought that Yang Chen would create an opportunity for them by alerting the experts of the Heavenly Court. They didn't expect Yang Chen to come directly to this place. The immortal beheading platform was indeed a good place. As long as Yang Chen entered, forget 100 years, even 1,000 years wouldn't be enough for Yang Zhen to hunt him down. However, from this entrance, even if Yang Chen was an executioner, it was hard to say what would happen after entering. Now, Yang Zhen was very sure that he really admired this junior. He was the only one in the world who dared to use words to oppress him and then beat him up. There was no one like him in the past, and there would be no one like him in the future. "I want to go somewhere else." Yang Chen smiled bitterly. "But I can't hide from Senior's pursuit for 100 years. When Senior catches up to me, he probably won't kill me immediately. He'll at least give me a good beating. I'm afraid of pain, so I'll hide first." Senior's words carry enormous weight. "I'll wait to have a good chat with Senior when I come out." Yang Chen praised Yang Zhen, then he cupped his hands at Neza, and then he took a step back, and his figure disappeared in the immortal beheading stage in an instant. "Smart kid, I didn't expect there to be such a place." Neza couldn't help but praise. Neza hiding in the archway of the immortal beheading platform was already a stroke of genius. However, compared to Yang Chen swaggering into the immortal beheading platform, he was still lacking. Therefore, even though Yang Zhen knew where Yang Chen was, he could only look at him and sigh. This period of 100 years, it was really easy for Yang Chen to escape. While Neza was thinking about this, Yang Zhen, who was beside him, sneered and strode toward the entrance of the immortal beheading platform. Neza's eyes widened when he saw this. "I've gone through all the dragon's lair and tiger's den. I've even caused trouble in the soaring heaven palace of the Golden Arches and the Queen Mother's jade pool. Do you think a mere immortal beheading platform can make me retreat?" Yang Zhen's body suddenly erupted with an unyielding fighting spirit. His 3 eyes shone with excitement. The 3-pointed, double-edged sabers trembled slightly as he strode toward the entrance of the immortal beheading platform. Without any hesitation, Yang Zhen disappeared from the entrance of the immortal beheading platform under Neza's gaze. This series of events happened before Neza could say anything. The 6 Maishan brothers, who were not far behind, were stunned. How did Yang Zhen walk into the immortal beheading platform in such a short time? The friendship between Yang Zhen and the 6 Maishan brothers was not fake. As soon as Yang Zhen went in, the 6 brothers were shocked, but they followed him without hesitation. However, they were stopped by Neza after a few steps. "You don't have to go in. I'll go." Neza sighed and said, "Erlang, you're really brave. I hid here for thousands of years, but I didn't dare to go any further." After sighing, Neza began to instruct the 6 Maishan brothers, "You go to the Chunyang Palace and wait. If something happens, help out. If someone is blind, just kill them. I'll cover for you. That's Lu Chunyang's sect. Don't worry." If Neza wanted to go in person, it would naturally be much more convenient than the 6 Maishan brothers. The 6 Maishan brothers did not insist and nodded. "Ha ha ha ha." Neza also let out a presumptuous laugh. His figure changed, and he displayed his rare 3-headed and 6-armed body. He held the fire-tipped spear, the universe ring, and the armillary sash. He stepped on the wind-fire wheels and rushed into the immortal beheading platform with a murderous aura. Before entering, Neza understood that Yang Chen had nothing to fear. He was the executioner of the immortal beheading platform, and he was later appointed as the commander of the immortal beheading platform. It could be said that this area was completely under Yang Chen's jurisdiction. He was sure that there would be no danger. As for coming out, it would probably not be a big problem. Why did Neza have to show up back then? Wasn't it because Yang Chen had discovered Neza while refining the immortal beheading platform? Neza had no choice but to come out and kill Yang Chen. Since Yang Chen had already started refining the immortal beheading platform, he could just drag Neza and Yang Jian along with him for a few hundred years. How could he not be able to refine it? When that time came, he could come out whenever he wanted. Although Yang Chen was young, he really took care of everything. He had thought of a way out in such a short time. Even Neza had to admire him. Since Yang Chen and Yang Jian had already gone in, Neza had to go in as well. He wanted to see what was inside the immortal beheading platform, which made the entire immortal world pale at the mention of it. He might even see those guys who had been killed inside. While thinking about this, Neza's figure had already passed through the immortal beheading platform's archway and rushed inside. With the archway as the boundary, the inside and outside were two different worlds. From the outside, the archway looked like a dense fog. Neza's figure passed through the fog, and his eyes lit up. Chapter 2595. The inside of the immortal beheading platform was not big, but it was not small either. In addition to the square that could easily accommodate thousands of prisoners, the huge immortal beheading platform was also very eye-catching. The first thing Neza saw was the square and the platform. However, he did not look at them for a second. Instead, he looked at the two people standing there. One was Yang Chen, who was still facing this direction. His smiling eyes gave people a very strange feeling, as if he was the owner of this place. Of course, this was also the truth. Yang Chen was both the commander of the immortal beheading platform and the executioner inside. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the owner. The other person was, of course, Yang Jian. To Neza's surprise, he did not see Yang Jian being suppressed by the immortal beheading platform. He still held the three-point, double-edged saber on his back and faced Yang Chen. His fighting intent was like a volcano erupting. Before Neza could take a closer look, he immediately felt a terrible pressure. This was a kind of pressure that came from the inside of the immortal slaying platform. The pressure was very strong, and it also felt like it was binding him. Even if Neza used all his strength to resist, he could not resist this omnipresent binding. It was no wonder that it was so famous that so many experts in the immortal world trembled in fear upon hearing its name. The immortal slaying platform was indeed the immortal slaying platform. The things that the Tao ancestor refined were indeed worthy of their reputation. Neza praised it, but he soon found that the restraint did not completely restrain him, nor did it imprison him. Instead, it suppressed his strength from the peak of infinite tribulation true immortal to the middle stage of golden immortal, which was equivalent to Yang Chen's strength. He believed that Yang Jian must have the same feeling. Obviously, this was Yang Chen's intention to let everyone fight fairly on the same level. The reason why Neza could understand the situation was that he had seen hundreds of bound guys on the other side. They were all at the level of celestial immortals or mysterious immortals, which could only be found in the spiritual realm. They had no chance or qualification to enter the immortal beheading platform. There was only one possibility for them to appear here. They had entered from the place where the immortal beheading platform dumped their corpses. They were bound to death row by the immortal beheading platform. However, Yang Jian and Neza did not receive such treatment. It must be the result of Yang Chen showing mercy. After enduring the restraint and pressure of the immortal slaying platform, Neza absolutely believed that as long as Yang Chen was willing, the immortal slaying platform could easily suppress them to the level of mortals and let Yang Chen do whatever he wanted. It's a good place. Hearing about it is better than meeting it in person. Yang Jian nodded his head in praise. The battle intent on his body became more and more exuberant. Teaching you a lesson here is not in vain. Yang Chen stood on the opposite side, nodded at Neza, and saluted to Yang Jian. Thank you for your help, Senior. That was what he said, but he didn't say much about what he had helped. Senior's three-pointed double-edged saber is famous all over the world. Junior doesn't dare to be arrogant, so please forgive me for offending you. Yang Chen took a few steps back, revealing a saber holder that he had been hiding behind. Only then did Neza see that there was a very powerful saber holder behind Yang Chen. On the double dragon holder, there was a very ordinary-looking saber with a ghost head. In the immortal slaying platform, one could not detect anything with divine sense at all. Yang Chen's position was very clever, just enough to block Neza and Yang Jian's sight. As soon as Yang Chen moved away, both of them saw the saber with a ghost head. Yang Jian and Neza were very familiar with the style of the saber. It was obviously Yang Chen's natal magic weapon, the immortal slaying saber. However, this saber was slightly different from Yang Chen's natal magic weapon. It didn't look like Yang Chen's saber, which was black and a little green. In addition, compared to Yang Chen's immortal slaying saber, this saber had the same style, but it was too ordinary. It was so ordinary that people would subconsciously ignore it. If ordinary people saw Yang Chen's immortal slaying saber and this saber, they would definitely make a judgment in their hearts. Yang Chen's immortal slaying saber had the upper hand and was more valuable. However, Neza and Yang Jian didn't think so. In their courtyard, this more ordinary saber with a ghost head was more worthy of fear. Even if they didn't rely on their eyesight, as long as they knew where they were, even a blind person would know which was the best, Yang Chen's natal magic weapon or the saber inside. To put it bluntly, Yang Chen's immortal slaying saber had originally been based on the appearance of this saber. It could even be said that he had blatantly copied this saber. Who was stronger and who was weaker, did it need to be said? Yang Chen stretched out his hand, and his natal magic weapon appeared in it. Then, Yang Chen grabbed the real immortal slaying saber with his right hand, and put his natal magic weapon on the saber holder with his left hand. The saber holder supported by 2 dragons was also very beneficial to his immortal slaying saber. What's more, close contact could allow the second primordial spirit to get closer to the immortal slaying stage and refine it faster. Xiao Tian had appeared silently and couldn't wait to hold the real immortal slaying saber in his mouth. This saber was the strongest magic weapon that Xiao Tian had ever come into contact with. Even the owner's natal magic weapon was not 100 times worse. He was so excited that he couldn't wait to use this saber to cut the world. Holding the real immortal slaying saber, Yang Chen was also filled with emotion. This saber, he had not touched it for more than 4,000 years. Holding it in his hand again, he felt the sense of harmony with the immortal slaying stage and the immortal slaying saber. After absorbing tens of thousands of executioners, Yang Chen was also full of emotions. Unfortunately, it was not the time to be emotional. There was still a furious Yang Jian standing in front of him, waiting to teach him a lesson. Behind him, there was also Neza, who would definitely join the battle if there was a chance to fight. For now, it was better to have a good fight with them. Inside the immortal slaying stage, under the control of Yang Chen, Yang Jian and Neza were suppressed to the middle stage of Golden Immortal, which was exactly the same as Yang Chen's cultivation. With this equal basis, Yang Chen would never be afraid of either Yang Jian or Neza. Fortunately, the immortal slaying stage could still be controlled by him. The identity of the commander and executioner, plus the refining of the entrance of the immortal slaying stage and the mouth of the corpse disposal, made his control of the immortal slaying stage reach an unprecedented height, so he did not bind the 2 seniors. However, whether it was Yang Jian's 3-point double-edged saber or Neza's fire-tipped spear, universe ring and armillary sash, they were not comparable to Yang Chen's immortal slaying saber. As a last resort, Yang Chen could only use the real immortal slaying saber. Senior, I'm sorry. When Yang Chen faced Yang Jian again with the real immortal slaying saber, there was no despair in the face of a completely unattainable opponent. Here, in the immortal slaying stage, in his own territory, Yang Chen had a chance to have an absolutely fair fight with Yang Jian.